In a world where the boundaries between reality and game mechanics had fused, society had transformed. Professions rooted in fantasy were now commonplace, and the discovery of ruins and secret realms had become an integral part of life. At a local academy, the excitement was palpable. A teacher, brimming with enthusiasm, addressed his class, urging them to prepare for the upcoming job transition ceremony. His voice resonated with excitement, fueling the energy in the room as students eagerly gathered their belongings, ready to experience a life-changing event. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere, one student sat silently at the back of the classroom. His name was Lu Fan, and his demeanor stood out among the buzzing energy. While his classmates clamored to leave, he remained seated, his face etched with unease. Noticing this, the teacher approached him, concern flickering in his eyes. "Lu Fan, what's wrong? You're the top student in this class, you have nothing to worry about," the teacher reassured him. But Lu Fan appeared distracted, his gaze unfocused as if he were seeing something no one else could. Suddenly, a translucent screen materialized before his eyes, displaying vibrant text. "Congratulations! The Super Treasure Map system has been successfully activated." For a moment, Lu Fan was stunned, unable to process what had just occurred. The appearance of this mysterious system left him speechless. Before he could dwell on it further, the teacher's voice snapped him back to reality. "Lu Fan! Are you even listening to me?" the teacher barked, his patience wearing thin. Startled, Lu Fan quickly apologized, scrambling out of his seat. "I'm going now." "Sorry, sir," he blurted, hastily making his way out of the classroom. As he descended the stairs, his thoughts raced. A system? His mind whirled with questions. He muttered under his breath, "There's no way I could survive in a world like this without one." Despite his curiosity about its purpose, he decided to push those thoughts aside for now. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, Lu Fan steadied himself. First things first, he resolved. The job transition ceremony awaited, and it was too important to miss. Outside the academy building, a large crowd of students had already gathered. They stood before an elevated stage, where a dazzling object drew their attention, a massive crystalline structure that radiated an ethereal glow. "Is that the job transition crystal?" one student whispered, eyes wide with amazement. "I've never seen one before." "Same here," another added nervously, shifting their weight from one foot to the other. The murmurs grew louder until a commanding voice from the stage boomed across the courtyard. "Quiet," the speaker ordered, silencing the chatter instantly. All eyes turned to the stage, where the ceremony was about to begin, the anticipation in the air thick enough to cut with a blade. As Lu Fan navigated through the dense crowd, snippets of conversation buzzed around him. He passed by a student animatedly sharing his aspirations. "It'd be incredible if I awakened as a hidden combat professional," the student said, his voice brimming with excitement. "Imagine being powerful, admired by thousands." However, his companion wasn't so optimistic. With a scoff, he replied, "Stop dreaming. Hidden combat professionals? In our school? You've got better odds of winning the lottery." He snorted and added with a smirk, "If I end up with a life profession, I'll be begging my ancestors for mercy." Up on the stage, an elderly man stepped forward, his commanding presence drawing the crowd's attention. "Students, the job transition ceremony is about to begin," he announced, his voice clear and authoritative. "Joining me today is the priest who will oversee this year's transitions." The announcement sparked a wave of whispers among the students. They gazed at the priest with awe and curiosity. "That's the professional who manages job transitions?" someone murmured. "Look at his aura," another marveled. "It's so strong. Imagine awakening with an aura like that." While others were lost in admiration, Lu Fan quietly observed the priest. Even from a distance, he could sense the imposing presence of a true combat professional. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by a sudden notification from his system. "New skill acquired, Eye of Appraisal." The unexpected message left Lu Fan momentarily stunned. "Eye of Appraisal," he muttered. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. A translucent interface appeared before him, displaying a glowing icon hovering over the priest. With growing curiosity, Lu Fan tapped on it, and a detailed profile of the priest materialized in front of him. "So, this skill lets me see a person's stats and attributes," Lu Fan thought, his nerves easing slightly as he realized the utility of his newfound ability. Meanwhile, the student's attention shifted to a particular individual in the crowd. Tall, confident, and exuding natural charisma, he stood out among his peers. "That guy must have insane attributes," one student commented enviously. "Look at the way he carries himself. He's a shoo-in for a combat profession." "I heard job transitions are mostly random," another replied. "But yeah, better stats do increase the chances. And he's not just strong, he's ridiculously handsome." Cheers and whispers filled the air as the priest began the ceremony. With practiced ease, the priest raised his hands, invoking his skills. The crowd fell silent as the glowing job transition crystal at the center of the stage began to radiate a mesmerizing light. The tall student stepped forward, his face brimming with confidence as the priest focused his energy on him. The crystal's glow intensified, bathing the stage in its ethereal light, signaling that the transition process had begun. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the stage, anticipation and envy thick in the air. The job transition crystal suddenly flared with a brilliant light, producing a massive, swirling ball of fire that crackled with intense heat. Gasps and murmurs swept through the crowd as students stared in awe. "He's a mage," someone exclaimed, pointing at the glowing sphere. "Not just any mage, he can cast fireballs." "Zhang Tao really became a combat professional," another shouted, their voice tinged with both envy and admiration. The name Zhang Tao echoed through the crowd as the newly transitioned student stepped forward with a smug smile. Raising his hand, he conjured a small, blazing fireball that hovered above his palm. The students erupted into cheers and whispers. "Zhang Tao is incredible. He's destined for greatness," one student gushed. "Yeah, his future is as bright as that fireball," another agreed. "If I were him, I wouldn't let anyone get near me. I'd totally cling to his leg," someone joked, causing laughter among the group. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood silently, his gaze fixed on the stage. Awe mixed with a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. Once someone becomes a combat professional, they can leave behind the mundane life of an ordinary person, he murmured to himself, marveling at the transformation. The elder on stage, however, was far from pleased. His stern expression deepened as he slammed his staff against the ground. "Enough," he barked, his voice cutting through the commotion. "Quiet down and let's continue the ceremony." Reluctantly, the students fell silent as the next candidates were called up. One by one, they stepped forward to face the crystal, their fates unfolding before their peers. A young man approached and completed his transition, a soft green glow surrounding him. "I'm a herbalist," he declared, his voice filled with pride. "I'll carry on my family's legacy." The next participant, a bulky, muscular student, wasn't as lucky. "A tailor," he grumbled, his voice laced with frustration. "This can't be right. I don't even like sewing." A thin, nervous student followed. As the crystal completed his transition, his face fell. "A miner," he stammered, trembling. I don't want this." Standing on the sidelines, Lu Fan observed the proceedings, his thoughts racing. "So, combat professions really are rare," he mused, his expression thoughtful. "Most people end up with life professions instead. It's clear that awakening as a combat professional opens the door to limitless opportunities." He turned his gaze back to the crowd, noting the stark contrast between the students. Those who had transitioned into combat roles were radiant with joy, basking in the admiration of their peers. In stark contrast, those who awakened life professions wore expressions of disappointment, their shoulders slumped under the weight of dashed hopes. For them, Lu Fan thought, awakening as a life professional often means resigning to a life of mediocrity. As his mind lingered on this harsh reality, a voice interrupted his thoughts. The student in front of him turned around and, with a faint smile, said, "Even so, it's still not the worst outcome." The comment caught Lu Fan off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. The boy sighed and leaned closer to Lu Fan, muttering, "Did you hear about Li Ping from Class 3? His family's already struggling to make ends meet, and he got stuck with the most expensive enhancement profession. It's practically worse than a life profession. At least life professions come with a usable skill." Lu Fan's gaze instinctively shifted toward a boy standing off to the side, his shoulders slouched and his face clouded with despair. Li Ping, the student in question, seemed overwhelmed by the weight of his newfound burden. A cold chill ran down Lu Fan's spine as he glanced back at the stage. His own family's financial situation wasn't great either, and he couldn't shake the unsettling thought of what might happen if he ended up in a similar position. Before he could dwell on it further, the sound of his name being called snapped him out of his thoughts. "Lu Fan," the elder bellowed, his voice echoing across the courtyard. Startled, Lu Fan raised his hand hastily. "Here. I'm here," he called back, his voice slightly shaky. Taking a deep breath, he made his way toward the stage. As he climbed the steps, scattered whispers followed him. "Hey, isn't he kind of handsome?" a female student murmured, nudging her friend. "I wonder what profession he'll get." Reaching the center of the stage, Lu Fan found himself standing before the glowing job transition crystal. His heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. No point in being nervous now, he told himself. Whatever happens, happens. The priest began chanting, his voice low and resonant as he activated his skills. Energy swirled around the crystal, and its glow intensified. Lu Fan watched intently as the crystal came alive, radiating a powerful light. Suddenly, an eerie image appeared within its depths, a single, piercing dragon's eye that seemed to look directly at him. The ground beneath the stage began to rumble, causing gasps of alarm to ripple through the crowd. "What's going on? Is this an earthquake?" a student shouted, gripping their friend's arm for balance. Before anyone could answer, a brilliant beam of light shot down from the heavens, enveloping Lu Fan in its radiant glow. The students shielded their eyes, squinting against the brightness. As the light faded, an enormous dragon materialized behind Lu Fan, its scales glistening like molten gold and its presence utterly commanding. "Look," someone exclaimed. "Lu Fan's job transition summoned a dragon." "That's insane," another student added, their voice trembling with excitement. "This kind of phenomenon only happens with hidden professions." "Wait, a hidden profession? Are you serious?" someone else asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, a female teacher standing at the edge of the courtyard hurriedly pulled out her communicator and called Mr. Lee, Lu Fan's homeroom teacher. "Mr. Lee, your class has produced the school's first hidden profession. Can you believe it?" Mr. Lee's voice crackled over the line, filled with awe and speculation. If that's true, and Lu Fan transitions into one of the strongest hidden professions, like a dragon blood warrior or a dragon language mage, he could become a pivotal figure in the Dragon Kingdom's history. He might even rival the legends. The dragon hovering above Lu Fan roared thunderously, its voice shaking the air and sending waves of awe through the gathered students. "It's been 10 years since someone became a dragon blood warrior," Mr. Lee continued, his tone reverent. "And that person is now the Dragon Kingdom's greatest expert," the female teacher added, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Fan. Could he be next? On the stage, Lu Fan stood motionless, the dragon's presence behind him casting a shadow over the awestruck crowd. Mr. Lee and the gathered crowd held their breath as all eyes fixated on Lu Fan, waiting to see what profession would emerge from such a spectacular display. Meanwhile, the massive dragon in the air let out a deafening roar that shook the earth. Without warning, it swooped down toward Lu Fan in a blur of golden scales, its dive triggering an explosion of light and force that sent shockwaves rippling across the stage. Students screamed in alarm, their hands shielding their faces from the blinding light. On stage, Lu Fan flinched instinctively, throwing his arms up to protect himself from the impact. The dragon's immense presence seemed to overwhelm the area, leaving many frozen in awe and fear. The priest and the elder, alarmed by the chaos, rushed toward Lu Fan. The elder reached him first, gripping his arm firmly. "Quickly! What's your profession?" he demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. "Are you a dragon blood warrior? Or perhaps a dragon language mage?" Lu Fan hesitated, his face pale as he avoided the elder's piercing gaze. Taking a deep breath, he bit his lip before muttering, I'm a dragon tamer." For a moment, there was silence. Then, the elder's expression twisted in disbelief, and Mr. Lee's brows furrowed deeply. "A dragon tamer?" the elder repeated, his voice rising with incredulity. "After all that spectacle? That grand scene? And you ended up as a dragon tamer?" The disappointment in his tone was unmistakable. He shook his head, muttering bitterly, "Of all the hidden professions, why the most useless one?" His words cut like a blade, leaving Lu Fan standing there, shoulders slumped under the weight of their expectations. After the job transition ceremony concluded, Lu Fan wandered the streets of Zhong City, his footsteps slow and aimless. The old town district stretched before him, its narrow alleys bustling with life, but he barely noticed the activity around him. His focus was entirely on the glowing screen hovering before him, the system interface only he could see. His eyes scanned the information displayed, his mind replaying the events of the ceremony. The weight of the elder's disappointment and the murmurs of the students echoed in his ears. "You're destined for mediocrity," one student had said, their words biting as they dismissed him. "Humans can't possibly tame creatures as powerful as dragons." Another had nodded in agreement. "Sure, it's a hidden class," they had sneered, "but it's the weakest one in terms of actual strength. What's the point of a title if it can't deliver results?" Lu Fan sighed deeply, the memory stinging like a fresh wound. His gaze hardened as he stared at the system screen. Though the doubts of others weighed on him, a flicker of resolve sparked in his eyes. If the system chose him as a dragon tamer, there had to be a reason. He just needed to figure it out. When one of the students overheard the conversation about dragon tamers being considered the weakest, he turned to the person next to him for confirmation. "Isn't dragon tamer still classified as one of the 3 major hidden professions, alongside dragon blood warrior and dragon language mage?" he asked skeptically. The other student nodded but added with a smirk, "It is, technically. But what's the point? Nobody can even find dragons, let alone tame them. Honestly, it'd be better to choose something like a summoner. At least they can call for creatures that actually show up." Meanwhile, the elder on stage, recovering from his initial shock, attempted to console Lu Fan. Patting his shoulder, he offered a thin smile. "Well, at least you've awakened a hidden class," he said. "Dragon tamers have limitless potential. Who knows? Maybe you'll manage to tame some lesser dragons and still achieve great power." Lu Fan's expression remained grim. Shaking his head, he replied bitterly, "Limitless potential? A dragon tamer without a dragon is nothing but a joke. And even if I somehow found lesser dragons, they're just ferocious beasts. They could never compare to real dragons." His voice dropped as he continued, "In the entire 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been sightings of dragons, but not once has there been a dragon tamer who actually tamed one. Even the strongest humans are like ants before the might of a true dragon. Trying to tame one? It's an impossible dream, nothing more." Lu Fan sighed, his gaze falling to the hidden system interface floating before him. Swiping at the screen, he muttered to himself, "Without a dragon tamer can't unlock skills, let alone grow stronger. What's the point of potential if it's locked behind something unattainable?" His shoulders slumped further as thoughts of his aunt weighed heavily on him. She had sacrificed so much, working tirelessly to ensure he could attend school. Yet now, with this so-called hidden profession, he felt powerless to give her the better life she deserved. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Fan hardly noticed his surroundings until he arrived at a familiar street. The scent of freshly steamed buns wafted through the air, bringing him back to reality. Glancing up at the sign, he realized he'd unconsciously walked home. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan straightened himself and forced a smile onto his face. Pushing open the door to the modest bun shop, he called out cheerfully, "Auntie, I'm home." Inside, his aunt, Han Ki, was busy arranging a tray of piping hot buns. She looked up at the sound of his voice, her face lighting up with joy. "Lu Fan, you're back," she exclaimed warmly. The aroma of the meal she had prepared filled the room as she motioned for him to sit. Despite the heaviness in his heart, Lu Fan's smile widened, knowing he couldn't let his worries dampen her happiness. For now, he would set aside his doubts and cherish this moment of comfort and familiarity. Lu Fan was caught off guard when Han Ki greeted him with an enthusiastic hug, her joy evident in her voice as she exclaimed, "You're back." Before he could respond, she clasped his arm and eagerly led him to the dining table. Her smile was radiant as she said, "Today was your big day. Your job transition must have gone well." As they sat down, Han Ki leaned forward with anticipation. "So? What profession did you awaken?" she asked. Lu Fan hesitated, his shoulders drooping as he struggled to form an answer. His expression turned somber, and Han Ki noticed immediately. Concern flickered in her eyes, but she quickly spoke up to reassure him. "It's okay, you know. Even if you didn't awaken as a combat professional, that's fine by me. I'd just worry if you were out there fighting dangerous battles every day." Before she could finish, Lu Fan cut her off with a quiet, "No, it's not that." His words faltered as he confessed, I awakened as a dragon tamer." His gaze dropped to the table, unable to meet hers. "But it's a profession that's practically useless without a dragon." To his surprise, Han Ki didn't react with shock or disappointment. Instead, she broke into a warm, genuine smile. Rising from her seat, she walked over and hugged him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "A dragon tamer? That's wonderful," she said brightly. "It means you're incredibly strong, even if you don't see it yet." Her voice was steady, filled with unshakable confidence. "No matter what, I'll support you. If you decide to pursue college, I'll do everything I can to help you succeed. And if you don't want to, you can stay here and run the bun shop with me." Lu Fan felt his chest tighten with emotion. Her unwavering support and kind words filled him with gratitude. A small smile tugged at his lips as he said softly, "Thank you, Auntie." Han Ki clapped her hands together cheerfully and said, "Enough worrying for now. Let's eat." She gestured to the feast she had prepared. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he took in the sheer amount of food. This is way too much. How am I supposed to finish all this?" Not long after, Lu Fan found himself back in his small room, lying face first on his bed. As he stared at the ceiling, his thoughts drifted to Han Ki. Her hard-working hands flashed in his memory, and he sighed deeply. "She's only 26, he muttered to himself. Despite pouring years of effort into her life profession, she's still stuck living an ordinary life. She deserves so much better." Lu Fan's resolve grew as he stared at the system interface hovering faintly in his peripheral vision. For her sake, and his own, he would find a way to make his seemingly useless profession matter. Determined to change his fate, Lu Fan clenched his fists, staring at the ceiling with frustration. "I can't just accept this," he muttered, his voice trembling with emotion. "Being a dragon tamer, it's supposed to be a real hidden profession, but only if I can actually find a dragon." His frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist against the mattress. I refuse to live like this. There has to be a way. As his thoughts spiraled, something unexpected caught his attention. A soft chime echoed in his mind, and the system's interface appeared before him. Congratulations. You've unlocked your first feature. A treasure map has been sent. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. A god-tier treasure map? On the very first day, he muttered, his voice filled with surprise. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Of course. The system is called the Super Treasure Map System. That's what it said when it activated. Excitement surged through him as he opened the chest that had materialized alongside the notification. He paused, recalling how he'd only tested the system's appraisal function earlier that day and hadn't explored its true potential. The system's voice chimed in again, providing an explanation. Treasure maps are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and god tier. 3 identical lower-level maps can be combined into one higher-level map. Additionally, you will receive a treasure map every day, each corresponding to a randomly assigned level and location tied to your profession. Lu Fan read the explanation intently, his mind racing. Treasures tied to his profession? Could this be the key to unlocking the potential of a dragon tamer? When he clicked on the chest, a map appeared, displaying a marked location. A notification informed him. Today's treasure map, God tier. Location, stone plains near the mountain range. Danger level, 10. Lu Fan studied the map closely, his fingers tracing the outline of the area. The stone plains, it's not that far from Zhonghai City. If I catch the last suburban bus tonight, I can get there by dawn. Resolve flashed in his eyes as he closed the system screen. He stood up, a new determination swelling within him. If I give up now, I'll spend my whole life struggling at the bottom of society. I won't even be able to repay Auntie Han Ki for everything she's done for me. I can't let that happen. With his mind set, Lu Fan quickly began preparing for his journey, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited him on the stone plains. This was his chance to prove that being a dragon tamer wasn't a curse, but a hidden blessing waiting to be uncovered. The first light of dawn broke over the bun shop, where Han Ki stirred awake. Stretching and rubbing her eyes, she stepped into the kitchen, expecting to find Lu Fan asleep in his room. But her steps faltered when she noticed a neatly folded letter sitting on the dining table. Curious and slightly uneasy, Han Ki picked up the letter and glanced toward Lu Fan's bedroom. The bed was empty. Lu Fan, she called out, but the house was eerily silent. Her gaze shifted back to the letter, and her heart tightened as she unfolded it. In the letter, Lu Fan explained his sudden departure. He wrote that he was heading to the stone plains near the mountains, convinced it might hold the key to rewriting the fate of a dragon tamer. He urged her not to worry and promised he would return safely. His words resonated with determination, but they couldn't dispel the shadow of worry that crept over Han Ki as she clutched the letter to her chest. Meanwhile, miles away, a bus rattled along the winding roads leading out of Zhonghai City and toward the mountain range. Lu Fan sat near the window, the rolling scenery flashing by as his thoughts churned. He replayed the message he left behind, telling Han Ki to wait for his return and that he would do everything in his power to secure a brighter future for both of them. The bus came to a screeching halt at its final stop, and Lu Fan stepped off into the crisp morning air. He glanced at the map displayed on his system screen, noting that his destination lay just ahead. Determination hardened his features as he gripped the straps of his pack. I promised her, he murmured to himself. I'll make sure we have the life we deserve. As Lu Fan moved toward the marked location, he noticed a group of 3 individuals following him off the bus. Their steps echoed his, and their gazes were sharp and calculating. He tightened his grip on his bag, uneasy but unwilling to confront them outright. His unease turned to alarm when he overheard snippets of their conversation. They were planning to ambush him and steal any valuable materials he might find. Lu Fan's heart pounded, but he kept his pace steady, muttering under his breath. One guy asked if he wanted to go together, but Lu Fan ignored him. In this wilderness, murder and robbery are as common as breathing. The 3 strangers blocked his path, their expressions smug and predatory. One, a wiry man with a crooked grin, leaned forward menacingly. Have you made up your mind yet? He sneered. Lu Fan instinctively reached for the dagger strapped to his waist, his hand trembling but firm. No thanks, stay back, he shouted, his voice wavering but loud enough to show he wouldn't go down without a fight. The woman in the group chuckled, blowing him a mocking kiss. Relax, sweetheart, she cooed before turning away. Her companions followed, their laughter echoing behind them. We'll see you around. Lu Fan's jaw tightened as he watched them retreat. Anger flared within him, and he muttered, despicable bastards. He adjusted his grip on the dagger, his knuckles white. A bitter sigh escaped him as he trudged forward. Even in the wilderness, where danger lurks at every turn, it's safer than being stabbed in the back by people like them, he mused aloud. His eyes burned with frustration as he stared at the rugged landscape ahead. Without strength, life is nothing more than a fleeting shadow, he muttered. Easily swept away by the winds of fate. But I won't let that be my story. With renewed resolve, Lu Fan pressed on, his every step echoing his determination to carve a new path for himself, no matter how perilous the journey. Glancing at the map displayed on his system interface, Lu Fan squinted at the faintly glowing marker indicating his destination. I need to move quickly, he muttered, feeling the urgency in his chest. Shortly after setting out, a faint rustling noise reached his ears. Instinctively, he crouched and ducked behind a nearby bush. Peering through the thick foliage, he spotted a herd of level 8 powerhorn horses grazing serenely in the open field ahead. Lu Fan's breath hitched. He knew that these creatures, though not aggressive by nature, would retaliate fiercely if disturbed. At his current level, 10 without any active skills, he wouldn't stand a chance against even one of them, let alone an entire herd. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Forget it. It's not worth the risk." He carefully backed away from the bush, ensuring not to make any sudden noises, and veered onto an alternate path. As the grassy plains stretched endlessly around him, Lu Fan felt far from reassured. His surroundings grew eerily quiet, broken only by the faint rustle of wind and distant animal calls. With every step, he became more alert. The ground was dotted with level 7 giant horn antelopes, their bulky forms grazing lazily, but their large, spiraling horns gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Lu Fan gulped, his voice a low mutter. So much for a safer route. It doesn't feel safe at all. His eyes darted nervously from one antelope to the next as he carefully maneuvered between them. I should be close, he murmured, checking the system map once more. Just a little. His sentence was abruptly cut off when his foot landed on something soft and slimy. A loud, agonized croak shattered the silence. Lu Fan's heart sank as he looked down to see a squished frog writhing underfoot. He froze. The grazing antelopes, startled by the sudden noise, turned their attention toward him. Their glowing eyes locked onto his trembling figure. One let out a guttural bellow, and the rest followed suit, their hooves stomping the ground in sync. "Oh, no," Lu Fan whispered, his face pale. Without another second to think, he bolted. The thunder of hooves behind him sent waves of panic coursing through his body as the herd charged in his direction. "Damn it," he cursed. "I just had to step on that frog." His lungs burned as he sprinted, dodging low branches and thick underbrush in a desperate attempt to lose the stampeding creatures. The ground quaked beneath him, each tremor a reminder of how close they were. Spotting a small ridge to his side, Lu Fan made a split-second decision. He threw himself to the ground, rolling into the grass and out of their path. A sharp jolt of pain shot through him as he hit the uneven terrain, but he gritted his teeth and stayed low. Peering back cautiously, he gasped. The ground where the frog once sat was now a crater, pulverized by the sheer force of the antelope's charge. Among the rubble, a pair of small frog legs protruded pitifully. "That could have been me," Lu Fan whispered, his voice trembling. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he let out a shaky laugh tinged with despair. "If I can't even deal with a skittish giant horn antelope, what hope do I have? Missing my chance out here might seal my fate just like that poor frog." Clenching his fists, he forced himself to stand, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "No," he said, a spark of determination lighting his eyes. "I won't let it end like this." With renewed resolve, Lu Fan trudged forward, keeping an even sharper eye on his surroundings. The path was treacherous, but he had no choice but to push on. As Lu Fan trudged forward, his system suddenly pinged with a notification, breaking the silence of the wilderness. His heart raced as he read the message. He had reached the designated treasure map location. "This is it," he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. His eyes sparkled as they landed on a faintly glowing rock ahead. Approaching it cautiously, he scanned his surroundings for any potential threats. Satisfied that the area was clear, he stepped closer and examined the peculiar rock. Just beneath it, nestled in a hollow, lay an extraordinary object, a black egg, smooth and glossy, emanating a faint, otherworldly aura. Lu Fan's breath hitched. "A dragon egg," he whispered, awe and disbelief blending in his tone. His hands trembled as he gently touched its surface. "This is it," he murmured, his voice growing more resolute. "The treasure that could change everything for a dragon tamer." Before he could fully process the gravity of the moment, a sharp cracking noise pulled his attention back to the egg. Jagged lines spread across its shell, and Lu Fan's eyes widened in realization. "It's hatching," he gasped. The dragon's birth was imminent. Just as anticipation surged within him, a faint rustling noise came from the bushes behind him. Lu Fan's body tensed, and he immediately drew his novice cleaver, a plain but reliable weapon he had carried since his transition. His eyes darted toward the source of the disturbance. So much for smooth sailing, he muttered, gripping his weapon tightly. The underbrush parted, revealing a sleek, feral creature with gleaming red eyes, a bloodthirsty gray fox. Its growl was low and guttural, a warning that it was not to be trifled with. Lu Fan recognized the beast instantly and cursed under his breath. The fox lunged without warning, its sharp teeth sinking into the edge of his cleaver. Lu Fan gritted his teeth as he pushed back, trying to free his weapon from the creature's vice-like grip. The fox snarled, its strength almost overpowering his own. Not today. Lu Fan shouted, summoning every ounce of energy he had. With a battle cry, he twisted his cleaver and managed to force the fox off balance. The beast was flung to the ground with a yelp, skidding across the dirt before scrambling to its feet. Panting, Lu Fan quickly pulled up the system's interface to assess his adversary. The information flashed across the screen. Bloodthirsty gray fox. Skills. Triple claw strike, a swift 3-hit combo with devastating speed. Bloodthirst, boosts attack power as the fox grows more injured. Lu Fan's hands tightened around his weapon as he stared at the snarling beast. Of course, it couldn't be easy, he muttered through gritted teeth. But if I'm going to survive this, I'll need to end it before it gets stronger. Lu Fan stared at the information displayed on the system interface. The bloodthirsty gray fox's abilities made his heart sink. Skills. Triple claw strike, a rapid 3-hit combo designed to inflict severe bleeding. Bloodthirst recovery, regenerates health proportionate to the blood loss of its target. Lu Fan clenched his jaw, his mind racing. The combination of those skills meant the fox could wear him down and heal itself simultaneously, a deadly cycle he had no reliable way to counter. He cast a glance at the dragon egg behind him, its cracks deepening as faint tremors rippled across its surface. Hope flickered within him. If I can just hold out until the dragon hatches, maybe I can use dragon taming, he muttered. But his fleeting optimism was shattered by a blur of motion. The bloodthirsty gray fox lunged at him with startling speed, and Lu Fan barely had time to react. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block the attack. The fox's claws raked his forearm, drawing deep lines of crimson as he stumbled backward. Damn it, he hissed through gritted teeth. The searing pain made it clear, he couldn't afford to drag this out. He had to deal with the fox before it could exploit its bloodthirst recovery. The fox crouched, its muscles coiling like a spring. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he braced himself. It's preparing for the triple claw strike, he muttered, trying to calm his breathing. I've got one shot to stop it. The fox pounced, slashing with ferocity. Lu Fan raised his weapon just in time to block the first strike. His arms trembled under the force of the blow. One down, he murmured, his voice taut with focus. The second attack came even faster, and Lu Fan gritted his teeth as he parried it with a desperate swing of his cleaver. He staggered, feeling his strength wane. 2. The final strike was a blur. With all his remaining agility, Lu Fan twisted his body, narrowly evading the blow. The fox's claws sliced through the air, missing him by mere inches. Now! Lu Fan roared, pouring every ounce of strength into his counterattack. His cleaver came down in a powerful arc, slamming into the fox's side. A spray of blood erupted as the beast yelped and collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain. Without hesitation, Lu Fan drove his weapon downward again, pinning the fox to the dirt. Panting heavily, he pulled his cleaver free, watching as the fox's movement stilled. The system chimed with a notification. Bloodthirsty gray fox defeated. Reward, 120 XP. Lu Fan let out a shaky breath, his body trembling from exhaustion. I did it, he muttered, glancing back at the dragon egg. The cracks on its surface grew wider, a faint glow emanating from within. Lu Fan exhaled heavily, his chest rising and falling as he tried to calm his nerves. Finally dealt with it, he muttered, his eyes briefly shifting to the lifeless body of the bloodthirsty gray fox. Before he could fully relax, a sharp laugh pierced the quiet air, sending a chill down his spine. Well, you actually managed to take it down, a raspy voice sneered. Lu Fan turned, his expression darkening as the group of robbers emerged from the shadows. The old man leading them clapped mockingly, his grin revealing crooked teeth. Impressive work, kid, he said, his tone laced with insincerity. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. You've been following me this whole time, he accused, gripping his weapon tightly. I already told you, I'm not interested in joining your little gang. The woman in the group waved her hand dismissively, her smile deceptively sweet. Relax, handsome. No need to get all worked up, she purred. We just wanted to see if you were lying to us. Lying? Lu Fan growled, his jaw tightening. The old man chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. You said you were a summoner, didn't you? Yet, here you are, fighting tooth and nail with no skills to back you up. Makes one wonder. Lu Fan's grip on his cleaver faltered momentarily, but he quickly masked his unease. Without a word, he kicked the bloodthirsty gray fox's corpse toward them, the carcass landing with a dull thud at their feet. If it's the fox's fur you want, take it. Now leave me alone. The old man crouched, gripping the fox by its tail and inspecting it with a smirk. This? Worth maybe 80 dragon coins at best, he scoffed. His grin widened as his gaze shifted back to Lu Fan. But that's not what we're after, is it? Lu Fan stiffened, his blood running cold as he caught the old man's lingering gaze. It wasn't on him, it was on the dragon egg behind him, still faintly glowing as cracks continued to form along its surface. Bastards, Lu Fan spat, realization dawning on him. You saw me searching for it? The old man stood, his expression turning sinister. Boys, let's not waste any more time. Get him. Lu Fan barely had a moment to react before the muscular brute and the sly woman charged at him. The man rushed forward like a bull, while the woman drew a thin, gleaming blade and pointed it at him with a mocking pout. Such a shame, she cooed, her eyes gleaming with malice. You're too handsome to die here. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, raising his cleaver defensively as he prepared for the inevitable clash. The muscular man grinned victoriously as he grabbed the dragon egg, his large hands cradling it like a prized trophy. What a beautiful egg, the old man marveled, his voice filled with awe as he leaned closer for a better look. Lu Fan's heart raced, panic and desperation fueling his thoughts. No, he shouted, his voice breaking with emotion. That egg is my only chance to turn my life around? He clenched his fists, trembling with rage and helplessness. Just as Lu Fan prepared to lunge forward, a sudden cracking sound silenced everyone. The egg in the muscular man's hand splintered, fine cracks spreading rapidly across its glossy black surface. His grip tightened in shock, but before he could react further, the shell shattered completely. From within the fragments, something dark and swift shot out, moving too fast for their eyes to follow. The robbers froze, staring upward in disbelief. Against the dim light, a shadowy silhouette loomed above them, its form both majestic and terrifying. What is that thing? The woman stammered, her voice shaking. Lu Fan, however, stood rooted in place, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. It's a dragon, he whispered, almost in disbelief. The creature above them was unmistakable, a black dragon, its scales shimmering ominously. The dragon let out a guttural roar and dove toward the robbers with breathtaking speed. The old man, regaining his composure, quickly hurled a potion bottle at the creature. Get away, beast, he barked, his voice trembling with both anger and fear. The dragon tilted its body gracefully, dodging the bottle with an elegance that belied its size. As it maneuvered, the muscular man seized his chance, raising his fist to strike. But before he could swing, the dragon let out another ferocious roar, its aura exploding outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, the man's body was shredded to pieces, the force of the dragon's power leaving only his severed head tumbling to the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he stared in horror at the bloodied remains of his companion. What is this monster? He stammered, his voice barely audible. The black dragon's piercing gaze shifted to the old man, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. No, the old man shouted, stumbling backward. He turned frantically to the woman. Do something. Help me. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood paralyzed, his mind reeling. Even freshly hatched, it's this strong, he murmured in disbelief. No wonder no one can tame a dragon. Their power is unmatched. The woman, overhearing Lu Fan's mutterings, snapped her head toward him. Wait, did you just say this is a dragon egg? She demanded, her voice tinged with panic. Before she could press further, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Her eyes darted toward the source, and her face twisted in terror as she saw blood spraying across the ground. The old man lay motionless in a crimson pool, his body mangled beyond recognition. The black dragon casually plucked pieces of eggshell from its teeth with its claws, as if the carnage it had caused was of no consequence. Its head rose slowly, and its unrelenting gaze locked onto the woman. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably as she took a step back, her expression frozen in pure horror. For the first time, she realized that she wasn't just facing a creature of immense power, she was standing before death itself. Lu Fan didn't hesitate as he shoved the woman aside, her startled cry echoing as she hit the ground with a thud. Standing firm, he glared at her, his voice cold and resolute. You dungeon robbers have no honor, he declared. For daring to steal what's rightfully mine, you've sealed your fate. The black dragon, sensing the shift in Lu Fan's demeanor, growled lowly, its gaze flicking between him and the robbers. As Lu Fan darted toward the dragon, it tensed, its wings twitching in readiness. But instead of attacking, Lu Fan raised his hand, and a brilliant light enveloped him as he activated his dragon-taming technique. The dragon froze, momentarily blinded by the radiant aura emanating from Lu Fan. Its eyes narrowed, both intrigued and bewildered. The woman, still on the ground, watched in shock, her voice trembling. Who are you? Lu Fan turned slightly, a sly grin tugging at his lips. You want to know who I am? He asked mockingly, his voice laced with confidence. I'm no ordinary summoner. I am a dragon tamer. The black dragon let out a deep, rumbling sound that echoed like thunder, its confusion giving way to submission. A system notification chimed in Lu Fan's mind. Black Dragon Covenant established. Skills unlocked, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, Dragon's Inspiration. The woman's expression shifted from astonishment to terror. She scrambled to her knees, her voice cracking as she pleaded. Please, I didn't know it was a dragon egg. Spare me. Lu Fan's eyes darkened as he looked down at her. How many lives have you and your kind ruined with your schemes? He demanded, his voice like ice. I didn't, she stammered, but her words faltered under Lu Fan's piercing glare. Enough, he barked. His voice rang with finality as he gestured toward the black dragon. Go join your comrades in the afterlife. Without hesitation, the dragon lunged at the woman, its sleek form moving with deadly precision. Her screams cut through the air as she tried to flee, but it was futile. The sound of tearing flesh and the splatter of blood marked her end, her cries fading into silence. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson. Lu Fan sat wearily on the ground, leaning against the black dragon's side as he tended to his injuries. He exhaled deeply, his breath fogging in the cool morning air. It's finally over, he murmured, relief washing over him. His moment of respite was interrupted by a rustling sound. Glancing to his side, Lu Fan noticed the black dragon rummaging through his bag with a curious expression. He raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk creeping onto his face. Hey, that's my stuff, he said, his tone softer now. What are you up to, you little glutton? The dragon let out a low rumble, nosing through the bag with unabashed curiosity. Lu Fan shook his head, a mix of amusement and exasperation flickering in his eyes. Despite the chaos that had unfolded, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of camaraderie with the creature that had become his ally. Lu Fan carefully lifted the black dragon into his arms, marveling at the small yet powerful creature. I can't believe this is real, he murmured, his voice tinged with amazement. The dragon growled softly, its small wings flapping in irritation as Lu Fan raised it higher. Amused by its feistiness, he chuckled. So lively already, huh? You've got quite the personality. He paused, allowing his imagination to wander as he pictured himself soaring through the skies on the dragon's back once it matured. A grin spread across his face. With you, I've truly crossed the line between weak and strong, he said, his tone brimming with excitement. If you're this strong right after hatching, I can't even fathom how powerful you'll become after leveling up. Hugging the dragon close, Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. Soon, the title of Dragon Tamer won't be mocked as the weakest class anymore, he declared. His mind raced as he began pondering a fitting name for his new companion. Should I call you Little Cobble? Or maybe Black Diamond? He mused aloud, glancing at the dragon for any reaction. The black dragon, however, seemed uninterested in his naming dilemma. Its gaze was fixed intently on the bandaged wound on Lu Fan's arm. Before he could decide on a name, the dragon suddenly leaned in and began licking the wound with its rough tongue. Startled, Lu Fan yelped, "Hey! What are you doing? Cut it out." Before he could pull away, an intense crimson aura began to radiate from the dragon. The energy surged outward, forcing Lu Fan back as a sharp pain shot through his body. Gritting his teeth, he tried to shield himself, but his eyes widened in shock as he saw the dragon's form enveloped in the glowing red light. A humanoid visage emerged within the aura, adorned with curved horns and otherworldly features. As the energy dissipated, Lu Fan gasped, his eyes locking onto the figure that now stood where the dragon once was. Before him stood a striking red-haired woman, her horns gleaming and her fiery gaze filled with curiosity. Her figure was both imposing and graceful, with a commanding presence that left Lu Fan momentarily speechless. What in the world just happened? He stammered, struggling to process the scene before him. Wait, are you telling me you can transform into a human form too? The woman nodded with a calm expression, her movements fluid and deliberate. Still in disbelief, Lu Fan hastily pulled up the system interface, his fingers trembling as he accessed the black dragon's attributes. Meanwhile, the woman, still exploring her surroundings, seemed to be taking everything in with childlike curiosity. Lu Fan's eyes darted across the screen as the attributes loaded. His mouth fell open as he studied the details. As I thought, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. Taming a dragon, it really unlocks every skill they possess. This is beyond anything I imagined. He looked up, meeting the dragon-turned woman's piercing gaze. Though his mind was reeling, a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. With you by my side, he muttered under his breath, the world won't stand a chance. Lu Fan began explaining the incredible potential of the skills unlocked through his bond with the Black Dragon. Dragon's inspiration, he remarked, is a game changer. It enhances both my strength and the dragon's, granting a 30% boost to all attributes and attack power. He marveled at the skill's potency, noting that it far surpassed the buffs provided by even the most skilled priests. He continued, Dragon Fang Strike isn't just a high-damage ability, it's devastating. And with Dragon Claw, I can channel the dragon's power directly into my own arm, delivering blows that rival her strength. Curiosity piqued, Lu Fan pulled up the Black Dragon's profile and clicked through her stats. As he scanned the information, his eyes widened in astonishment. Even if we disregard her being a newly hatched dragon, her base stats alone are leagues ahead, he muttered, a sense of awe creeping into his voice. Her attributes are 5 to 6 times higher than a normal human's. If I relied solely on my boosted abilities, I could still obliterate combat professions of the same level. When the system displayed her skills and detailed attributes, Lu Fan was momentarily speechless. Each of her attributes was in the triple digits, a staggering revelation. She's only a level 1 hatchling, he murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, with nearly 400 points in every attribute, she's stronger than even the most seasoned human fighters. Not even a human expert 20 levels higher would stand a chance against her. He clenched his fists, sensing the amplified strength coursing through his body. It's no wonder I feel this much stronger, he said, recalling the blood connection they shared. It doubles all my attributes directly. Dragons are on an entirely different level. Reflecting on the strongest hidden job classes, Lu Fan smirked. No matter how powerful they claim to be, nothing can compare to taming a dragon. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is the most powerful hidden job class. While he stood proudly, basking in his newfound power, the Black Dragon was happily chewing on the remnants of her eggshells. Lu Fan chuckled as he observed her behavior. Even though you can take on a human form, it seems you haven't lost your dragon instincts, he remarked with a grin. As the dragon finished her feast, Lu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I suppose I need to give you a proper name, he mused aloud. Gazing at her sleek black scales that glistened in the morning light, he considered her birth. Born in the darkest hour before dawn, how about Zioi? At the mention of the name, the dragon lifted her head and let out an excited howl. Lu Fan laughed. Looks like you like it, he said warmly. Admiring her, he muttered to himself, this treasure hunt may have been dangerous, but it was more than worth it. Glancing at Zioi, who was now sniffing at his bag, he grinned and asked, Are you hungry? Her enthusiastic howl was all the confirmation he needed, and he laughed again, feeling a rare moment of camaraderie with his newly hatched yet immensely powerful companion. Lu Fan decided it was time to hunt for monsters to satisfy Zioi's hunger. We can't just leave the mountains empty-handed, he reasoned, leading the way deeper into the forest. He added that this was an opportunity not only to feed Zioi but also to prepare for the upcoming university trials. The prestigious South Province Scholar Reward and a chance to enroll in the Dragon Kingdom's top university were within reach, but Lu Fan knew he couldn't let his guard down. Leveling up and honing my skills is the only way to secure my spot, he muttered, determination shining in his eyes. He motioned Zioi to follow, and the black dragon eagerly flew close behind. You'll love the monsters in the depths, Lu Fan teased. They'll taste much better than those eggshells. Zioi responded with a delighted howl, clearly thrilled by the idea. Their playful mood shifted abruptly when a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Lu Fan and Zioi froze, instinctively turning toward the source of the noise. Moments later, a pack of creatures emerged from the shadows, charging directly at them. Lu Fan quickly summoned the system's interface to identify their attackers. Plain hyenas, he read aloud, recognizing their ferocity. Unlike the bloodthirsty gray fox he had fought earlier, these creatures were stronger and more cunning, often hunting in coordinated packs. Lu Fan clenched his fists. In the past, these beasts would have been a nightmare, he mused, recalling how much effort it had taken to defeat a single gray fox. But that was before he could strategize, a powerful gust of wind swept past him. Lu Fan shielded his face, realizing the sudden force came from Zioi, who had already taken flight. She soared into the sky, her wings slicing through the air with ease. Lu Fan grinned. Looks like you're eager to fight, he said, his voice steady with newfound confidence. All right then, let's show them what we're made of. With Zioi circling overhead, Lu Fan charged forward, weapon at the ready. For the strongest dragon tamer and his companion, these rocky plains are no challenge at all, he declared boldly. High above, Zioi glided gracefully, her sharp eyes locked onto the pack of hyenas below. Her presence alone was enough to instill fear, but Lu Fan knew that the real show was just beginning. Zioi inhaled deeply, her chest glowing as she prepared to unleash an attack. Without hesitation, she activated her lava flame ability, releasing a torrent of scorching flames that engulfed the plain hyenas. The intense heat not only incinerated her foes but also restored her vitality with every use. Lu Fan watched in satisfaction as the system notifications appeared, 380 experience points earned for each hyena defeated. As Xiaoai continued to reduce the pack to ashes, Lu Fan's level climbed to 2, and Xiaoai advanced to level 3. Not bad, Lu Fan muttered, glancing at his glowing status screen. But he knew they needed something more challenging to gain significant experience. We'll need to hunt an elite monster if we want faster progress, he decided, calling out to Xiaoai. She paused her assault, glancing back at him. Forget the small fry. There's something bigger ahead, Lu Fan said, narrowing his eyes at the faint glimmer in the darkness. From the shadows emerged a hulking creature with razor-sharp claws and an aura of dominance. The monster's guttural growl reverberated through the air as it stepped forward, revealing its massive frame. A level 25 three-skull blood lion, Lu Fan identified, his voice steady but laced with anticipation. An elite leader. Normally, it'd take a team of hunters to bring one down. But we're no ordinary team, are we, he said, smirking at Xiaoai. She let out a fierce howl in agreement. The blood lion snarled, activating its roar skill. The powerful sound wave swept across the battlefield, accompanied by a gust of wind that sent loose rocks flying. Lu Fan gritted his teeth as the lion's stats surged, boosting its attack and defense significantly. The creature wasted no time preparing its next move, Triple Flame. Flames coiled around its 3 heads, forming glowing orbs of fire that threatened to unleash devastation in multiple bursts. Lu Fan acted swiftly. Xiaoai, we need to interrupt that skill, he commanded. Xiaoai growled affirmatively, flames spiraling around her as her aura intensified. The fiery dragoness transformed into a blazing whirlwind, her presence overwhelming the area with heat and pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Fan crouched low, his gaze fixed on the lion. As the beast focused on charging its skill, Lu Fan seized the opening. With a burst of energy, he leapt into the air, spinning as he ascended. Behind him, Xiaoai's fiery whirlwind surged forward, a burning tempest aimed directly at the blood lion. The two worked in perfect synchronization. Xiaoai's whirlwind collided with the blood lion, breaking its focus and scattering the charged flames. Simultaneously, Lu Fan descended from above, his weapon glowing with energy as he aimed for the lion's vulnerable spot. This is how a dragon tamer fights, he shouted, striking with precision while Xiaoai roared, readying her next attack. As Xiaoai's fiery whirlwind intensified, Lu Fan smirked and remarked, "Let me try something new first." The flames around Xiaoai flared even brighter as she activated her dragon true shape skill. With a thunderous roar, she emerged from the fiery vortex, her form more imposing than before. Her scales gleamed ominously as she charged forward, unleashing her skill mighty jaw strike with terrifying speed. She clamped her powerful jaws onto the three-skull blood lion, tearing into its flesh and inflicting relentless bleeding damage. The attack disrupted the lion's triple flame skill, scattering its charged energy into harmless embers. "Well done, Xiaoai," Lu Fan shouted, his voice filled with admiration. Without hesitation, he seized the moment to strike. He gathered dragon energy into his weapon and activated Dragon Fang Strike, delivering a devastating blow that radiated power. The impact sent the massive blood lion crashing to the ground with a pained roar, its body riddled with deep injuries. Lu Fan somersaulted backward, landing with practiced ease as he surveyed the battlefield. The once mighty three-skull blood lion lay motionless, its breath shallow. "It's over," Lu Fan declared confidently as Xiaoai descended beside him, her wings folding gracefully. Moments later, a familiar chime rang in Lu Fan's ears. The system displayed their victory, 23,790 experience points earned each. Lu Fan grinned as he leveled up to level 4, while Xiaoai surged ahead to level 9. "Elite monsters sure are worth the effort," Lu Fan remarked, impressed by the rapid level gains. "Just one of these can boost us by several levels. If we keep this up, we'll be unstoppable." As he caught his breath, the treasure map system activated with a soft hum. A notification appeared, revealing a new treasure map. "Another one?" Lu Fan muttered, his curiosity piqued. The map's details hinted at an exclusive reward for dragon tamers. "Looks like we've got a hunt ahead of us, Xiaoai." Xiaoai howled enthusiastically, her tail swishing with excitement. Without wasting time, Lu Fan motioned her to follow as they headed toward their next adventure. Meanwhile, deep within the rocky plains, hidden among towering boulders, 3 figures stood quietly. A young woman with sharp eyes turned to the older man beside her. "Uncle Ji, are we really going to let this opportunity slip by? Something like this doesn't come around often." The man, Sun Ji, a seasoned warrior, let out a deep sigh. "It's not about what we want," he replied gravely. There's nothing we can do right now. Entry to Secret Realm required at least 5 people. Unfortunately, their group didn't have enough people. He suggested that Kier return to Zhonghai City to gather reinforcements, but Kier immediately shook his head in refusal. Even with my speed, Kier argued, a round trip would take an entire day. By the time I'm back, the Secret Realm will already have vanished. Qin Kuei, a young woman of an unknown combat class, sighed heavily. The Fortune's Secret Realm appears randomly, and its rewards far surpass ordinary dungeons. But it only exists for 24 hours. We definitely won't make it in time. Her frustration was evident as she kicked a loose stone on the ground. Sun Ji, attempting to console her, said, Qin Kuei, there's no need to be so worried. With your abilities, once you get into one of the top 10 academies, you'll have plenty of opportunities like this. Qin Kuei crossed her arms and responded, I know that. But this realm's rewards, it's such a waste to let it slip away. Her voice trailed off, disappointment etched on her face. Suddenly, Sun Ji's expression hardened. His sharp instincts detected movement nearby. Someone's here, he growled, quickly stepping in front of Qin Kuei with his weapon drawn. Kier mirrored his actions, both of them bracing for a confrontation. From behind a nearby rock, a figure casually emerged. Lu Fan appeared with a disarming smile, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Relax, he said lightly. I'm just passing through. Sun Ji scrutinized him from head to toe, noting the dirt and dust covering Lu Fan's attire. You don't look like you belong here. This isn't where a typical material hunter should be, he remarked skeptically. Before Sun Ji could say more, Qin Kuei raised her hand to signal him to stand down. She stepped forward and introduced herself with a polite smile. I'm Qin Kuei, from the Qin family of Zhonghai City, she began. This might seem a little abrupt, but I have a proposal for you. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Go on. Qin Kuei continued, her tone earnest. We need one more person to activate the Fortune's Secret Realm. If you agree to join us, you won't have to do anything inside the realm. Just help us enter. For your trouble, we're offering a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan's steps faltered as he heard the offer, his interest piqued. 100,000 dragon coins? He repeated, as if confirming what he just heard. Inside, his mind raced. The Fortune's Secret Realm? Even the Qin family from Zhonghai City, one of the wealthiest families around, is desperate to enter. If they're this eager, the rewards must be extraordinary. Qin Kuei nodded, sensing his hesitation. Yes, 100,000. And we'll handle everything else inside? Lu Fan tilted his head, considering the proposition. That's quite the generous offer. Why don't you tell me more about this secret realm? Lu Fan nodded as Qin Kuei clarified that they just needed enough people to meet the requirements of the realm. She emphasized that Lu Fan wouldn't need to lift a finger during the exploration and could still walk away with the promised 100,000 dragon coins. As the portal to the secret realm shimmered to life, Sun Ji couldn't hide his excitement. Opportunities like this don't come often, he urged. Let's get moving before it's too late. Lu Fan, however, remained composed. Money isn't what I'm after, he stated calmly, surprising everyone. If we're going to work together, let's allocate the rewards based on contribution. Kier blinked in disbelief, stepping forward. So you're saying you want to split the rewards depending on how much each of us contributes? Are you serious? Lu Fan nodded. Exactly. Qin Kuei raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. Our average level is around 20, she pointed out. You look like you're significantly weaker than us. Are you confident in your skills, or is this just arrogance? Her skepticism didn't seem to faze Lu Fan. Instead, he extended his hand toward her. You'll find out soon enough, he replied with a small grin. Qin Kuei shook his hand after a brief pause and announced to the group, all right, it's settled. Let's head in. As the group prepared to enter the secret realm, Xiaoai remained hidden within Lu Fan's system interface, curled up and sleeping soundly. Lu Fan muttered under his breath, it'd only cause trouble if I revealed her here. Better to wait until I've secured the secret realm's rewards. Moments after stepping into the mysterious realm, Sun Ji couldn't help but glance over at Lu Fan. His sharp eyes quickly noticed something peculiar. You're not carrying any equipment, he remarked. Are you planning to fight barehanded? Lu Fan smirked, amused by the observation. Inwardly, he scoffed at the notion that he was unprepared. Slowly, he extended his hand, and a fiery aura began to swirl around his palm. In an instant, the flames coalesced into a weapon, his newly acquired ink dragon deer ambler sword, an epic-quality blade shimmering with a deep, obsidian sheen and intricate dragon carvings along its hilt. Everyone stared, stunned by the dramatic reveal. I didn't feel the need to show it earlier, Lu Fan explained casually, giving the weapon a quick flourish. I just defeated the three-skull blood lion not long ago. Triggered an advanced treasure map and finally upgraded my weapon. No more relying on that dull starter cleaver. Sun Ji's gaze lingered on the sword, his expression a mix of curiosity and respect. Not bad, he admitted. Looks like you're more prepared than I thought. Qin Kuei crossed her arms, watching Lu Fan with renewed interest. Well then, she said, a sly smile playing on her lips. Let's see if you can live up to that sword in this realm. Sun Ji's eyes widened at the sight of Lu Fan's sword. He couldn't help but marvel at its craftsmanship, noting its extraordinary design. That's quite the weapon, he remarked, his tone laced with curiosity. Judging by your age, I thought you might be a material hunter or perhaps a newly transferred student. Before Lu Fan could respond, Kier interjected with a sharp tone. What does it matter, Sun Ji? We're here to cooperate. Besides, if he's up to anything suspicious, I'll make sure to deal with him myself. Her confidence caught Lu Fan's attention, but before he could say anything, Sun Ji suddenly jumped back with a start. A decayed, rotting hand emerged from the ground near his feet. His eyes darted down just in time to see a level 15 decaying zombie clawing its way out of the earth. Moments later, more zombies began to surface, their grotesque forms staggering toward the group. Sun Ji, watch out! Qin Kuei shouted, her voice tinged with urgency. Sun Ji readied his weapon, but before he could act, a figure leapt in front of him. Xiaojia, a level 20 knight, raised his shield and charged at the nearest zombies, slamming into them with enough force to send their brittle forms stumbling backward. Nice work, Xiaojia. Sun Ji called out, his voice filled with gratitude. Kier, meanwhile, had already drawn her crossbow. With practiced ease, she fired a volley of bolts, each one finding its mark and taking down a zombie in quick succession. Sun Ji joined the fray, his blade cleaving through the decaying creatures. The two of them, a level 28 warrior and a level 23 rogue, made quick work of the initial wave of zombies, their coordination flawless. From the sidelines, Lu Fan observed the group's dynamic with a faint smirk. A warrior, a rogue, and a knight holding the gate, solid team composition, he muttered to himself. His gaze lingered on Sun Ji, noting his strength and precision. Especially with Sun Ji nearing his second-class advancement. They're a capable team. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei stepped forward, gripping her staff tightly as she began chanting under her breath. A radiant, golden aura surrounded her, illuminating the dark surroundings as she unleashed her skill, Holy Light Star Rain. Brilliant beams of light rained down upon the battlefield, striking the zombies with unerring accuracy. The holy energy burned through their decayed flesh, reducing them to ash in moments. The spell's overwhelming power turned the tide of the skirmish, leaving nothing but scorched ground where the zombies once stood. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad, he mused, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. It seems this group has more to offer than I initially thought. As the Holy Light Star Rain skill activated, radiant energy coalesced above, showering the battlefield with beams of starlight. The divine rain dealt devastating holy damage to the undead while simultaneously mending the wounds of nearby allies. The sheer brilliance of the spell lit up the area, pushing back the oppressive gloom. Qin Kuei turned to Lu Fan, explaining, "This is one of the unique traits of my class. The Holy Light Mage, a hidden class, specializes in both offense and healing. Though its damage output isn't as high as a typical mage, and its healing capabilities can't match a priest, it provides a good balance of both." Lu Fan nodded in understanding, his sharp eyes catching the details of her stats. "A level 13 Holy Light Mage, huh?" he remarked. "Another hidden class. And holy damage, it's perfect for dealing with these zombies." Before their conversation could continue, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground. The unexpected quake startled the group, and everyone instinctively braced themselves. The unsettling sound of shuffling and groaning filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Lu Fan's expression hardened as he spotted the source of the disturbance. A wave of decaying zombies began shambling toward them, but their ragged movements hinted at something far more dangerous. "An elite monster has been triggered," he called out, his tone firm. "And it sounds like it's not alone?" As if on cue, multiple level 20 bloodthirsty zombies burst from the ground, their grotesque forms towering over the regular undead. Their bloodshot eyes gleamed with malevolence, and their movements were faster and more aggressive. Sun Ji, ever the strategist, quickly assessed the situation. "An elite wave," he muttered grimly. He turned to Kier and barked orders. "Kier, stick with Qin Kuei and Lu Fan. Protect them at all costs." Without missing a beat, he called out to Xiaojia, his voice steady but urgent. "Xiaojia, with me. We'll hold the front line. We can't let these rotting monsters break through." Xiaojia adjusted his shield, his expression determined as he stepped into position beside Sun Ji. The two braced themselves as the horde surged forward, ready to meet the wave of elite zombies head-on. Kier, meanwhile, notched another bolt in her crossbow, standing guard near Qin Kuei, her eyes scanning for any threats that might slip through. Xiaojia braced himself at the front line, shield raised high, while Sun Ji stood close behind, swinging his sword in a calculated arc. With a powerful leap, Sun Ji activated his skill, Full Moon Slash, delivering a gleaming crescent strike that slammed into one of the bloodthirsty zombies, slicing deeply into its grotesque form. Xiaojia followed up with a fierce lunge, plunging his blade into another zombie's chest. His confidence wavered, however, when he tried to pull the sword free. It wouldn't budge. Panic flickered across his face as he noticed the zombie's rotting flesh writhing unnaturally, clinging tightly to the embedded weapon. "What the? Why won't it come out?" Xiaojia muttered, his voice filled with frustration and disbelief. The bloodthirsty zombies, undeterred, retaliated by activating their skill, Corpse Poison. The malicious ability caused any physical attack against them to infect the attacker, leading to a steady loss of health while the zombies themselves regenerated. Xiaojia's eyes widened in horror as his own health began to drain, even as he struggled to free his weapon. Lu Fan, watching from a distance, quickly recognized the zombie's sinister tactic. "It's corpse poison," he muttered under his breath. A priest's purify skill is needed to dispel it, but Qin Kuei's class doesn't have the ability. Xiaojia's panic deepened when the zombie's decaying flesh slithered up the blade and began grasping at his hand. He called out desperately, "Sun Ji! Help me!" Sun Ji, meanwhile, encountered the same grim fate. The zombie he struck had absorbed his sword into its putrid mass, refusing to relinquish it. Realizing the futility of the struggle, Sun Ji abandoned his weapon. "Xiaojia, let go of your sword now," he barked, his voice edged with urgency. He lunged forward, shoving Xiaojia away from the creature just as it reached for him. "Kier!" Sun Ji shouted, turning to the rogue. "Get up here and cover us." But before Kier could react, a calm voice interjected, "There's no need for that." The group turned to see Lu Fan stepping forward, his expression unreadable. Sun Ji frowned, surprised and skeptical. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Leave this to me," Lu Fan replied confidently, his steps measured as he moved toward the hulking zombies. The bloodthirsty zombie nearest him suddenly let out a guttural roar, its grotesque body swelling as it prepared to charge. Its menacing presence seemed to grow larger with each thundering step. Sun Ji's instincts kicked in, and he lunged to grab Lu Fan, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Get back before you're killed." But Lu Fan remained unfazed. He gently brushed off Sun Ji's hand and continued forward, his eyes fixed on the grotesque monster. His demeanor radiated a quiet yet unshakable resolve. "Let me show you what I can do," Lu Fan said, his voice steady as he prepared to confront the charging zombie head-on. Lu Fan's sword ignited with a blazing aura as he swung it in a precise arc, slicing deeply into the bloodthirsty zombie's grotesque form. The fiery energy seared through the creature, halting its advance. Sun Ji, Xiaojia, and Kier could only watch in astonishment as Lu Fan unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. Each swing of his sword carved through the horde, creating dazzling arcs of fire that cut down the zombies with devastating efficiency. Qin Kuei stood still, her wide eyes fixed on Lu Fan. Awe reflected in her gaze as she observed his effortless movements and extraordinary power. Within moments, the battlefield was cleared. The charred remains of the zombies lay scattered across the ground. Lu Fan, breathing steadily, turned his attention to the others. He approached Sun Ji, who was still too stunned to speak, and extended the warrior's retrieved sword. "Here," Lu Fan said calmly, placing it back in Sun Ji's hands. "You can't afford to hesitate. Keep moving forward." Sun Ji stared at his weapon, then at Lu Fan, his mind racing. Finally, he managed to stammer, How strong are you? That kind of power, there's no way you're just a newly transferred student." Lu Fan shrugged, the fiery aura around him dissipating. "I'm level 14, he replied plainly, his tone matter of fact. "I came to the Stone Plains to train for the great exam." There was no trace of deception in his words. Qin Kuei's head snapped up at the mention of the great exam. "You're taking the great exam too?" she asked, her voice laced with surprise. Internally, she was reeling. A level 14 student, but his attack power outclasses even Sun Ji, who's level 28. How is that possible? Before anyone could say more, a guttural roar shattered the silence. Another bloodthirsty zombie emerged from the shadows, its decayed body radiating malice as it charged toward Qin Kuei. The sudden appearance froze her in place, panic flickering in her eyes. "Qin Kuei, watch out!" Kier shouted as she darted forward, her crossbow at the ready. But just as she moved to intercept, a blur shot past her. It was Lu Fan. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and the zombie, moving faster than anyone could react. With a decisive thrust, he drove his sword into the creature's chest. The impact sent the zombie hurtling backward, its massive frame crashing into a nearby wall. Kier lowered her weapon, staring in disbelief. "He's faster than me?" she murmured under her breath. Qin Kuei exhaled shakily, her hands clutching her staff as she tried to steady herself. Meanwhile, Sun Ji exchanged a glance with Xiaojia, who could only shake his head in stunned silence. Lu Fan withdrew his sword and turned back to the group. "Let's not waste time," he said coolly. "We still have more ground to cover." As Lu Fan pulled his sword from the fallen zombie, he observed calmly, "The level of these zombies is only going to increase as we go further into the village." With a quick flick of his wrist, he sent the blood dripping from his blade splattering to the ground. He turned to the group and declared with confidence, "I'll take the front row. Does anyone have a problem with that?" His bold statement left the group momentarily speechless. Qin Kuei's mind raced as she glanced at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Could he be the person rumored in Zhonghai City? She wondered silently. Breaking the silence, Qin Kuei addressed him. "All right, classmate Lu Fan," she began, her tone steady. "We'll rely on you then. You and Sun Ji will handle the front line while I tend to Xiaojia's injuries. Kier will take the rear for support and cover. If the Mystic Realm Guardian is anywhere, it should be further inside the village." Lu Fan glanced back at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Just call me Lu Fan," he said lightly before turning his focus forward. He strode ahead without hesitation, calling over his shoulder, "Let's keep moving. We don't have time to waste." Sun Ji remained quiet, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. Kier, meanwhile, was busy helping Xiaojia, who groaned in discomfort as he leaned on her for support. As the group moved deeper into the secret realm, Qin Kuei's thoughts lingered on Lu Fan. She murmured to herself, could he really be the rumored dragon tamer? Shaking her head slightly, she dismissed the idea. No, that's impossible. If he were a dragon tamer, it's supposed to be one of the weakest hidden classes. Their trek deeper into the realm was interrupted when another bloodthirsty zombie came crashing face first to the ground, its decaying form stirring up a cloud of dust. The group pressed on, eventually reaching the center of the mysterious village. The area was eerily quiet, but the tension was palpable as they realized they were completely surrounded by zombies. Lu Fan's sharp eyes darted to Xiaojia, who was visibly struggling. "Qin Kuei," he said, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere, "your abilities aren't enough to dispel the corpse poison. His condition isn't going to improve without the right cure." Qin Kuei clenched her fists, frustration flickering across her face as she glanced at Xiaojia's pale complexion. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on the group, but Lu Fan's unwavering demeanor provided a sliver of hope amidst the rising danger. The group's situation grew more dire with each passing moment. Qin Kuei's expression was grim as she reminded everyone, "The teleportation gate won't open until we defeat the Mystic Realm Guardian. We don't have much time. If we delay any longer, Xiaojia might succumb to the corpse poison." Her voice faltered, the unspoken fear lingering in the air. If Xiaojia died, he could turn into a zombie and become a threat to them all. Kier, visibly anxious, scanned the village. "Something's not right," she said. "We've searched the entire area, but there's no sign of the Mystic Realm Guardian." Nearby, Sun Ji was visibly fatigued, sweat trickling down his face as he fought off another wave of zombies. Some managed to creep up behind him unnoticed, their hollow groans growing louder. Despite his weakened state, Xiaojia noticed the threat and forced himself to call out. "Sun Ji! Behind you," he warned, his voice strained. But as the words left his mouth, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. "Xiaojia!" Qin Kuei cried, rushing to his side. Panic flashed in her eyes as she tried to help him up. "Stay with us. Don't give up." At that moment, something unusual caught her attention. A faint glint of light shimmered near one of the crumbling buildings. Alarmed, Qin Kuei's gaze snapped to the structure just as it began to move. The ruined building shifted, its shattered walls coalescing into a massive figure. With a horrifying creak of metal and stone, the form revealed itself, a towering iron-skinned zombie. Sun Ji's body tensed as he gripped his weapon tighter. "That's it," he shouted. "The Mystic Realm Guardian is here." The colossal creature let out a guttural growl, its voice chillingly low. Fresh flesh, it rumbled, its grotesque form advancing toward the group. It wasn't alone. Several smaller zombies had fused into its body, their distorted faces leering from its chest and shoulders, muttering and snarling incoherently. Kier stepped forward, her crossbow already in hand. "Get ready. This is it," she yelled, steeling herself for the battle ahead. The group braced themselves, knowing that their survival hinged on defeating this monstrous guardian. Lu Fan's sharp gaze shifted to Xiaojia's worsening condition, his breathing shallow and skin pallid. Observing the transformation in the iron-skinned zombie, Lu Fan's suspicions solidified. He raised his voice to address the group. "The corpse poison has reached a critical point. That thing is being drawn to Xiaojia. If we don't act quickly, it'll absorb him and grow even stronger." Sun Ji reacted without hesitation, dashing forward to confront the iron-skinned zombie. He leaped into the air and unleashed his moonlight slash, the blade shimmering with energy as it struck the creature's metallic frame. But to his shock, the zombie remained unharmed, not even a scratch marring its hardened surface. What the? How is this possible? Sun Ji muttered, stepping back in disbelief. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan advanced, his fiery aura flaring to life as he gripped his blade tightly. There's no time for trial and error, he said, his tone firm. If we let it continue, we'll be overwhelmed. He aimed for the iron-skinned zombie's head, his blade slicing downward with precision and strength. Flames erupted on contact, but the massive zombie barely flinched. It let out a low growl, its body shimmering briefly as its steel skin ability activated. The creature's defense surged, making its body nearly impervious to attacks. This thing's defense has increased by at least 40%, Lu Fan muttered under his breath. He calculated quickly, his mind racing. We don't have time for small attacks. We need to take it down fast. Meanwhile, the zombie's malevolent gaze locked onto Xiaojia. With a guttural snarl, it began lumbering toward him. Its body glowed faintly as it activated assimilation absorption, a chilling skill that allowed it to fuse with a target, increasing its own power and size. The ground trembled with its every step, the ominous pull of its ability drawing closer to Xiaojia. Not on my watch, Lu Fan growled, determination blazing in his eyes. He dashed toward the creature, releasing a surge of energy that rippled through the air. Turning to Qin Kuei, he called out, use your holy magic. I'll create an opening. Sun Ji, you protect Xiaojia at all costs, don't let anything get near him. As Lu Fan charged, he activated the special power of his weapon, the Ink Dragon Deer Antler Sword. A surge of energy coursed through him as he triggered dragon blood armorization. His arms began to transform, the skin hardening into scaled armor as his hands morphed into massive dragon claws, radiating raw power. The air around him sizzled with heat, and his movements became a blur as he closed the distance between himself and the iron-skinned zombie. The creature growled, its deep, guttural voice muttering, fresh flesh. It lunged at Xiaojia, but Lu Fan intercepted it, slamming his dragonized claw into the zombie's chest. The impact reverberated through the village, forcing the creature back momentarily. Qin Kuei, now's your chance. Lu Fan shouted, holding the creature at bay as his fiery aura intensified, ready to strike again. Qin Kuei nodded firmly at Lu Fan's command, raising her staff as a brilliant glow enveloped her. With unwavering focus, she began chanting her spell. Golden radiance illuminated the battlefield as she unleashed holy light star rain, cascading beams of light descending onto the iron-skinned zombie. Simultaneously, Lu Fan tightened his grip, the transformation of his arm into a dragon claw complete. The black dragon's essence surged through him, amplifying his strength and fueling his fiery strikes. With a determined roar, Lu Fan lunged at the iron-skinned zombie, his dragon claw slashing through its hardened exterior. Each blow struck with such force that cracks began to form in the zombie's impenetrable armor. The iron-skinned zombie howled in agony, its grotesque voice echoing as it began to stagger. Fresh flesh, it growled repeatedly, its voice growing fainter as Qin Kuei's holy light relentlessly sapped its vitality. Kair, observing the scene, gasped in shock as the zombie's massive body started to disintegrate, chunks of its metallic form crumbling to ash. Sun Ji, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. When Lu Fan turned to the group, he calmly remarked, this thing's strength relied on its fusion absorption ability. The larger it became, the more unstable its structure was. Its core, its true body, was buried within. Sun Ji muttered in awe, I've been around the Qin family long enough to meet countless powerful figures, but Lu Fan, you are on a completely different level. You have to be a hidden professional? As the zombie's outer shell continued to collapse, an eerie sight emerged, a smaller, grotesque figure hidden within the ruins of the larger body. Near what had once been its eye, a tiny, deformed zombie revealed itself, its mouth trembling as it whimpered, flesh, must have flesh. Its ghastly appearance sent shivers through the group. Qin Kuei pointed to the smaller form. That's it, the main body, she exclaimed. Before anyone could react, Lu Fan dashed forward in a blur. The tiny zombie shrieked in alarm as Lu Fan's dragon claw descended upon it. You're not escaping, he growled, his voice filled with authority. The claw released a blazing aura as it struck, engulfing the core zombie in searing flames. Burn, Lu Fan commanded, his tone cold and resolute. The tiny zombie screeched as the flames consumed it, writhing in agony. With a final, desperate roar, its form disintegrated entirely. As Lu Fan landed back on the ground, the remnants of the iron-skinned zombie's body erupted in a thunderous explosion, shaking the area. Dust and ash filled the air, and the battlefield grew quiet. Kair was the first to break the silence. Was that it? Did we really just defeat the Mystic Realm Guardian? She asked, her voice a mixture of disbelief and relief. Qin Kuei stared at Lu Fan, her staff trembling slightly in her hand. He really did it, she murmured, her expression one of awe as her gaze lingered on the smoldering remains of the once dreaded zombie. Qin Kuei's cautious gaze lingered on Lu Fan as she thought. I've never seen a skill with such overwhelming power, especially one that could bring down a level 20 boss so decisively, she said, her tone tinged with both awe and curiosity. Just who are you, Lu Fan? The remains of the fallen iron-skinned zombie shimmered and dissolved, leaving behind a gleaming treasure chest. The chest bore intricate carvings, signaling its rarity, and a faint aura of energy radiated from it. It was unmistakably the reward of defeating the Mystic Realm Guardian. Qin Kuei stepped forward and called out to Lu Fan. We'll follow the agreed-upon arrangement and distribute the items fairly, she said firmly, glancing at the others. Her expression softened as she added, before, we underestimated you and spoke without understanding your strength. I hope you can forgive us for our earlier rashness. Sun Ji, standing to the side, gave a sheepish laugh. Honestly, with your power, Lu Fan, you could have cleared this hidden realm all on your own. Right now, it feels like we're just along for the ride. Lu Fan waved off the praise with a modest smile. You give me too much credit, Sun Ji. As for the distribution, that's for Qin Kuei to decide, he replied. When Qin Kuei opened the chest, a golden light momentarily spilled out, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he studied the contents. His brows furrowed slightly, betraying his unease. The chest contained a strength potion, which temporarily boosted physical power upon consumption, an antidote potion capable of neutralizing corpse poison, and a pair of morning bracers, which glimmered faintly with enchantments but lacked the grandeur expected from such a dangerous realm. Kair, peering over Qin Kuei's shoulder, frowned. Is that it? Those are all the rewards from a level 20 mystic realm? She asked, her disappointment clear. Sun Ji scratched his head, his expression mirroring her sentiment. For all that effort, this feels underwhelming, he muttered. Qin Kuei, maintaining her composure, handed the antidote potion to Sun Ji. Quickly, give this to Xiao Jia. He needs it immediately to counteract the corpse poison, she instructed. As Sun Ji rushed to comply, Lu Fan's gaze remained fixed on the chest, his expression thoughtful. It doesn't add up, he said quietly, drawing everyone's attention. A level 20 Mystic Realm Guardian should yield far better rewards than this. There's something missing. His words hung in the air, a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Qin Kuei looked at him, her brows furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Lu Fan didn't answer right away. Instead, he scanned their surroundings, his sharp gaze probing the shadows. Let's just say that a realm of this level rarely gives up all its secrets so easily, he murmured. We might not be done here just yet. Qin Kuei approached Lu Fan, holding out the morning bracers with a determined expression. These belong to you, she said firmly. Along with the strength and antidote potions. You earned them, so take them all? Lu Fan accepted the items after a moment of hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. The Qin family certainly knows how to honor their agreements, he remarked, his tone neutral but appreciative. Meanwhile, Sun Ji was preoccupied helping Xiao Jia drink the antidote potion, gently urging him. How are you feeling now? Is it working? He asked, concern etched on his face. As Lu Fan equipped the morning bracers, their faint glow signaled their activation. He tucked the remaining potions into his inventory, his mind preoccupied with the peculiarities of the realm. Just then, Qin Kuei broke the silence, her brows furrowed in thought. It's strange, she began, glancing around the village. We defeated the Guardian, but there's still no sign of a portal appearing. Kair chimed in, glancing at the ruined surroundings. Should we spread out and search? Maybe it's hidden somewhere nearby, she suggested, though her voice carried a note of uncertainty. Lu Fan's expression darkened, and he shook his head. No, he cautioned, his tone firm. Don't wander off yet. Something isn't right. His gaze flickered as he summoned his system interface, scanning the status of the realm. His eyes sharpened as he read the notification, realm progress, incomplete. His voice cut through the group's growing unease. The iron-skinned zombie wasn't the final boss, he announced, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Sun Ji turned to him, bewildered. How can you be so sure? Did you find something? Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Kuei's face paled, and she stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the village outskirts. Wait, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I sense it now. As a holy light mage, I can detect lingering dark energy. Something sinister is close. She gestured toward the edge of the village, where a murky fog was beginning to creep in from the direction of Grief Lakeside. The fog seemed alive, pulsating with an unnatural aura. Qin Kuei pointed toward it, her voice low and tense. It's there. Whatever it is, it's watching us. As Sun Ji approached the lake's edge, he peered into the murky waters, speaking aloud to break the tension. If Qin Kuei says the boss is near, then it has to be around here somewhere. He scanned the surroundings, unaware of the ominous presence lurking beneath the surface. The dark figure submerged in the water stirred, and multiple eyes on its tentacle-like limbs snapped open, glinting with eerie light. Lu Fan, attuned to the subtle shift in the atmosphere, suddenly tensed. "Get ready, it's coming," he called out, his voice sharp with urgency. The group barely had time to react before massive, tentacled appendages surged out of the lake, dripping with water and brimming with writhing eyes. The entity's entire presence was shrouded in mystery, no name, no level, nothing to indicate what they were dealing with. Sun Ji's expression hardened as he stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly. "This has to be the final boss," he declared, his resolve unwavering. The creature struck first, one of its colossal limbs lashing out. Sun Ji braced himself, using his skill to create a barrier against the attack. "Everyone, take cover," he shouted, gritting his teeth. The force of the strike proved overwhelming, and with a loud crash, Sun Ji was sent flying, slamming into the ground. The group gasped in alarm as they rushed to check on him. Before they could regroup, Qin Kuei froze as a suffocating presence loomed behind her. She turned just in time to see one of the massive, grotesque arms descending toward her. Fear rooted her to the spot, and all she could do was raise her staff in a futile attempt to shield herself. Her eyes squeezed shut, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, a blur of movement cut through the chaos. Lu Fan darted forward with incredible speed, grabbing Qin Kuei and pulling her out of harm's way just as the monster's limb closed in. The force of his rescue sent them skidding across the ground, his boots scraping against the earth as he came to a halt. Qin Kuei's face flushed with a mix of shock and embarrassment as she realized what had just happened. "Are you okay?" Lu Fan asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Qin Kuei could only nod, her words caught in her throat. The rest of the group quickly surrounded them, visibly relieved that she was unharmed. But their respite was short-lived. Kair, who had been scanning the area, suddenly froze in place, her expression stricken. "It's not over," she whispered, trembling as a cold, oppressive aura washed over them. The monstrous entity began to emerge fully from the lake, its towering form dwarfing everything around it. The ground shook with each step it took as it advanced onto land. The group stared in stunned silence, their weapons clenched tightly. As the water slid off its grotesque form, something even more horrifying was revealed, a chained woman embedded in its torso, her eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. The sight sent chills through the group, and they instinctively stepped back. "What is that thing?" Sun Ji murmured, his voice barely audible over the sound of the creature's heavy, thunderous movements. The entity revealed itself as a level 25 grieving specter, its ominous presence radiating a sinister energy. Kair's voice trembled as she confirmed, "This is the real boss." Sun Ji stepped forward, positioning himself between the specter and Xiao Jia. "Stay behind me. I'll hold it off," he instructed firmly. Xiao Jia, still weak but determined, shook his head. "I can still fight. I won't just stand here and do nothing." "Stop being stubborn." Sun Ji barked, frustration evident in his tone. "You've just recovered. Leave the fighting to us." As the argument unfolded, Lu Fan stepped in, his tone calm yet commanding. "Sun Ji, Xiao Jia, focus on holding the line. I'll handle the boss. If it's a zombie, there's only one way to win, I'll destroy its main body." The grieving specter let out a deafening screech, her spectral form glowing with a sickly light. With a sinister wave, she activated corpse chi envelopment, releasing a toxic aura that spread through the realm. The air grew heavy, and the group felt an immediate drain on their strength, their attributes reduced by 20%. Xiao Jia winced in pain as the corrosive energy gnawed at his weakened body. Lu Fan, undeterred by the oppressive aura, charged forward with unyielding determination. As one of the specter's grotesque, clawed hands lashed toward him, he sidestepped nimbly, evading the strike with precision. His eyes locked onto the chains binding the specter's main body, and with a quick leap, he landed atop them, using the chains as a makeshift path. The grieving specter screeched in surprise, her multiple eyes narrowing as she noticed Lu Fan's bold maneuver. "He's coming straight for the core," she hissed in disbelief. From below, Qin Kuei shouted, her voice urgent. "Lu Fan, watch out for the chains. They're dangerous." Before Lu Fan could respond, the specter activated Chain Lash, her chains springing to life with a sharp, metallic crack. The heavy links surged toward him like serpents, their sheer force threatening to crush anything in their path. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he narrowly dodged the first strike, but the second caught him off guard, slamming into his side. The impact knocked him off the chains, sending him plummeting toward the ground. The grieving specter howled triumphantly, her chains whipping through the air in a deadly frenzy. The others gasped in alarm as the massive, thrashing chains turned toward them. "Scatter!" Sun Ji yelled, rallying the group. He braced himself, raising his shield to deflect an incoming strike. The sound of metal clashing against his defenses echoed through the air as the chains rebounded, but the force of the impact sent him staggering backward. Qin Kuei quickly raised her staff, chanting a protective spell to shield herself and Xiao Jia. Meanwhile, Kair dodged nimbly, her heart racing as the chains narrowly missed her. Sun Ji shouted urgently, "Qin Kuei, stay alert." Meanwhile, Xiao Jia activated his charge skill, rushing forward, while Kair knocked an arrow and aimed at the specter. As Lu Fan stumbled and lost his footing on the chains, another of the specter's grotesque hands lunged toward him. Kair's arrow, glowing faintly with energy, streaked through the air and struck the specter's hand just in time, causing it to recoil. Lu Fan glanced back, startled by the well-timed attack. His expression quickly turned stern as he called out, "Stop taking reckless shots. If you keep this up, you'll all get killed." Refocusing, Lu Fan gripped the chains tightly and crouched low, using them as a springboard to propel himself forward. The chains groaned under his weight but carried him closer to the specter's core. "Fall back, now," he commanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. With a burst of energy, he activated Dragon Fang Strike, channeling his dragon chi into his weapon. The ink dragon scale sword glowed fiercely before he unleashed a devastating slash. The grieving specter let out a piercing shriek, the strike tearing through her defenses. The air trembled from the impact, but she wasn't done yet. Recovering from the attack, the specter retaliated with chain lash, sending her massive chains thrashing wildly in all directions. Lu Fan leapt from the chains just as they whipped past him, the force sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Mid-air, he activated Dragon Blood Armor Transformation, his body undergoing a partial dragonization. The black dragon scale sword radiated an ominous power as scales formed across his arms, his strength surging. His right arm transformed into a fearsome dragon claw, its dark aura pulsating with power. Lu Fan descended with precision, activating Dragon Claw, which harnessed the full strength of his transformed arm. With a powerful swipe, he severed the specter's chains, the massive links falling to the ground with a thunderous crash. The others watched in awe as the once imposing chains lay broken, their malevolent energy dissipating into the air. "He's incredible," Xiao Jia murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Kuei gripped her staff tightly, her voice filled with both awe and concern. "Is this the true power of the dragon scale sword?" Lu Fan landed gracefully, his dragonized arm shimmering in the eerie light. Without missing a beat, he fixed his gaze on the specter's core. "This ends now," he declared, his aura blazing with renewed intensity. Sun Ji's voice rang out urgently. "We can't handle this, boss. We need to retreat for now." Qin Kuei nodded in agreement, her tone heavy with resignation. "Lu Fan, if you keep stalling, you're putting us all in greater danger. Let's fall back while we still can." Standing firm, Lu Fan turned to Sun Ji and gave a clear command. "Take everyone and head back to the village. The zombies have already been dealt with there, so it'll be safer. Leave this to me." Qin Kuei hesitated, worry etched across her face. "But what about you? You're going to face that thing alone." Lu Fan's eyes sharpened. "I'll cover your retreat. Don't argue, just move." Kair called out to Qin Kuei, urging her to act. "We don't have time to waste. Let's go." Qin Kuei reluctantly nodded, muttering bitterly, "We're completely useless. He's the only one who can fight this thing." As the group began their retreat, Lu Fan muttered under his breath, "Even without the attribute debuff, you wouldn't be able to help much. Better to let someone who can handle this stay behind." His gaze locked onto the grieving specter, whose anguished scream reverberated through the air. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his hand and activated a portal. "It's time," he said, his voice steady. "Xiao Yi, you can come out now." From the swirling vortex, Xiao Yi emerged in her magnificent dragon form, her scales shimmering like molten metal. With a deafening roar, she charged at the grieving specter, sinking her razor-sharp teeth into one of its grotesque hands. The specter screeched in pain, thrashing violently to shake her off. Meanwhile, Sun Ji, Qin Kuei, and the others had paused at a safe distance, drawn by the commotion behind them. "What's going on back there?" Xiao Jia asked, squinting through the fog of battle. Kair's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Wait. Is that a dragon? Did Lu Fan actually summon a dragon?" Their astonishment grew as they watched Xiao Yi launch a fierce assault. She unleashed her giant jaws assault skill, a high-speed charge followed by a savage bite that tore into the specter's flesh, leaving deep, bleeding wounds. Each strike radiated raw power, forcing the grieving specter onto the defensive. Qin Kuei's eyes widened as she whispered, "Lu Fan. Who are you really?" Xiao Yi roared again, her majestic form dominating the battlefield as she fought alongside Lu Fan, the tides of the battle beginning to shift. The grieving specter shrieked in agony as Xiao Yi's relentless assault tore through her defenses. With a mighty leap, Xiao Yi slashed through the chains that bound the specter, her claws gleaming with ferocious power. The specter wailed as she was forced backward, her massive form collapsing into the lake with a resounding splash that sent waves rippling across the surface. Foamy bubbles began to rise, breaking the lake's eerie stillness. Kair, watching from a distance, hesitated before asking, "Did Lu Fan actually defeat her?" Sun Ji shook his head in disbelief, his voice tinged with awe. That was terrifying. A boss this powerful, dismembered in just a few strikes. I've never seen anything like it. Xiao Jia, wide-eyed and pale, nodded slowly. I swear I saw it with my own eyes. That dragon, it wasn't just an illusion. It's real. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei's mind raced as she observed the scene. Her thoughts lingered on the rumors she'd heard from Shanghai City. Could this enigmatic man be the one they whispered about? The dragon tamer, Lu Fan? As silence began to settle over the battlefield, an ancient memory stirred within the grieving specter's tormented cries. 3 centuries ago, she had been a young woman in the quiet village near the lake. Protected by the church, she lived a peaceful life, far removed from the perils of the outside world. But that tranquility shattered when a devastating plague swept through the village, leaving death and despair in its wake. The village, overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpses, could no longer bury their dead. Bodies were piled by the lake, their lifeless eyes reflecting the anguish of the living. Consumed by desperation, the woman had sought to save her people, but her efforts bore no fruit. Her healing failed, and she turned to summoning spirits, giving the grieving villagers a chance to bid their final farewells. But instead of gratitude, she faced condemnation. The church, once her sanctuary, turned against her. The priests, claiming she was the harbinger of the plague, accused her of bringing ruin to their lives. "You must be chained," they demanded, binding her with heavy iron as they cursed her name. They painted her as a malevolent witch and cast her into the lake, sealing her fate. Despair etched deep into her soul. The woman, now the grieving specter, cried out, "Why? Why do you treat me this way? All I wanted was to save you. Even if I couldn't heal the sick, I gave you a chance to say goodbye. What did I do wrong?" Her anguish echoed across time, a haunting lament that still resonated in the realm she was forced to inhabit. The villagers' betrayal, the crushing weight of their false accusations, and the chains of their hatred had forged the monstrous specter now lying dormant beneath the lake's surface. As the group caught their breath, several turned toward Lu Fan with curiosity. "How on earth can you summon a dragon?" one of them finally asked, disbelief clear in their tone. Before he could respond, another pointed out, "The portal's ready. We can leave the secret realm now." But Lu Fan's gaze remained fixed on the lake. "No," he said firmly. "If the portal hasn't appeared yet, it means the boss isn't dead. It's not over." Before anyone could argue, the stillness of the lake was broken. Water erupted in all directions as the grieving specter rose once again, her voice trembling with anguish. Her haunting cry echoed, filled with despair and unanswered questions. "Why? Why must this happen?" she wailed as water swirled violently around her towering figure. The group instinctively readied their weapons, their tension palpable. The specter's mournful demands turned to seething curses as her body began to shift. With a piercing scream, she unleashed her wrath, transitioning into her second form, Morning Grudge, a level 25 nightmare difficulty boss. "Be careful," Kair shouted, gripping her bow tightly. "She's entering her second phase." The Morning Grudge let out a roar, absorbing the water surrounding her into a massive torrent. With a furious motion, she launched the swirling mass of water toward the hunters. "None of you will leave this place alive," she threatened, her voice carrying an edge of madness. Zhao Yi stepped forward, her draconic aura radiating strength. Activating her unique skill, Black Dragon Bloodline, her body shimmered with defensive energy. The system notified her allies, damage received reduced by 50%, all debuffs nullified, and self-recovery rate increased by 500%. With an ear-splitting roar, Zhao Yi intercepted the water attack, the force of the impact creating shockwaves that shook the ground. Elsewhere, Kair leaped aside to avoid another water projectile, but her relief was short-lived. The water coiled and surged toward her, ensnaring her in an unyielding prison. "Kair!" Qin Kuei screamed in alarm, rushing toward her friend. Kair grimaced, struggling against the water's grip. "It's no use," she shouted. "I can't break it. The system says this is body of resentment, immune to all physical damage." She clicked her tongue in frustration before her expression softened, guilt washing over her. "I'm sorry, Qin Kuei. It looks like this is the end for me." "Don't say that," Qin Kuei cried, her voice trembling. "If anyone's to blame, it's me. I was the one who insisted we explore this secret realm. I've put everyone in danger." Before the weight of despair could crush them, Lu Fan's voice cut through the chaos. "Are you all just going to give up now?" His words carried an unshakable resolve, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to him, momentarily stunned by his unwavering determination. If you can still stand, then fight, Lu Fan declared, gripping his weapon tightly as the battle raged on. We're not leaving this realm until we finish what we started. Qin Kuei stepped forward, frustration clear in her voice. I'm the only one here with magical attacks, but my level isn't high enough to deal significant damage, she exclaimed. Suanji clenched his fists as he scanned the battlefield, muttering grimly, the boss is completely immune to physical damage. We can't even defend ourselves effectively. Turning to Lu Fan, he asked urgently, do you still have magic attacks you can use? Before Lu Fan could answer, the Morning Grudge let out a piercing wail and activated her skill, Lamentation Impact. A dark aura radiated from her, spreading like a suffocating fog. The system notified them of the skill's effects: low chance of instant death, if not triggered, inflicts heavy damage and applies debuffs including corpse poison, bleeding, and stun. I can't, Lu Fan admitted calmly, despite the chaos. But, he glanced at Zhao Yi, his dragon companion, who exuded a fierce energy. My dragon can. Qin Kuei and the others exchanged uncertain glances. A dragon? Kair questioned in disbelief. But with the level difference, how effective could it possibly be? As if to answer her doubts, Zhao Yi roared, her scales gleaming with a fiery black sheen. Activating her skill, Black Dragon Bloodline, she exuded an aura that granted her immunity to instant death, poison, bleeding, and stun. Lu Fan smirked, addressing the group with a firm voice. The attributes of a dragon are on a completely different scale compared to humans. Don't underestimate her. Meanwhile, the Morning Grudge's voice echoed with anger and denial, her distorted form trembling with resentment. It wasn't my fault, she cried, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. With another wave of her hands, she unleashed Lamentation Impact once more, sending waves of dark energy surging toward the group. Zhao Yi surged forward, her immense form shielding the hunters. The immunity effects of her Black Dragon Bloodline absorbed the brunt of the attack, leaving her unscathed. The ground trembled beneath her as she let out a defiant roar, challenging the Morning Grudge's power. Lu Fan seized the moment, calling out to Zhao Yi. Now, he commanded, activating his skill Dragon Inspiration. A radiant energy engulfed Zhao Yi, amplifying her abilities and bolstering her attacks. The atmosphere shifted as the once doubtful hunters saw the tide of the battle begin to turn. Lu Fan activated his skill, Dragon Inspiration, enveloping both himself and Zhao Yi in a radiant aura. The energy surged through them, enhancing all attributes and significantly boosting their attack power. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi unleashed her skill, Lava Blaze. Flames erupted from her maw, roaring forward in an unrelenting stream that scorched everything in their path. The intense heat radiated through the battlefield, singeing the very air. The Morning Grudge writhed in agony, her anguished screams echoing around the secret realm. No! This can't be, she cried as Zhao Yi's flames consumed her, relentless and fierce. Qin Kuei stood frozen in disbelief, her voice catching in her throat. Suanji could only shake his head in awe and mutter, This is pure devastation. Amid the chaos, Kair yelped in protest, shielding herself from the blazing heat. It's too hot, she complained, wiping sweat from her brow. Zhao Yi pressed on, her draconic form towering over the battlefield. It's over, she declared with unshakable confidence, her voice resonating with triumph. The Morning Grudge's form began to crumble under the relentless onslaught of flames. Her final screams filled the air as her body burned away. No! This isn't the end, she wailed. In a desperate last act, she activated her skill, Will of Resentment. A wave of malevolent energy erupted from her, and purple smoke enveloped the area. The skill's effect resonated through the realm, reviving the countless corpses that lay hidden. As the smoke began to clear, the Morning Grudge's form disintegrated, fading into embers. Where her body once stood, a treasure chest emerged from the dissipating haze, glinting faintly in the glow of the flames. Zhao Yi reverted to her humanoid form, her energy settling. A notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind, Zhao Yi had leveled up. He gave her an approving nod. Well done, he praised, a rare smile breaking through his stoic demeanor. Another notification followed, confirming that Lu Fan himself had increased level 5. Victory was theirs, though the challenges of the secret realm were far from over. As the portal shimmered into view, Suanji exhaled in relief. It's finally over, he muttered, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Zhao Jia, coughing from the lingering smoke, pointed out with irritation, about time. This whole ordeal was like endless walking. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei checked on Kair, asking, Are you all right? Kair nodded, though she looked visibly drained. Suddenly, a chilling sound interrupted their brief respite, the groaning and shuffling of the undead. Suanji and Zhao Jia snapped to attention, their faces pale as they realized the corpses in the village were rising once more. The zombies! They're back! Zhao Jia shouted, gripping his weapon tightly. Out of nowhere, Zhao Yi reappeared, her presence exuding dominance. Suanji stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What's that?" he asked, his voice trembling. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi activated her skill, lava blaze flames erupted in a fiery torrent, engulfing the undead in a scorching inferno. The air was filled with the agonized screams of the zombies as they were reduced to ash. "That's the giant dragon?" Suanji stammered, still in shock. Qin Kuei, however, confirmed with a nod, "Yes, Zhao Yi took them down like it was nothing. We struggled so much, and she obliterated them effortlessly." Lu Fan approached, his tone calm yet authoritative. "Zhao Yi is the black dragon," he explained. "This is child's play for her." Turning to Qin Kuei, he added, "The boss has been defeated. There's no need to remain so tense. Once the rewards are distributed, we can prepare to leave." Lu Fan continued, "By the rules, I'll choose first. Any objections?" His gaze swept across the group. Qin Kuei quickly shook her head, responding, "No objections here. You've earned it." Lu Fan opened the chest, and a dazzling light poured out, momentarily blinding them. Inside lay an array of treasures. 1. The Holy Light Staff, a radiant weapon containing the Holy Light Seal, which allowed the wielder to bind enemies with beams of light. The duration of the binding depended on the user's spirit attribute. 2. Twilight, a mystical item with the light flow ability, enabling the creation of a protective barrier made from beams of light. 3. The Ring of Morning, an enchanted ring imbued with the morning aura, allowing the user to designate a target to bear an aura that inflicted resentment points with every attack. 4. The Class Change Scroll, a rare item that granted a chance for non-hidden classes to evolve into their superior hidden counterpart. Lu Fan reached into the chest and picked up the Class Change Scroll without hesitation. "I'll take this," he declared, his voice firm. Qin Kuei responded immediately, her tone both admiring and sincere. "There's no need to hold back on our account. You carried us through this. It's only right." As the group began preparing to leave the realm, the tension lifted, though their minds still reeled from the trials they had just survived. As per the rules, all the items in the chest technically belonged to Lu Fan, yet he made it clear that he wasn't trying to act noble. "It's not about pretending to be a gentleman," he explained. "The gear with spirit-related attributes suits you better. However, I truly need the Class Change Scroll." Qin Kuei, looking thoughtful, responded, "If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out alive." With a resolute expression, she extended the Ring of Morning toward him. "At least take this. You've earned it." Lu Fan hesitated for a moment before accepting. "All right," he said with a small smile. "I won't refuse then." Meanwhile, Suanji called out to the group, urging them to prepare for their return. As they began organizing, Qin Kuei couldn't help but reflect on Lu Fan. What else is he hiding, she wondered, her gaze lingering on him. He's so difficult to figure out. 4 hours later, as the evening settled over Zhonghai City, Lu Fan found himself in a small, bustling bun shop. Without warning, Han Qi rushed toward him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "Lu Fan," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "That was far too dangerous. Just hearing what you've been through these past few days makes my heart race. I can't believe you encountered so much peril." Caught off guard, Lu Fan awkwardly patted her back. "Hey, what's wrong?" he asked gently. "You should let go of me. I've been out in the wild for days, my clothes are filthy." But Han Qi only tightened her grip, tears streaming down her face. "You're not dirty," she cried. "You left without saying anything. I haven't been able to sleep for nights, afraid that it was all a dream. I feared I'd wake up, and you still wouldn't be back." Lu Fan's expression softened as guilt flickered in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said earnestly. "I shouldn't have left the city without talking to you first. But I promise, you don't need to worry anymore. I won't make you go through that again." Han Qi sniffled, wiping her tears. "All right," she whispered, finally loosening her hold. "I'll trust you." Turning her attention to Zhao Yi, Han Qi's tone brightened with awe. "I have to admit," she said, her voice tinged with amazement, "when I first saw you, I was so startled. I mean, who would have thought such a cute girl could be an incredibly powerful dragon?" Zhao Yi, standing tall in her humanoid form, let out a low, proud roar in response. The sound was both playful and imposing, bringing a warm smile to Lu Fan's face as the tension of their previous battles finally began to fade. Han Qi looked at Zhao Yi with concern. "You probably haven't had much to eat these past few days, right? Are you hungry?" she asked warmly. When Zhao Yi nodded eagerly, Han Qi smiled. Before she could head to the kitchen, Lu Fan called her over and handed her a scroll. "Here," he said, presenting the Class Change Scroll. "This was a reward I picked specifically for you after clearing the dungeon. If you use this, you could unlock a hidden class. You wouldn't have to stay tied to the bun shop anymore." Han Qi blinked in surprise but quickly shook her head. "This is way too valuable," she protested. I can't accept something like this. Why don't we sell it instead? Lu Fan chuckled softly. I left the equipment and weapons for Qin Kuei. If we sold this scroll, we'd only get enough to buy a couple of items, and honestly, I don't need more gear for the big exam. I'm already well prepared. He continued, besides, I'm not exactly short on money or equipment. To prove his point, he opened his account on the Dragon Garden Zhonghai Silver Bank, revealing an impressive balance. Han Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. How? She stammered. I sold a lot of materials during this trip, Lu Fan explained. And don't forget, Qin Kuei promised a reward of 100,000 as well. Trust me, we won't have to worry about money anymore. Han Chi was visibly moved by his assurance, but she hesitated. Lu Fan placed a hand on her shoulder, his tone firm yet kind. Take the scroll. It's best if you use it right away. After a moment's pause, Han Chi nodded. All right, I'll trust you. She unfolded the scroll, and it emitted a radiant light that engulfed her. As the scroll disintegrated into glowing fragments, Han Chi stood still, her eyes closed as the system processed her class change. When the light faded, Lu Fan approached her with curiosity. Did it work? Han Chi's face lit up as she nodded. It worked. I've become an enchantment chef, a superior hidden class for chefs. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Enchantment chef? What's special about it? With excitement, Han Chi explained, I now have a skill called enchantment cooking. I can create dishes that grant various buffs. It's amazing. And with my existing cooking skills, the buffs will likely have high additional attributes. Lu Fan grinned. That sounds incredible. You'll make us unstoppable? Han Chi laughed, a light blush dusting her cheeks. You always know how to make someone feel good with your words. Suddenly, Lu Fan's expression shifted as he glanced around. Wait, where's Zhao Yi? She was just here a moment ago. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had fallen asleep in the kitchen, her small figure curled up near a tray of buns she had been nibbling on during the night. Her peaceful snores echoed faintly, a stark contrast to the tension brewing elsewhere. In the Qin family villa's study, Qin Shanhai was deep in conversation with Qin Kuei. His expression was serious as he asked, is it true, the rumors about Lu Fan being a dragon tamer? Did he really summon a powerful black dragon to save everyone? Qin Kuei nodded solemnly. Yes, it's true. If it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't have made it out alive. I was too stubborn, and my recklessness almost got everyone killed. She paused, her tone shifting to one of awe. But Lu Fan, his strength is on another level. We both have hidden occupations, but the gap between us is as vast as the difference between a firefly and the moon. Qin Shanhai leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face. Did you tell anyone about the dragon? Qin Kuei shook her head firmly. No, I promised Lu Fan when we returned that I wouldn't speak of it outside the Qin family. A slight smile tugged at Qin Shanhai's lips. Good. If word about that dragon got out, I can't even begin to imagine the chaos it would cause. The people who covet such power would stop at nothing. Qin Kuei hesitated before speaking again. Father, Lu Fan saved all of us. Do you have any thoughts about his dragon? Qin Shanhai chuckled, shaking his head. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? No, my thoughts are elsewhere. But tell me, how do you plan to thank him for saving your life? Qin Kuei straightened, her voice steady. When I invited him to join the team, I promised him a reward of 100,000. I plan to honor that. Good. But take a purple tier Tong card as well. Personally thank him tomorrow. He deserves more than just the reward you promised. Qin Kuei agreed but then asked, aren't you curious to meet him yourself? Don't you want to see the dragon tamer in person? Qin Shanhai sighed, a trace of regret in his tone. If I had the chance, I'd certainly like to meet him. But I have other matters to attend to. The princess of the Tizi Kingdom is arriving in Zhonghai City today. Her visit is officially for studying, but with the big exam approaching, I doubt that's the real reason. There's too much at stake, and her presence likely signals something bigger. The next morning, Princess Jinju of the Tizi Kingdom arrived in Zhonghai City, accompanied by her trusted aide, Kuei Hongtai. The two made their way through the bustling streets, eventually arriving at the small bun shop. Standing before the humble establishment, Princess Jinju gazed at it curiously, her elegant figure out of place amidst the simplicity of the surroundings. Kuei Hongtai knocked on the door, and after a moment, Han Qi answered, peeking out cautiously. Seeing the two unfamiliar faces, she offered a polite smile. Are you here to buy buns? I'm afraid we're not open yet. Princess Jinju wrinkled her nose as she stood outside the modest bun shop, her disdain evident. She turned to her attendant, Kuei Hongtai, and asked sharply, are you certain this is the place? It looks more like a dump. Kuei Hongtai nodded affirmatively. According to the investigation, this is indeed where he resides. Han Qi, noticing the exchange, stepped forward hesitantly. Who are you? What do you want here? she asked, her tone polite but firm. Her question was ignored as Kue Hongtai forcefully pushed the door open, sending Han Chi stumbling backward with a yelp. She landed on the floor with a thud, pain flashing across her face. Without a hint of concern, Princess Jinju stepped inside, her sharp eyes scanning the room with clear disdain. "How filthy," she muttered before turning her gaze to Han Chi. "You. I'm looking for someone. Do you know a man named Lu Fan?" Before Han Chi could respond, a voice called from the staircase. "Who's asking for me?" Lu Fan descended the stairs, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern when he saw Han Chi on the ground, clutching her arm. His eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. "Han Chi, are you all right?" "What happened?" he asked, helping her to her feet. Han Chi brushed herself off, trying to muster a reassuring smile despite the pain. "I'm fine," she said softly. "Just a little startled." Princess Jinju, her gaze now fixed on Lu Fan, spoke with an air of authority. "So, you're Lu Fan. I've come to see you personally." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "A princess? Looking for me?" He glanced between her and Kue Hongtai. "And who might you be?" Kue Hongtai straightened, his tone formal. "This is Princess Jinju of the Taisai Kingdom, and I am her attendant." Princess Jinju took a step forward, a smirk playing on her lips. "I've come to offer you an extraordinary opportunity. Something that only someone like you would appreciate." Lu Fan folded his arms, his gaze skeptical. "An opportunity, you say? What kind of opportunity?" Princess Jinju let out a soft laugh, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Being a dragon tamer must be exhausting, isn't it? But worry not. I've brought something that will change your life." With a dramatic flourish, she revealed a gleaming dragon egg, cradled delicately in her hands. Its surface shimmered with iridescent hues, radiating an aura of immense power. Lu Fan's eyes widened in surprise, but he remained silent as she continued. "This is a dragon egg, something so rare that it's said to be the only one of its kind in the world. I acquired it from the legendary armored dragon's lair, and now, I'm offering it to you." His gaze flickered between the egg and the princess. "And what's the catch?" he asked cautiously. Princess Jinju's smirk deepened as she stepped closer. "It's simple. The egg is yours, if you agree to my terms." Lu Fan's jaw tightened. "What are these terms?" Her tone turned cold, laced with authority. "You'll become my slave. From this moment forward, you will obey my every command without question. You'll be mine to command, and you must never defy me." Lu Fan's expression hardened. "A slave," he repeated, his voice sharp. Princess Jinju laughed lightly, clearly unbothered by his reaction. "Is that so hard to believe? You should be honored. For someone like you who's likely never seen such a powerful dragon egg before, I understand it might feel overwhelming." She held the egg out slightly, her voice dropping to a taunting whisper. "So, what do you say, Lu Fan? Are you too afraid to seize this chance?" Lu Fan examined the attributes of the armored dragon egg with a discerning eye. "So, it's a land dragon," he remarked, his tone neutral. "That's a rank even lower than a wyvern. Its endurance might be noteworthy, but aside from that, there's nothing special about it." Princess Jinju's expression twisted in disbelief. She snapped, momentarily losing her composed demeanor. Her irritation deepened as Lu Fan continued. "The attributes are decent, sure. But if you're offering this to impress me, you might want to reconsider your strategy." His blunt critique left Princess Jinju speechless. For a moment, her mind raced, wondering if Lu Fan truly understood the significance of a dragon egg. "Does he not grasp what this means for a dragon tamer?" she thought, frustration evident in her narrowed eyes. While the tension in the room grew, Han Chi, standing nearby, couldn't contain her dismay. "How can you act like this? Barging into someone's home and making these demands?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation. Lu Fan turned to her, his tone calm but firm. "Don't worry about them, Han Chi. I'll deal with this." Princess Jinju's eyes glinted with superiority as she turned her attention back to Lu Fan. "Let's not waste words. I'm right, aren't I? A dragon tamer without a dragon is nothing but a glorified title. However," she added with a sly smile, "if you accept my offer, you'll transcend mediocrity. You'll become the strongest dragon tamer in history, one that's never been recorded before. Doesn't the mere thought of that excite you?" Lu Fan tilted his head slightly, considering her words with a faint smirk. "Exciting? I'll admit, the idea sounds thrilling," he said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Princess Jinju's confidence surged, only for it to shatter with his next words. "But I'm not interested." Her jaw dropped, her voice faltering. "What?" she said, almost in a whisper. "Do you even understand what you're refusing? This is an opportunity to make history. You're declining a chance to be remembered forever, to become my servant and achieve greatness." Lu Fan's expression turned cold. "If you've come here to propose that nonsense, then I suggest you leave. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity, your dragon egg, or, least of all, being your servant. The idea is laughable. Kue Hongtai stepped forward, his face dark with anger. Watch your tongue, you insolent fool, he barked. The princess has personally graced you with a chance to rise above your pitiful station, and you dare to speak so disrespectfully? Do you even know who you're talking to? But Lu Fan remained unshaken, his calm gaze meeting the attendant's fury with an air of unbothered confidence, as if their threats were nothing more than the buzzing of an annoying insect. Lu Fan chuckled mockingly at the mention of respect and servitude. Respect? Servant? Are you serious? He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't make me laugh. I'd never bow to anyone, let alone to someone like you. Kue Hongtai's face darkened with fury at Lu Fan's blatant defiance. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, but Princess Jinju raised a hand to silence him. Kue Hongtai, she commanded coolly, her gaze fixed on Lu Fan, teach him a lesson. Show him what happens to those who disrespect the Princess of Taisai. Kue Hongtai immediately nodded, his anger simmering just below the surface. As he moved to comply, Han Chi, who had been watching with growing anxiety, quickly intervened. Please, wait, she exclaimed, stepping between them. This is all just a misunderstanding. There's no need for violence. Lu Fan truly doesn't want anything to do with your offer, so can't we just let this go? Her plea fell on deaf ears. Kue Hongtai sneered and shoved her aside with a forceful strike. Move, you insolent commoner, he barked, his voice full of contempt. Han Chi cried out as she stumbled backward, landing hard on the ground. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression darkening as he rushed to her side. Han Chi, he called, kneeling next to her. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Tell me. Han Chi, despite her obvious pain, managed a weak smile and shook her head. I'm fine, she murmured, trying to reassure him. Really, it's nothing. Kue Hongtai sneered again, his voice dripping with arrogance. Pathetic commoners daring to defy royalty, he spat. If you won't bow willingly, then we'll do this the hard way. As Kue Hongtai raised his fist to strike again, Han Chi gasped, noticing a sudden change in the air. Lu Fan, she cried, trying to warn him. But Kue Hongtai's attack never landed. Instead, a fiery aura erupted around Lu Fan, the sheer intensity of it forcing Kue Hongtai to stagger back in shock. Blood trickled down Kue Hongtai's face from a sudden gash, and his eyes widened as he realized the situation had shifted dramatically. Lu Fan rose slowly, his expression cold and deadly. In his hand, a gleaming dagger appeared, its edge catching the light as it pointed directly at Kue Hongtai's throat. You dared to lay a hand on my family, Lu Fan said, his voice low and filled with unyielding menace. For that, I'll kill you. Han Chi grabbed Lu Fan's arm desperately, her voice trembling. Please, Lu Fan, don't do this. Don't act rashly. He's not worth it. Kue Hongtai stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by fear as he stared into Lu Fan's eyes. The fiery aura around Lu Fan burned hotter, the sheer pressure of it suffocating. Princess Jinju, who had been watching with growing alarm, finally found her voice. Kue Hongtai, she snapped, her voice laced with anger. What are you doing? I told you to teach him a lesson, not to stand there like an idiot. Kue Hongtai barely managed to stammer, his fear evident. There's something wrong with him, he muttered, unable to tear his gaze away from Lu Fan's dagger. Lu Fan, still holding his weapon steady, finally turned his attention to Princess Jinju. Lu Fan stood tall, his eyes sharp with fury. I don't care which royal family you belong to, he growled, his voice firm and cold. Princess or not, take your trash and leave. And keep your mouth shut while you're at it. Princess Jinju's face contorted with indignation, but before she could retort, Lu Fan's hand moved like a blur, delivering a stinging slap across her cheek. She stumbled back, clutching her face in shock. A gasp escaped from Kue Hongtai as he stared in disbelief. How dare a lowly commoner lay hands on a princess, he roared, drawing his blade in a swift motion and charging at Lu Fan. But Lu Fan remained unfazed. With a casual yet precise movement, he intercepted Kue Hongtai's blade, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The clash echoed sharply, and with a calculated twist, Lu Fan disarmed him, sending the blade clattering to the ground. Kue Hongtai, startled and outmatched, scrambled to Princess Jinju's side. Your Highness. Are you all right? He asked frantically. Princess Jinju, still fuming, slapped Kue Hongtai across the face without hesitation. Do I look all right to you, you useless fool? She snapped, her voice dripping with venom. You couldn't even protect me, let alone deal with him. Useless trash. She glared at Kue Hongtai, her frustration boiling over. Kill him, she ordered, her voice shaking with anger. I don't care if we never find another dragon tamer. I want him dead. Kue Hongtai, humiliated but obedient, clenched his fists and nodded. As you command, Your Highness, he replied, gritting his teeth as he prepared to attack again. Meanwhile, far from the chaotic scene, Xiaoyi stirred awake to the sound of Lu Fan's phone ringing. Groggily, she reached for it, but it kept ringing unanswered. The caller was Qin Kuei, her voice tinged with confusion as she muttered to herself, strange. He's not answering. This is definitely the number we exchanged after we got back to the city. Did I dial it wrong? Determined to find him, she decided to search for his house in person. As Qin Kuei walked through the streets, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in front of her, stopping her in her tracks. The ground trembled, and dust filled the air as bystanders began to panic. What's going on? One of them shouted. Is someone fighting nearby? Through the chaos, Kuei Hongtai groaned in pain as he was violently flung out of the battle zone. His body skidded across the ground before coming to an abrupt halt, blood dripping from his lip. The clash had escalated beyond anything he could have imagined, and it was clear that Lu Fan was far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. As the commotion outside the shop grew louder, a bystander whispered, "Looks like some foreigner is causing trouble again." Another muttered in agreement, "Always stirring things up around here." Princess Jinju, hearing the murmurs, turned to the crowd with a sneer. "What are you lowly people gawking at?" she snapped. "Get out of here before I make you." Kuei Hongtai, battered and humiliated, clenched his fists as he observed Lu Fan. "His attributes, they're not low," he muttered under his breath, frustration mounting. "No wonder I'm struggling." Princess Jinju scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. "Struggling? Against someone like him?" She shot Kuei Hongtai a scornful glare. "You're absolutely useless. How can you lose to a dragon tamer with such mediocre abilities?" She took a step forward, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. "Fine. I'll deal with this myself." As she extended her hands, a dark, oppressive aura began to swirl around her, growing in intensity with every passing second. The air grew heavy, and Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, analyzing her energy. "This spell," he murmured. "It's nothing like Qin Kuei's power. It's the polar opposite." His gaze hardened. "She's hiding her true class." Meanwhile, Qin Kuei appeared from around the corner, her face etched with concern. "Lu Fan. What's going on here?" she called out, rushing toward him. Lu Fan turned to her, his expression a mix of relief and alarm. "Qin Kuei? What are you doing here?" But before she could answer, the dark aura emanating from Princess Jinju enveloped Kuei Hongtai, transforming him. His eyes turned wild, and his body emitted a surge of raw energy that sent shockwaves in all directions. The sheer force pushed both Lu Fan and Qin Kuei back. Kuei Hongtai's laughter rang out, now low and guttural, as he flexed his newly empowered body. "A monster?" Lu Fan muttered, his eyes narrowing. Princess Jinju smirked triumphantly. "Not so useless now, is he?" she quipped, her tone dripping with mockery. "Finish him off, Kuei Hongtai. Make him regret ever crossing me." Kuei Hongtai let out a maniacal laugh as he raised his weapon, now glowing with an unnatural energy. "You're going to die, Lu Fan," he roared, charging forward with an overwhelming speed and power. Lu Fan, keeping his composure, stepped back and assessed the situation. "This is bad," he thought. "His attack power has skyrocketed. I'll have to use Dragon's Inspiration combined with Dragon Claw to stand a chance." Just as Kuei Hongtai lunged forward, Qin Kuei called out, "Lu Fan. Let me help you." She stepped closer, but Lu Fan immediately raised a hand. "No," he said firmly. "Stay back and take care of Han Qi inside the shop. She needs you more right now." Kuei Hongtai's crazed laughter filled the air as he closed in. "No one's saving you now, Lu Fan," he bellowed. Princess Jinju folded her arms, her smirk widening. "Yes, that's it. End him and relieve my anger," she commanded. Kuei Hongtai grinned, his voice booming. "With Her Highness's augmentation, I'm invincible." But his overconfidence wavered when Xiaoyi suddenly stepped out of the shop. "Xiaoyi." Lu Fan's voice was sharp, filled with both surprise and worry. Kuei Hongtai froze momentarily, his eyes narrowing. A sinister smile crept across Xiaoyi's face. "Perfect," he muttered, his gaze shifting between Lu Fan and Xiaoyi. "This just got a whole lot more interesting." As chaos erupted, Princess Jinju's face turned pale, her body trembling as she stared at Xiaoyi. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Xiaoyi is an actual dragon? Her confidence wavered, and fear took root. Lu Fan stepped forward, his tone cold and resolute. "Now, it's my turn," he declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Xiaoyi unleashed an earth-shaking roar, a sound so powerful it sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Princess Jinju and Kuei Hongtai froze in terror, their bodies locked in place as panic consumed them. With terrifying speed, Xiaoyi lunged at Kuei Hongtai, slamming him into the ground with brutal force. The impact echoed through the area like thunder, creating a massive shockwave that sent Princess Jinju tumbling backward. She landed hard, gasping in pain, her mind racing. How? How could this creature overpower Kue Hongtai in a single strike? Kue Hongtai coughed violently, struggling to lift himself from the crater Xiaoyi had created. Help me, save me. He croaked weakly, his voice filled with desperation. Princess Jinju scrambled to her feet, her hands glowing as she began charging a skill. Hold on, you useless fool, she barked, her voice laced with frustration and fear. But before her skill could take effect, Zeoe roared again, the sheer power of its voice resonating with an ancient authority. A black aura surged forward, carrying the might of the Black Dragon bloodline. Princess Jinju's skill shattered mid-cast, leaving her powerless. Kue Hongtai screamed as Zeoe tightened its grip on him. Please, let me go, he begged, his voice cracking with terror. Without mercy, Zeoe flung Kue Hongtai across the battlefield. His body crashed to the ground with a sickening thud, leaving him groaning in agony. Forgive me, Princess Jinju. He muttered weakly, his spirit completely broken. Princess Jinju stood frozen, her mind spiraling as realization dawned upon her. This strength, it must belong to a true dragon. Her eyes darted toward Zeoe, a mix of fear and disbelief clouding her expression. The Jin family may possess dragon eggs, but this proves there are real dragons still out there. Breaking her trance, Lu Fan stepped closer, his voice calm yet taunting. Princess Jinju, he called, his words heavy with irony, weren't you going to kill me to vent your anger? What's stopping you now? Princess Jinju staggered back, her bravado completely gone. She raised a trembling hand. Stay back, she cried, her voice shaking. Don't come any closer. Her eyes darted between Lu Fan and Zeoe, and for the first time, the once proud princess realized she had no control over the situation. Princess Jinju's voice rose in fury, her regal demeanor masking her growing unease. Lu Fan, you dared to attack my attendant, humiliate me, and inflict such serious injuries. Do you realize the consequences of your actions? You've made yourself an enemy of the Taiki kingdom. Lu Fan chuckled coldly, his expression unfazed. Oh, trying to scare me now, are you? He retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You sent your man to harm my family, princess. So tell me, what do you think I'm going to do about it? Princess Jinju's confidence wavered for a brief moment, but she held her ground. And what exactly do you want? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Lu Fan stepped forward, his voice steady and menacing. Don't start throwing around titles like Princess of the Taiki Kingdom as if that means anything here, he said. Behind him, Zeoe began gathering energy, her presence radiating an ominous power. Even if you were a god, Lu Fan declared, his gaze piercing, it wouldn't matter. I'll pay you back for everything you've done, with interest? Before Princess Jinju could respond, a voice called out, breaking the tension. Lu Fan, stop. The shout belonged to Qin Shanhai, who approached urgently. Stay back. Qinka shouted, rushing to intercept him. It's too dangerous. Zeoe snarled, her energy crackling like a storm about to break, but Lu Fan raised a hand to her. Zeoe, enough, he commanded firmly. The dragon hesitated, her fiery aura flickering, but ultimately obeyed. Lu Fan's blade moved swiftly, slicing through Princess Jinju's staff with precision. She flinched as the weapon fell in two, her confidence shattered alongside it. Meanwhile, Zeoe's charged fireball dissipated as she snapped her jaws shut, allowing Qin Shanhai to approach unharmed. His griffin landed gracefully, and he dismounted with urgency, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Qin Shanhai fixed Lu Fan with a stern expression. This has gone far enough? Qin Shanhai glanced around, concern etched on his face. Lu Fan, there are many residents in the area. You should quickly take your dragon back before things escalate further. His voice carried both authority and a hint of awe as he added, true dragons really are in a league of their own. Even standing nearby, the sheer pressure is overwhelming. Before Lu Fan could respond, Qin Kue hurriedly called out, her voice urgent. Lu Fan, please, just listen to my father. Trust us on this, all right? She looked at him pleadingly. Zeoe let out a low, rumbling roar, but Lu Fan raised his hand firmly, commanding her to stop. The dragon reluctantly obeyed, her imposing aura settling. Qin Kue stepped closer and gently suggested, come with me, Lu Fan. Let's not make things worse. Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai approached Princess Jinju, his brow furrowing with concern. Are you all right, princess? He asked, scanning her for injuries. I just got back from picking you up at the airport. I didn't expect to find you in a situation like this. Qin Shanhai continued, the Qin family's driver will be here soon to take you to the hospital. You should rest and get treated. His tone was polite but firm, leaving no room for argument. Han Qi, standing nearby, noticed the interaction. She turned to Qin Kue, whispering, It seems like your father knows Princess Jinju. Maybe, there's a way to resolve all of this peacefully. Qin Kuei nodded thoughtfully and made a quick call, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Lu Fan, however, folded his arms, his expression dark. I doubt Princess Jinju will let this go so easily, he remarked, his voice edged with skepticism. Qin Shanhai, overhearing Lu Fan's comment, chuckled lightly. I understand what you mean, he said, his tone teasing. You certainly have a talent for stirring up trouble. This is quite the mess you've gotten us all into. Lu Fan sighed and dipped his head slightly. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Sorry for dragging you into this. Qin Shanhai waved off the apology. Don't be. Given the circumstances, none of this can be pinned entirely on you. Let's just focus on resolving it before it spirals further. Han Qi turned to Qin Shanhai, her tone filled with concern. How are you planning to handle the situation with Lu Fan? She asked. Qin Shanhai sighed, his expression thoughtful. Princess Jinju and Kui Hongtai have already been sent to the hospital. Of course, we'll need to provide the Jin family with a proper explanation, he replied. The Jin family isn't just involved in business, they hold significant sway within the upper circles of the Taiki kingdom. This situation could escalate if not handled carefully. Han Qi frowned. Considering their background, and the fact that Lu Fan actually retaliated against them, I'm worried. He could face serious consequences. Lu Fan, standing nearby, crossed his arms defiantly. Even if Princess Jinju holds great power, I refuse to bow down or compromise my dignity for something like a dragon egg, he declared firmly. Qin Shanhai couldn't suppress a chuckle. Integrity, huh? I have to admit, you've impressed me. That kind of resolve is rare. He smiled and continued, don't worry too much. I have a way to ensure your safety, but... He hesitated for a moment, then added, I can't do it alone. There's a condition. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. What's the condition? Qin Shanhai leaned closer. If you can achieve the title of South Province champion in the upcoming grand exam, I'll do everything in my power to delay Princess Jinju's actions until the exam is over. Han Qi's eyes widened. The grand exam? That's no small feat, she interjected. The competition is fierce, with countless top-tier students across the entire S province. Qin Shanhai nodded. Exactly. Only if you manage to surpass all of them and claim the championship will I be able to leverage the situation in your favor. Lu Fan considered the challenge for a moment, then nodded resolutely. I understand. I'll accept your condition. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Princess Jinju left her room, fuming. She grabbed her phone and demanded, have you caught that Lu Fan yet? The voice on the other end of the call hesitated. Not yet, Princess, they replied carefully. Princess Jinju scowled. This is ridiculous. Qin Shanhai is clearly siding with him, she snapped. The person on the line tried to calm her. Princess, please, take it easy. We'll escalate this to the high-level officials in Longdo immediately and ensure the matter is resolved properly. Princess Jinju sighed, her anger simmering down slightly. Fine, she conceded. That's a better plan. Make it happen. Princess Jinju's tone was cold and resolute as she gave her final order. Put pressure on Lu Fan. Make him regret crossing me, she commanded, her words carrying an unspoken threat. Her expression hardened as she added venomously, I will kill him myself if I have to. The next day, the bustling playground of the 3rd middle school was abuzz with excitement and tension. Students gathered in groups, discussing their levels and skills with enthusiasm. One student turned to another with a grin. You're already level 11? That's incredible, they exclaimed, impressed. Another chimed in proudly, I've mastered all mage skills. Want to team up later? Their conversation was cut short when someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Lu Fan? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. One student laughed mockingly, I thought he'd gone back home to sell buns. Another joined in, snickering, isn't he the so-called top student? Now he's just trash. No school wants him, so why's he even bothering with the exam? Lu Fan ignored the familiar jeers, his expression calm. He felt no need to address the idle gossip, it was nothing but noise to him now. The chatter died down as Old Bai, a senior official, raised his voice. Quiet, everyone, he commanded. I hereby announce that the South Province Grand Exam is about to commence. Lu Fan stood silently, his mind focused elsewhere. After upgrading himself to level 15, he had accumulated several treasure maps over the past few days. However, they were all intermediate level maps, and he hadn't had the chance to use them yet. He contemplated combining 3 maps into a high-level one, believing it could give him a significant advantage in the exam. His thoughts were interrupted when Mr. Lai, his former mentor, approached him. Lu Fan, are you participating in the grand exam? He asked with a smile. Yes, Lu Fan replied firmly. I have to participate. Mr. Lai nodded approvingly. Good. I've heard you've been working on your strength recently. That's exactly what you need to succeed. He handed Lu Fan a small glowing stone. Here, take this teleportation stone. It might save your life. Lu Fan accepted the stone with a slight bow. Mr. Lai's tone grew serious. The teachers believe in your determination, Lu Fan. Your fighting spirit is strong, and you're no less capable than other professionals. But remember, this is more than just an exam. The trials are dangerous, and one misstep could result in serious injury, or worse. He paused before continuing. Try to team up with your classmates for the trial. If things get too difficult, don't hesitate to use the teleportation stone to exit. Don't push yourself unnecessarily. Lu Fan nodded. Understood, he said, though he had no intention of relying on anyone else. He wasn't just aiming to pass, he wanted to claim the top spot. As Mr. Lai walked away, Lu Fan reflected on the scoring system. The team's performance would divide points among its members, but he had no interest in sharing the glory. His goal was singular, to emerge as the champion. Just then, Qin Kuei's voice called out to him from behind. Lu Fan, she said cheerfully, breaking his train of thought. He turned to see her approaching, a mixture of determination and curiosity flickering in her eyes. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow as he noticed Qin Kuei approaching with another student. What a coincidence, he remarked with a faint smile. Turning to Qin Kuei, he asked, Is this your teammate? Yes, Qin Kuei responded enthusiastically. She gestured toward the girl beside her. This is my best friend, Tao Xiaoman. She's a level 11 swordsman and incredibly strong. Tao Xiaoman greeted Lu Fan with a polite nod. Qin Kuei looked at Lu Fan with hopeful eyes. Would you like to join us for the trial? I think we'd make a great team. Lu Fan shook his head with an apologetic smile. I appreciate the offer, but I plan to participate on my own. This is something I promised to handle by myself. His voice was firm but kind. I know you're trying to help, and I'm grateful for that, but I need to do this my way. You should focus on your own trial, and good luck. Qin Kuei watched him for a moment before nodding. All right, but make sure you do your best out there. As Lu Fan walked away, Tao Xiaoman turned to Qin Kuei with a puzzled expression. Why would you invite someone from the weakest profession to team up? She asked incredulously. Qin Kuei's tone was resolute. You're wrong about Lu Fan. He's much stronger than you think. I'm confident that this year's top scorer in the South Province will be him. Tao Xiaoman blinked in disbelief. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've fallen for that dragon Tamer. Qin Kuei's face flushed red. Of course not. Stop letting your imagination run wild, she retorted, her voice defensive. Tao Xiaoman smirked mischievously. Oh, really? Then why was your face all red earlier? Meanwhile, Lu Fan stepped through the shimmering portal leading to the exam site. The world shifted around him as he arrived at the designated location, the southern province of the Dragon Nation, Zhanghai City, inside the Grand Exam Trial Secret Realm. As students gathered in anticipation, Old Bai, the trial coordinator, addressed the crowd. Attention, everyone, he called out. The chatter died down as all eyes turned to him. This is where the trial begins, Old Bai declared. The portals you see in the sky are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portals open, selected candidates can enter the heavenly tower using their teleportation stones. He paused, letting the information sink in, before continuing. For those entering the normal level, which has a score multiplier of 0.9, all challenges will be projections, meaning no fatal injuries will occur. However, he emphasized, from the hard level onward, the monsters are real, and the danger is very much alive. The students murmured amongst themselves, some excited, others nervous. Lu Fan, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the portals. This was his chance to prove himself, and he had no intention of holding back. Old Bai continued his explanation, gesturing toward the shimmering portals. If you use a teleportation stone to exit during the trial, your score will be retained, he said. The hard difficulty level has a score multiplier of 1. Most students opt for this as the default because attempting higher difficulties is considered almost suicidal. Only those with hidden professions dare to try. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as Old Bai's words settled in. The fear level, he went on, has a score multiplier of 3. However, the monsters you face there are significantly more ferocious. Solo challenges at that level are highly discouraged. Don't assume teammates can easily share scores because survival is far more important. Just then, a loud laugh rang out, cutting through the tension. The source was Hong Wu, a towering figure exuding confidence. He was a level 14 Kaigong master, a rare and powerful hidden combat profession. Are you watching, Principal? Hong Wu shouted, a cocky grin on his face. Mark my words, the highest score this year will belong to me. The The students turned to stare at Hong Wu, whispering amongst themselves. Tao Xiaoman leaned closer to Qin Kuei. "That's Hong Wu," she said in a hushed tone. "He's the #1 expert at first middle school and ranks among the top 5 in the entire province." Qin Kuei nodded thoughtfully. "A Kai Gong master," she mused. "They're incredibly versatile, equally adept at offense and defense. And he's choosing to challenge the trial solo?" As Hong Wu confidently strode toward the fear portal, students around him exchanged nervous glances. "We're doomed," one of them muttered. "With Hong Wu here, we can forget about the top rankings. He's unbeatable. Maybe we should have aimed for an easier difficulty." Meanwhile, in the grand exam trial principal's office, the principal of First Middle School chuckled as he observed the proceedings through a magical screen. "Hong Wu," he said with pride, "is our school's strongest student. There's no doubt he'll claim the top score this year. Victory is all but guaranteed." He glanced at another figure on the screen. "Qin Kuei is also performing exceptionally well. I expect she'll rank in the top 3. Between the two of them, First Middle School's dominance is assured." The room buzzed with the principal's confidence, while on the field, Hong Wu's declaration set the stage for fierce competition. All eyes now turned toward the portals, where the students prepared for their trials, the weight of expectations hanging heavy in the air. At the #3 high school principal's office, the principal let out a deep sigh as he watched the ongoing trials. "What a shame about Lu Fan," he muttered, lost in thought. "If only he had awakened a different hidden profession, perhaps our school could have stood a chance against #1 middle school's dominance." Qin Shanhai, standing nearby, interrupted his musings. "Don't be so quick to dismiss our chances," he said with a confident smile. "I have someone in mind for first place, and I'm quite optimistic about him." The remark piqued the interest of the gathered principals. "Oh? And who might that be?" one of them asked curiously. Qin Shanhai's smile widened. "Lu Fan," he announced, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "The dragon tamer from our school?" A murmur spread through the room. Old Bai, overhearing the name, looked startled. Meanwhile, the #1 middle school principal chuckled dismissively. "Lu Fan, you say? That's a bold claim. But look at the scoreboard, Hong Wu has already reached the 4th floor and is securely in first place. Is Lu Fan even competing? He hasn't entered the heavenly tower yet." He laughed again, shaking his head. "Come now, Qin Shanhai, surely you jest. What can we expect from a mere dragon tamer? Nothing worth noting." Just then, Old Bai turned his attention back to the portals. "Lu Fan isn't backing out," he said firmly. "He's still waiting at the difficulty selection gates." The room fell silent as the principals exchanged surprised glances. "Don't tell me, he's going for the nightmare trial?" one of them asked incredulously. The nightmare trial was infamous, its score multiplier an astronomical 9.9, but it was a one-way challenge, a path from which few, if any, returned. "That's insanity," another principal exclaimed. "Does he not realize the danger? No dragon tamer could possibly survive such a trial." Old Bai stepped forward urgently. "Someone must stop him," he said. "The nightmare trial is no joke. The last person who attempted it was 8 years ago, and he didn't make it back. He was torn apart by the beasts within. A horrifying end." Without hesitation, Old Bai called out to Lu Fan, his voice filled with concern. "Lu Fan, stop this madness. Do you know what you're walking into? No one has ever returned unscathed from the nightmare trial." Before Old Bai could finish, Lu Fan moved decisively. Without a word, he stepped into the swirling portal in the sky, his figure vanishing into the unknown. The room was gripped by silence as Old Bai's words hung heavy in the air. "This boy," Old Bai whispered, shaking his head. "What drives him to such recklessness? If he succeeds, he will rewrite history. But if he fails?" The thought remained unspoken, but everyone knew the stakes. The principal of #1 middle school erupted in disbelief. "This is utterly ridiculous," he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk. "Does #3 high school not understand the rules of the grand exam? That dragon tamer is walking straight to his doom." He turned to Qin Shanhai with a smirk. "Your judgment must be seriously flawed if you think Lu Fan can be compared to Hong Wu. They're leagues apart." The other principals nodded in agreement, dismissing Qin Shanhai's confidence. "Let's focus on the real talent here," one of them chimed in. "Hong Wu is clearly the standout contender." But Qin Shanhai refused to back down. "It's too early to jump to conclusions," he countered calmly. "Why don't we wait and see how things unfold before making any hasty assumptions?" Old Bai, however, couldn't help but voice his concern. "Why are you so confident in Lu Fan?" he asked Qin Shanhai. "What exactly are you expecting from him?" As the debate raged on in the principal's office, Lu Fan had already arrived at the 1st floor of the nightmare trial. He moved swiftly, his claws slicing through the dense vines that obstructed his path. Surveying his surroundings, he calculated that the Nightmare Tower's first floor likely contained at least 10 monsters. Suddenly, the growls of black-maned wolves filled the air. The level 10 beasts emerged from the shadows, their dark manes bristling as they locked eyes with Lu Fan. One of the wolves let out a deafening roar before charging at him. Lu Fan remained unfazed, his lips curling into a confident smile. Finally, some action, he murmured. As the wolves closed in, he unleashed his skill, Dragon Fang Strike. The powerful attack tore through the pack in an instant, leaving the black-maned wolves defeated. A system notification appeared before Lu Fan. System notification, Nightmare Trial, Sky Tower first floor complete. Score, 990. Back at the principal's office, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The number 1 middle school principal's earlier smugness was replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. A one-hit kill, he stammered, struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. What's going on with this Lu Fan? That's absurdly strong. Another principal chimed in, their tone now tinged with awe. His stats, they're clearly far beyond those of his peers. This is no ordinary student. Old Bai, deep in thought, wondered aloud, could it be? Has Lu Fan found the legendary dragon? Meanwhile, on the leaderboard, Lu Fan's score propelled him to second place, just behind Hong Wu, who was still holding the top spot. Qin Chi and Tao Xiaoman, working together, secured third place. The rapid climb of Lu Fan's ranking left the onlookers stunned. As the principals processed the unfolding events, a man named Kai Xing approached the Grand Exam Trial's principal's office, seeking answers of his own. The number 1 middle school principal, still in disbelief, repeated his question, a one-hit kill. What on earth is going on with Lu Fan? Qian Xing burst into the principal's office, his presence commanding immediate attention. Apologies for the intrusion, he began, his tone brisk yet formal. I am Qian Xing, a special envoy from Longdo. I'm here on urgent business regarding a certain student. His sharp gaze swept across the room before he declared, I've come to take the dragon tamer, Lu Fan, back to Longdo for investigation. The principals exchanged surprised glances. The aura of authority surrounding Qian Xing was unmistakable. As a level 57 swordsman, he was clearly not someone to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, in the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan pushed forward, slashing through the dense vines blocking his path. A triumphant smirk played on his lips as he remarked, there it is. Just then, the system chimed in. System notification, you have reached the treasure map's marked location. Lu Fan recalled synthesizing the high-level treasure map just before entering the trial's secret realm, and now it had led him straight to the reward on the first floor of the Sky Tower. Reaching out, he retrieved the treasure, and the system promptly updated him. System notification, skill book acquired, growth acceleration. Examining the skill book, Lu Fan's mind raced with possibilities. This is perfect for Xiao Yi, he thought, remembering his frustrations back in the village of grief. Xiao Yi's slow progress had been a concern, but with this passive skill, those worries would be a thing of the past. Back at the principal's office, the tension escalated. Qin Shanhai addressed Old Bai directly. You're Lu Fan's teacher, are you not? Then you should handle this matter. Qian Xing cut in, his voice cold and unyielding. That won't suffice. I demand that the trial be interrupted immediately, and Lu Fan be summoned here without delay. Old Bai frowned but maintained his composure. With all due respect, this is the grand exam. No matter how serious the issue, it must wait until the trial concludes. As his teacher, I can address the matter on Lu Fan's behalf if necessary. Qian Xing's expression hardened. You don't have the authority to take his punishment for him, he snapped. The room fell silent as Old Bai processed the envoy's words. Punishment, he repeated, his voice tinged with disbelief. Sensing the growing unease, Qin Shanhai stepped forward. Qian Xing, he began diplomatically, let's not escalate things unnecessarily. Considering our long-standing friendship, I suggest we approach this matter with patience. One of the other principals, unable to contain his curiosity, broke the silence. What exactly did Lu Fan do? He asked, his voice a mix of intrigue and concern. Qian Xing's voice sharpened, his patience clearly wearing thin. Qin Shanhai, I urge you not to interfere with my mission, he stated firmly, his tone carrying a veiled warning. Whatever your reasons for protecting the dragon tamer, I don't care to know. But let me remind you, continued meddling in this matter will anger both the Jin family and the higher-ups of Longdu. If you value your position, step aside. His gaze then shifted to Old Bai. Bring Lu Fan here immediately, he ordered with an air of finality. However, Qin Shanhai remained steadfast, his calm demeanor unshaken. Qian Xing, he began, his voice measured but resolute, you may not fully understand the stakes at play. The ties between Longdu's higher-ups and the Jin family are undeniably intricate and influential, affecting both Longhua and Takigua. Yet, if the truth about Lu Fan's secret were to come to light, all of that would pale in comparison. Neither the Jin family nor the higher-ups would matter anymore. A tense silence hung in the air as his words sank in. Qin Shanhai's eyes hardened, and he declared with conviction, "Mark my words, on this day, no one will take Lu Fan away." Qian Xing's expression darkened, disbelief flashing across his face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" he snapped, his irritation palpable. "You've gone too far, defying an envoy's direct orders." He moved to emphasize his authority, but his bravado faltered as Qin Shanhai suddenly grabbed his wrist in a vice-like grip. Qian Xing's confidence wavered for a brief moment as he realized the strength behind the gesture. Qin Shanhai, after all, was no ordinary individual. He was a level 57 knight, a formidable equal to Qian Xing himself. "I may be accused of overstepping," Qin Shanhai said calmly, his grip unwavering, "and I am willing to bear that responsibility. But I won't let you take Lu Fan." Qian Xing's eyes narrowed, and he responded with an icy warning. "You'll regret this, Qin Shanhai. I will ensure your insubordination is reported to Longdu's higher-ups." His voice dripped with the promise of retribution, but Qin Shanhai's resolve remained unyielding. Old Bai raised his hands in a placating gesture, urging Qian Xing to calm down. "Let's not disrupt the major exam," he implored. "Whatever the issue, we must address it without jeopardizing the students' efforts." Qian Xing's gaze hardened, but he relented slightly, his tone laced with frustration. "Then tell me, why did Lu Fan do it? What could have pushed him to such recklessness?" Qin Shanhai interjected, his voice calm yet pointed. "Aren't you even a little curious about the secret Lu Fan carries? The one powerful enough to alarm both Longdu's higher-ups and the Jin family." Qian Xing hesitated, his composure faltering momentarily. His surprise deepened when he noticed Lu Fan's choice of difficulty level, Nightmare. "He actually chose the Nightmare level," he murmured, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Nightmare trial, Lu Fan contemplated his decision. "How far can I push myself if I rely solely on my strength?" he mused. He opened his attribute screen and analyzed his options. Determined, he decided to summon Xiao Yi, reasoning that her experience gained from his passive skill would prove invaluable. Back in the observation room, Taiyang Xing broke the silence. "What's so special about this Lu Fan that he dares to challenge Nightmare difficulty?" he asked incredulously. The principal of the No. 1 middle school smirked knowingly. "Didn't you see how he defeated his opponent with a single strike earlier? That alone speaks volumes." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a ferocious roar that echoed from within the trial. Heads turned in shock as Lu Fan summoned Xiao Yi, her majestic form emerging with an aura of raw power. Gasps filled the room as Xiao Yi swung her arms, obliterating everything in her path with a single, devastating strike. Even Qin Shanhai, who had witnessed Xiao Yi before, admitted with a tinge of awe, "Even though I've seen her once before, her presence is still overwhelming." Qin Shanhai stepped forward, his voice commanding attention. "You've all seen it now, Lu Fan's secret," he announced. "He is the first dragon tamer in history to command a true dragon." Old Bai's eyes widened. "Are you saying? Lu Fan actually tamed a giant dragon?" Back in the trial, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi unleashed havoc on the second floor, clearing it with incredible speed. Observers stared in disbelief. "The power of the dragon race is unmatched," the No. 1 middle school principal muttered, his expression grim. "A class without a third transformation wouldn't stand a chance." Another principal chimed in, awestruck. "It's terrifying. At this rate, Xiao Yi alone could level an entire nation." As the dust settled, the leaderboard updated, and Lu Fan's name ascended to the top, securing the first rank in the grand exam. Meanwhile, he and Xiao Yi continued their rampage, tearing through the Nightmare trial. By the time they reached and cleared the 13th floor, it was clear to everyone, Lu Fan was rewriting the definition of power. Old Bai interjected, his voice cutting through the murmurs of astonishment. "It's not just Xiao Yi you should focus on," he remarked. "Pay attention to Lu Fan's own growth and strength. His attributes must have surpassed 100 across the board. Even without summoning that dragon, he could easily claim the top rank in Shanghai City." Qin Shanhai turned to Qian Xing with a pointed question. "Now that you've witnessed this, do you still intend to bring Lu Fan to the higher-ups?" Qian Xing hesitated before admitting, "Today has been an eye-opener. I can see why you dare to stand against the Jin family." Satisfied, Qin Shanhai continued, "In that case, I'll send a segment of Lu Fan's major exam to my teacher. From here on out, there's no need for you to trouble yourself, or involve the Jin family, in this matter." Qian Xing narrowed his eyes. "Teacher? Who exactly are you referring to?" Qin Shanhai's expression remained calm as he revealed, "The North Mark of the town, Tujing." Meanwhile, within the depths of the Nightmare trial, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi ascended to the 20th floor. As they entered, a level 15 dark sacrifice appeared, exuding an ominous aura. Lu Fan assessed the situation, calculating the growth effect's impact. With the accelerated growth effect, Xiao Yi should be nearing a level up, he mused. Without hesitation, Lu Fan instructed, Xiao Yi, use lava blaze. Xiao Yi began charging her skill, flames flickering dangerously around her. Moments later, she unleashed a torrent of searing fire, engulfing the monsters. Screams echoed as the dark sacrifice and its minions were incinerated. The 20th floor was cleared in mere moments, and the system notifications rang out. Xiao Yi had reached level 11, and Lu Fan advanced to level 16. Lu Fan grinned, turning to his companion. Come with me, Xiao Yi. Together, we'll conquer the heavenly tower. An hour later, at the Trial of Fear on the 50th floor, the air shook with a deafening explosion. Hong Wu staggered forward, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. The system chimed, confirming that the 50th floor had been cleared. Hong Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a mixture of relief and frustration. This year's grand exam is something else, he muttered. Such absurd challenges. It's pure misfortune. Such monsters shouldn't appear until at least the 70th floor, Hong Wu thought, still catching his breath after the ordeal on the 50th floor. Despite the challenge, he felt confident. After all, his only real competitor was Qin Qi, and since she was part of a team, her points were halved. This made him certain that the title of top scholar in the southern province was already as good as his. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. Turning to address the principals gathered outside, he boasted, "Did you all see my performance? Start contacting the heads of the top 10 academies, I'll need to discuss my admission soon." Back at the grand exam trial principal's office, Hong Wu's laughter echoed faintly, but the room was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen displaying Lu Fan's progress. Old Bai broke the silence, his tone thoughtful. Throughout history, every top scholar from the southern province has stumbled at the 50th floor of the Tower of Ladders. It's a critical juncture. The number 1 middle school principal nodded in agreement. It's true. The 50th floor serves as a watershed. Even if Lu Fan manages to clear it, his pace will undoubtedly slow afterward. Meanwhile, on the Nightmare Trial's 50th floor, Lu Fan stepped forward. A system notification flashed across his vision, new skill acquired, shape transformation. Curious, Lu Fan examined the skill. He realized it belonged to Xiao Yi, who had gained it upon leveling up. The skill featured 4 transformative forms, the original dragon form, the dragon maiden form, the destruction dragon form, and the world ender form. Before he could explore further, the ground beneath him rumbled ominously. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor as rocks began to collapse. Moments later, 3 massive amethyst mountain giants emerged, their forms towering and imposing. Each was a level 20 nightmare boss. In the principal's office, Old Bai leaned forward, his voice tinged with concern. 3 nightmare bosses? How will Lu Fan handle this? The number 1 middle school principal observed the scene intently. I suspected the 50th floor would prove a major obstacle for him. This is where his climb will inevitably slow. But as the giants advanced, the principal couldn't help but add, still, Lu Fan's performance is already extraordinary. His score has undoubtedly secured him the first rank in Zhonghai. The principal of Zhonghai City's number 1 middle school couldn't help but lament as he watched the live feed of Lu Fan's progress. With his exceptional performance, Lu Fan was not only dominating the city rankings but seemed poised to secure the title of top scholar in the entire southern province. The principal sighed, wondering how such a remarkable student had slipped through their school's grasp. Meanwhile, within the Nightmare Trial, the Amethyst Mountain Giant's eyes gleamed ominously as it activated its skill. Mountain's arm, a shimmering aura enveloped its massive form, signaling a formidable 50% damage reduction effect. Lu Fan scrutinized the situation, muttering to himself, as expected, the difficulty has ramped up significantly now that I've reached the midpoint of the Tower of Ladders. He called out to Xiao Yi, who immediately intercepted the giant's strike with a fierce roar. Xiao Yi, Lu Fan said calmly, let's test your world ender form. In response, Xiao Yi let out a ground-shaking roar. A blazing red aura erupted around her, surging with overwhelming energy and forcing the Amethyst Mountain Giant to stagger backward. In the principal's office, Old Bai observed the scene with a mix of awe and trepidation. Lu Fan's preparing for something big, he murmured. Back in the trial, the red aura coiled tighter around Xiao Yi's body, transforming her. Her claws extended and were encased in molten armor, her wings became sharper, and her eyes burned with a menacing glow. Fully transformed into her world ender form, Xiao Yi exuded unparalleled strength, though Lu Fan noted a slight dip in her spiritual energy. Along with the transformation came 2 new skills, Earthshatter and World Ending. Old Bai leaned closer to the screen, his expression incredulous. She can switch between combat forms? He asked, amazed. Qin Shanhai, standing nearby, crossed his arms. That transformation alone is enough to send chills down anyone's spine, he remarked. At the trial, Lu Fan remained focused. Noticing one of the amethyst mountain giants preparing to ambush him from behind, he swiftly dodged the strike with a well-timed leap. As he landed, he activated his skill, Dragon's Inspiration, causing his attributes to surge dramatically. Xiao Yi, he called, use Mighty Jaw Assault now. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi charged forward. Her jaws glowed with fiery intensity as she unleashed the devastating attack. The scene was breathtaking. The enormous amethyst mountain giant shattered into fragments under the sheer force of Xiao Yi's skill. Back in the principal's office, the number 1 middle school principal's jaw dropped. A level 20 boss, obliterated in a single blow? Old Bai, equally stunned, began calculating. For the giant's defense to crumble like that, the power of the strike must have exceeded 2,000 points, he said, his voice filled with disbelief. The room fell silent as everyone watched Lu Fan and Xiao Yi prepare for their next challenge, their dominance over the nightmare trial unmistakable. In the heat of the battle, another amethyst mountain giant attempted to seize Lu Fan from behind. Noticing the imminent danger, Lu Fan twisted his body mid-air, narrowly evading the giant's grasp. With precision, he unleashed his skill, Dragon Claw, creating a massive explosion that obliterated the towering foe. Meanwhile, in the Grand Exam Principal's office, Qin Shanhai turned to Kai Qing with a knowing smirk. Don't you feel lucky now that I stopped you from interfering with Lu Fan? Look at his strength. Back in the nightmare trial, Lu Fan remained airborne, his eyes sharp as he prepared to strike again with Dragon Claw. Before he could act, Xiao Yi unleashed her skill, World-Ending Roar, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Lu Fan, intending to land the final blow, was caught off guard as Xiao Yi surged past him. Without hesitation, she deployed her skill, Earth Shatter, striking the ground with devastating force. The final amethyst mountain giant crumbled under the assault, leaving the battlefield silent. As the system notified Lu Fan that the 50th floor had been cleared, both he and Xiao Yi leveled up. Lu Fan grinned, satisfied with their progress. Choosing the nightmare level was definitely the right decision, he muttered. He noted that as long as they continued clearing layers one after another, the rewards and experience would only grow. In the principal's office, Qin Shanhai extinguished his cigarette in an ashtray, his gaze fixed on the screen. It seems the infamous 50th floor watershed posed no challenge for Lu Fan, he remarked. The number 1 middle school principal shook his head in amazement. Xiao Yi's power surpasses anything I've ever encountered, he admitted. Old Bai turned to Kaiangxing, his tone inquisitive. With all your experience in Dragon City, can you estimate Xiao Yi's strength attribute after her transformation? Kaiangxing furrowed his brow in thought. I've seen some of the top elites in Dragon City in action. If we're comparing raw power, I'd say Xiao Yi's strength attribute after transforming is at least 2,500 points. The principal's eyes widened. That high? Are the levels and attributes of the rest of us even worth discussing at this point? Old Bai chuckled dryly. If anything, I suspect her attributes exceed even my expectations, he mused. Suddenly, the principal pointed at the screen. Now that they've passed the 50th floor, the mechanics of the X1 mode should start to reveal themselves. Curious, Qin Shanhai raised an eyebrow. What's this X1 mode? Old Bai leaned back in his chair, explaining, the X1 mode was designed by the original scholars who created the trial tower. Once examinees pass the 50th floor, each subsequent level consists of several ordinary monster-filled floors, followed by a boss floor. It's meant to simulate the danger of a real secret realm, where life and death hang by a thread. He paused before adding, however, in the nightmare level of the Tower of Ladders, there are no ordinary challenges. Every floor, X or otherwise, features nightmare-level bosses. The room fell silent as they processed this information, their gazes fixed on the screen where Lu Fan and Xiao Yi prepared to ascend to the next level. The journey ahead promised even greater trials. In Nightmare Mode's X+1 stage, the difficulty takes a terrifying leap. Bosses no longer appear one at a time but in multiples, with their attributes enhanced exponentially. This setup is undeniably daunting. However, let us turn our attention to Lu Fan. For him, there's no need to delve into the complex mechanics of X+1. By now, he has effortlessly cleared level 10. His Black Dragon companion has ascended to rank 13, while Lu Fan himself has climbed to rank 18. From the 50th floor onward, the Tower of Ladders clearly scales in difficulty, designed to test even the most capable participants. Yet, with the world-ender Xiao Yi at his side, strategies are a luxury he can afford to disregard. Xiao Yi, follow my lead, Lu Fan commanded confidently. With a deafening roar, Xiao Yi complied, unleashing her destructive power. In mere minutes, Luan had reached the 70th floor. Observers murmured in astonishment. "This year's Tower of Ladders is the most grueling it has ever been," one remarked. Initially, many doubted whether anyone could overcome the harsh challenges of this year's trial. Yet Lu Fan had shattered their expectations, proving them wrong. By the time he cleared the 76th floor, his black dragon companion had undergone a dragon blood armor transformation, ascending to rank 14. Meanwhile, Lu Fan rose to rank 19, his progress relentless. The 83rd floor soon fell to Lu Fan's might. Historically, countless geniuses had poured every ounce of their strength into climbing the tower, only to succumb to exhaustion or fall in the face of its unrelenting trials. Reaching the 70s or 80s often meant coming within sight of the grand test's ultimate reward, only for most to falter, unable to push further. But Lu Fan was different. He wasn't merely a contender, he was perhaps the first in over a decade with the potential to conquer all 100 floors. "Hold on," someone exclaimed. "The difficulty of the 99th floor is unparalleled. Even if the bosses here aren't as potent as those in the original Secret Realms, this stage is a nightmare." All eyes turned to the screen. "Look! Lu Fan has reached the 99th floor." The Nightmare Trial's 99th floor loomed before him, its challenge known as the Regicide. Four formidable adversaries stood in his way. 1. The Headless Knight, World Ender. Penetration Spear, a deadly thrust dealing an additional 400% damage with a piercing effect, used once per day. 2. The Longsword Knight, World Ender Counterattack. When struck, the knight retaliates instantly, dealing punishing damage with its sword. 3. The Twinsword Knight, World Ender Thunder. Imbued with lightning, this knight's attacks gained both speed and devastating electric damage. 4. The Great Axe Knight, World Ender Beheading. Armed with a colossal axe, its devastating cleave attack promised swift death to any who underestimated it. The room buzzed with tension as the observers watched Lu Fan prepare to face the ultimate trial. This was no ordinary challenge, it was a culmination of everything the tower represented: strategy, power, and unyielding determination. Would Lu Fan prove himself capable of conquering the Nightmare's Peak? The Knights of Regicide stood as the ultimate challenge on the 99th floor of the Nightmare Trial. Each knight bore abilities so lethal that even the faint-hearted dared not approach this stage. Among their devastating arsenal, the Great Axe Knight, World Ender Beheading. Locked onto a target, this knight could instantly kill if the target's health dropped below 75%. The Spear Knight, World Ender Penetration. Unleashing a devastating thrust up to 4 times daily, each strike dealt an additional 400% damage with a piercing effect. The Longsword Knight, World Ender Counterattack. Whenever any knight sustained damage, the Longsword Knight retaliated fiercely, ensuring that no attack went unpunished. The Twinsword Knight, World Ender Thunder. Infused with lightning, this knight's strikes were swift and electrified, inflicting extra elemental damage while ramping up attack speed. Adding to the challenge, the knights shared health and defense, with both attributes increased by 400%. The synergistic nature of their abilities and the difficulty of controlling them simultaneously made them nearly invincible. The Shattered Kingdom, from which these knights originated, was steeped in history. Hundreds of years ago, the undead legions overran the kingdom, and its king was slain, leaving behind a legend of despair and valor. This trial was a brutal reenactment of those events, pushing participants to their limits. Lu Fan observed the battlefield grimly. Without control skills to subdue the knights individually, he knew his only option was an all-out offensive to neutralize all 4 simultaneously. "Xiaoyi, now's the time," Lu Fan commanded. Xiaoyi roared in response, her flames igniting the air around her. The lava blaze ability spewed torrents of fire, both searing her enemies and gradually healing her wounds. As the battle raged, the Spear Knight lunged forward with its devastating attack, but Xiaoyi intercepted, using her fiery might to counter. The Longsword Knight's counterattack triggered, but Lu Fan anticipated the move, evading just in time. The Twinsword Knight's strikes crackled with electricity, yet Xiaoyi's resilience held strong. The Great Axe Knight locked onto Lu Fan, aiming for an instant kill, but Xiaoyi's flames engulfed it before it could execute the deadly blow. The room erupted in astonishment as the last of the knights crumbled. "Level 99 cleared," the system announced. With their victory, Lu Fan's Black Dragon companion ascended to level 15, gaining a formidable new skill, Cataclysm, capable of devastating wide areas. Xiaoyi also acquired a new skill, while Lu Fan himself reached level 20. The door to the 100th floor opened, revealing the final trial. The observers watched in hushed anticipation. "Could it be?" someone whispered. "It seems they never intended for anyone to pass this level," another remarked, their voice tinged with awe. Before them stood the gateway to history, a trial so daunting that no one had conquered it before. The Nightmare Trial's 100th floor awaited. The 100th floor of the Nightmare Trial, the ultimate challenge, revealed itself as the complete Broken Kingdom secret realm. Awaiting Lu Fan was an undead legion of over 500 soldiers, with the World Annihilation Emperor as their leader, a level 60 nightmare-level boss. Xiaoyi had maintained her form as the Destruction Dragon, preparing to unleash her newly acquired skill, Cataclysm, a devastating 3-stage ability. As she soared through the battlefield, her power radiated immense destruction. The skill began with the Destruction Dragon detonating the area she flew over, causing massive damage and applying a burning effect. At the conclusion of the burning, she dove toward the target area, triggering another explosive detonation and amplifying the damage. Lu Fan declared it was time to witness the true potential of the Destruction Dragon. Xiaoyi, he commanded, switched to the Destruction Dragon's new form. The transformation was awe-inspiring. Strength, 1,484. Agility, 2,055. Spirit, 7,202. Power, 2,903. With her new form, Xiaoyi unlocked 2 formidable skills, All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst. Qin Shanhai marveled at his newfound capabilities, realizing he still had an ace up his sleeve for this climactic battle. Protect the king! Undead Knight shouted, Lu Fan rallying Xiaoyi for an all-out assault against the relentless undead legion. The battle commenced with Xiaoyi activating Cataclysm. The destruction was unparalleled as the Destruction Dragon flew across the battlefield, detonating everything in her wake. The once mighty undead legion was reduced with each stage of her assault. Initial count, 500 plus. After the first wave, 458. Second wave, 381. Third wave, 267. Fourth wave, 173. As the battlefield erupted in flames, Xiaoyi's skill continued to decimate the undead. The numbers dwindled rapidly. 98. 42. The battlefield echoed with Undead Knight's declaration, You arrogant fools. Kneel before the king. Xiaoyi responded with unmatched ferocity, diving into the remaining enemies and triggering another cataclysm. By the time the flames settled, only 37 of the undead legion remained. The final dive obliterated the remnants, leaving the battlefield silent. Even the 4 horsemen, elite defenders of the Broken Kingdom, were annihilated. The awe-inspiring feat left no doubt that Lu Fan had conquered even the most difficult trial. With the battlefield cleared, the final boss revealed itself, the World Annihilation Emperor, commanding the remnants of a single undead army. Its taunts resonated with disdain, insignificant brute. Your arrogance ends here. Lu Fan, undeterred, instructed Xiaoyi to prepare for the final clash. Release Dragon Claw, he ordered. Xiaoyi's arm transformed into a massive, flaming claw, embodying the destructive power of the Black Dragon. As the World Annihilation Emperor prepared its counterattack, Xiaoyi unleashed her ultimate skill, Everything Burns. With a mighty flap of her wings, 4 blazing tornadoes emerged, engulfing the Emperor in a vortex of unrelenting fire. The battlefield was consumed in flames, marking the end of the trial with an undeniable display of dominance. My strength, is this what you call weakness? Lu Fan asked mockingly, staring down the undead Emperor as the enemy faltered. Suddenly, the Lament aura activated. The rare quality Lament ring appeared in Lu Fan's inventory. Level requirement, 15. Attributes. Spirit, plus 57. Endurance, plus 21. Strength, plus 12. Special effect, the Lament aura can be assigned to a target. When the bearer of the aura launches an attack, it accumulates resentment points. Once full, the attack inflicts poison, bleeding, and stun effects. Such a despicable trick? Lu Fan sneered before turning to Xiaoyi. Let's finish this. Everything Burns, Phase 2. Xiaoyi, now in her Destruction Dragon form, flapped her mighty wings, gathering all the blazing tornadoes into a single massive explosion. The battlefield erupted in flames, engulfing the undead Emperor in a fiery inferno. The undead Emperor let out a guttural cry as the flames consumed it. Ugh, no. Its defeat was absolute. The rewards began pouring in. Black Dragon leveled up to level 17. Lu Fan leveled up to level 22. With the undead army completely annihilated, the final battle ended in triumph. For the first time in 30 years, a candidate had surpassed the million-point threshold, solidifying their place in history. The Southern Province Nightmare Trial was officially cleared. Lu Fan turned to Xiaoyi with a grin. It's over, Xiaoyi. Let's go home. Do you want to try some of Auntie's cooking later? The system broadcast a message across the region. Congratulations to the candidate, Lu Fan, for successfully conquering the Nightmare Trial of the Southern Province and clearing the 100th floor. Lu Fan inspected the spoils of war. Acquired items. 1. Wrath of the Ice Dragon Ring. Type, Rare Quality Skill Book. Class requirement, Dragon Tamer or Dragon Language Mage. Level requirement, 20. Effect, learn the skill Wrath of the Ice Dragon, which releases a chilling frost over a target area, dealing damage and applying slow and freeze effects. The skill's damage, range, and duration increase with extended casting time. 2. Wind Spirit Ring. Type, Rare Quality Accessory. Level requirement, 20. Attributes. Agility, plus 77. Endurance, plus 35. Spirit, plus 32. Special effect, grants the wearer Wind Spirit's Blessing, increasing agility by 35%. 3. Flame Frost Cloak. Type, Legendary Quality Cloak. Level requirement, 20. Attributes. Endurance, plus 12. Damage reduction, plus 79. Strength, plus 56. Agility, plus 54. Special effects. Reduces damage from ice and fire by 30%. Reduces debuff effects from ice and fire by 50%. Increases ice and fire damage for both the wearer and their pet by 30%. This cloak will be perfect for Xiaoyi's Destruction Dragon form, Lu Fan mused, appreciating the synergy with their battle strategy. Reflections and departure. Lu Fan considered his progress. I didn't expect to unlock control skills before my second transfer at level 30. Now, with Xiaoyi's output capabilities, our coordination will only improve from here on out. He stretched, feeling the exhaustion of the trial finally catching up. It's time to let Xiaoyi rest for a bit. Let's head back and wait for the results. With that, the system activated the transfer function, and Lu Fan disappeared from the trial grounds, returning home a triumphant conqueror. Old Bai beamed with pride, clapping Lu Fan on the shoulder. Lu Fan, you're incredible. You've become the top scorer and the pride of our school. From now on, your photo will hang on the school's wall of fame. The principal of First Middle School overheard this and couldn't help but chime in with a chuckle. The Wall of Fame? Isn't that reserved for heroes who sacrificed their lives defending against beast invasions? Are you cursing him already? Old Bai retorted indignantly. Go away. If anyone's cursed, it's you. Lu Fan's broken the exam record. His future is limitless. The principal shook his head. No matter what, this exam has made Lu Fan famous. He's a name everyone will remember now. Lu Fan remained humble, smiling slightly. This exam, even though I was prepared for it, surprised me more than I expected. Uncle Qin, an elder with a warm demeanor, stepped forward. I've met the conditions. The princess of the Taichi kingdom won't dare to cause any trouble now. The man burst into laughter. Of course not. A promise is a promise. The teacher must have received the message by now. The principals nodded reassuringly. Lu Fan, don't worry about petty matters anymore. Focus on the bigger picture, like deciding which academy you'll attend. The top academies will be scrambling to recruit you. Another elder added, the wealthy merchants in the southern province will likely flock to you too, hoping to build connections. Be cautious of their motives. Excited voices broke out among the gathered crowd. Summon the dragon, Lu Fan. Let us witness it with our own eyes. Are you out of your mind? Someone interjected. That would destroy the entire school. The leaderboard was announced, showcasing Lu Fan's remarkable achievement. 1. Lu Fan, Nightmare Trial 100 floor, 1,299,750 points. 2. Hong Wu, 72 floor, 89,250 points. 3. Qin Kuei, 66 floor, 75,400 points. 4. Tao Xiaoman, 66 floor, 75,400 points. Congratulations, Lu Fan. Old Bai exclaimed. This score is astounding. No one has broken the record in over 30 years. Far away in the northernmost frontier of the Dragon Kingdom, the air was crisp and cold. In the uncharted territory, Marquis Tu Jing was watching Lu Fan's exam video as an aide entered his tent. Sir, I apologize for the disturbance. We've gathered the evidence. Tu Jing's eyes sharpened. Everything? Yes, sir. We can now confirm Shen Shanhai's deductions were correct. Through his interactions with the special envoy, Qian Zong, Shen deduced that a high-ranking official in Dragon City, Lord Ran Chongfeng, was colluding with the Jin family of the Tai Kingdom. Our investigation revealed that Princess Jin Zhe's study abroad program and the recruitment of dragon tamers were both directly approved by Lord Ran. On the surface, he maintained diplomatic relations with the Jin family, but in private, he granted them numerous privileges in exchange for substantial rewards. Tu Jing's expression darkened. So, it's true. Ran Chongfeng is the traitor we suspected. The Jin family and their schemes have infiltrated deeper than I thought. This betrayal must be dealt with swiftly. Haha, no wonder he sent a special envoy to arrest the dragon tamer, Marquis Tu Jing remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Yuan Shangfeng, that treacherous snake, aiding the princess of the Taiki kingdom to run rampant within the Dragon Kingdom. It's unacceptable. He turned to his aide with a commanding presence. Send an order to Ran Changfeng immediately. Inform him that I am stripping him of all duties and authority. He will no longer hold any position within the upper ranks of Dragon City. Execute this order without delay. If he dares to object, tell him he's welcome to bring his grievances directly to me. The aide saluted sharply. Understood, sir. Tu Jing continued, his tone stern. As for the Jin family, if they make any attempt to contact Shanong again, deploy the Griffin squad to deal with them accordingly. I won't tolerate any further interference. Yes, Marquis, the aide replied. One more thing, Tu Jing added, his expression softening slightly. Keep a close watch on which academy this dragon tamer selects. Once the choice is made, inform the principal to ensure Lu Fan receives the best possible resources and support. It's a rare privilege to have such a promising young talent in our Dragon Kingdom. He leaned back, a rare smile crossing his face. What an interesting development. A youth of legendary potential. Once my current tasks are complete, I must meet this dragon tamer personally. But when will this endless workload finally allow me such a chance? In a distant palace within the Tai Kingdom, Princess Jin Zhu's temper flared as she slammed a scroll onto the table. What did you say? Ran Changfeng was dismissed by the Northern Frontier's Marquis. Her advisor bowed respectfully but spoke with a calm demeanor. Princess, please, do not let this news trouble you too much. While this may be a setback, we have some positive developments to report. Positive developments? She scoffed, her tone dripping with skepticism. What good news could possibly outweigh losing Ran Changfeng? Without his influence, how can we capture the dragon tamer? The advisor remained composed. Your Highness, the announcement of the major exam results is imminent. We have uncovered information that, aside from Lu Fan of Jianghai City, another dragon tamer resides in Qingzhou City. The princess's anger cooled slightly, replaced with curiosity. Another dragon tamer, you say? This could indeed be useful. Exactly, Your Highness, the advisor affirmed. This presents another opportunity. Let us hope this candidate will be someone more inclined to understand the situation and align with our interests. Jinju nodded slowly, her gaze sharpening. Very well. Let's ensure this opportunity isn't wasted. Prepare accordingly. Hong Wu, a robust and muscular contender, had just wrapped up his grueling test with a respectable 89,000 points. Drained and breathless, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having narrowly survived the ordeal. Despite his fatigue, his confidence soared, knowing he had cleared 72 challenging levels. Certain he had secured the top spot, he braced himself for the accolades he was sure to receive. Approaching the elders, who stood with their backs turned, he imagined the praises and admiration they would shower upon him. Buoyed by these thoughts, he called out to the director, proudly declaring his score of 89,000 and his certainty of being the top scorer. The director, however, merely placed a hand on Hong Wu's shoulder and assured him he had performed well enough to secure a place among the top 10. The somber tone in the director's voice confused Hong Wu, leaving him wondering why the acknowledgement felt more like consolation than celebration. Concluding that this was perhaps a lesson in humility, he resolved not to let his supposed first-place finish inflate his ego. 7 days later, the long-awaited announcement of the exam results arrived. Curious onlookers eagerly approached Lu Fan and his aunt, hoping to speak with them about his achievement. Shanghai appeared, inviting them to step inside for a private discussion. The official results revealed that Lu Fan had claimed the top spot, but his exact score remained confidential. Shanghai then made another stunning announcement: the government had prepared special rewards for Lu Fan. These included the Book of the Blue Dragon's Roar, which granted a powerful thunder ability, a lightning potion, capable of boosting damage output by 20%, a green wind armor, offering a 30% reduction in damage taken, and arrow wing boots, imbued with a teleportation ability that had a 32-second cooldown. Lu Fan was overjoyed, particularly impressed by the boots, as they provided an ability typically reserved for mages. Qin Kuei soon arrived, reporting that the directors of the top 10 universities were already vying for an opportunity to interview Lu Fan. This news astonished him, considering the results had just been released. Qin Shanghai reassured Lu Fan, advising him to grow accustomed to this kind of attention. Leaning closer, he whispered that Lu Fan's exact results were being kept confidential to prevent potential threats from rival nations, particularly incidents similar to the one involving the princess. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude and mentioned his desire to meet the person who had orchestrated this protective measure. Shanghai responded cryptically, assuring him there would be an opportunity soon enough. Before leaving, Qin Kuei handed Lu Fan a card, explaining that it was a token of appreciation. Lu Fan held the card, quietly reflecting on the remarkable journey ahead and the newfound recognition he had earned. Upon seeing the purple card, Lu Fan immediately recognized its immense value, 10 million coins. It far exceeded the agreed-upon 100,000 coins. Shanghai explained that this additional reward was a gesture of gratitude for saving Qin Ku's team. Though reluctant at first, Lu Fan eventually accepted the card, understanding the sincerity behind the gesture. Then, with an unexpected burst of energy, Shanghai urged him to head to the villa, pulling him along. Lu Fan, slightly bewildered, followed as she explained that he needed to meet with all the representatives waiting for him. Meanwhile, deep within a nearby forest, Jinzhu questioned Hong Tai about the top candidate's level. Hong Tai reported that the individual was at level 19, with a dragon companion at level 14. Jinzhu smirked, commenting on how extraordinary dragon tamers were. She reminisced about a dragon she once considered gifting to Lu Fan, now finding it in the hands of someone else. At that moment, a white-haired warrior, Chen Tianzi, stood before a powerful boss monster. With his dragon by his side, he launched a coordinated attack. The dragon's tail slammed into the creature, sending it crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Chen Tianzi lunged forward, piercing the creature's chest with his lance. The victory granted his dragon a level up to 15, while he himself advanced to level 20. Princess Jinzhu, observing the scene, praised Tianzi for his remarkable talent. He humbly replied, expressing his desire not to disappoint her. The princess then informed Hong Tai that the dragon's lance would be entrusted to Tianzi, who graciously accepted it. Tianzi expressed his gratitude, declaring that with the dragon, the lance, and the princess's blessings, he would defeat the top-ranked contender. Jinzhu, recalling the humiliation she had endured previously, seethed with determination. She estimated that Lu Fan's score was around 300,000, while Tianzi's current score stood at 210,000. Confident that the new gear and buffs would tip the scales in their favor, she ordered Tianzi to not only defeat Lu Fan but also to claim his black dragon as a trophy. Pointing directly at him, she proclaimed that he would rise to become the greatest dragon tamer in history. Tianzi, kneeling in loyalty, assured her it would be an honor to serve as her knight forever. Meanwhile, Lu Fan arrived at Qin Ku's home, where a warm reception awaited him. Amidst the celebrations, Qin Ku asked him about his plans for choosing an academy. She expressed her desire to stay close, albeit with a hint of awkwardness, mentioning that her father had suggested she attend the same academy as him. Lu Fan, smiling, reassured her that teamwork was important to him and that he valued her companionship. He promised that if they remained together, she would always be his priority during hunts. However, he admitted that he hadn't yet made a decision regarding which academy to join, assuring her that he would inform her as soon as he did. Flustered, Qin Ku loudly declared that she would strive to enroll in the same academy as him. Lu Fan chuckled warmly and agreed it was a great idea. As they entered the hall, Lu Fan was met with the scrutinizing gazes of a priest and 3 vibrant young women. Remaining calm, he introduced himself politely, addressing everyone with a friendly greeting. The priest stepped forward, commending Lu Fan's achievements and expressing admiration for the remarkable footage of his exam. Turning to the gathering, the priest announced that Lu Fan was to receive a reward of 10 million dragon coins and unrestricted access to any kingdom within their jurisdiction. However, the gray-haired girl scoffed, criticizing the offer as inadequate for someone of Lu Fan's caliber. She boldly countered, promising 20 million dragon coins and access to a highly exclusive realm, the Snow Kingdom, a secretive domain unavailable to the general public. This sparked an intense debate among the representatives, each trying to outdo the others with their propositions. Amid the heated discussion, a girl with a distinctive, unconventional style addressed Lu Fan directly. She proposed that if he joined her academy, he would gain the opportunity to compete in the prestigious national exam. The room fell momentarily silent before one of the other representatives dismissed the idea, arguing that it made no sense for someone merely starting college to compete at such a high level. Intrigued, Lu Fan asked for clarification. The alternative-looking girl explained that the national exam was a grand event, drawing representatives from 23 nations worldwide. Each country was allowed to send one contender under the age of 25 to vie for unparalleled rewards, treasures of extraordinary rarity. The priest and the gray-haired girl continued to voice their skepticism, asserting that such an opportunity was far too ambitious for a newcomer. Undeterred, the girl with the piercing confidently defended her stance. Based on Lu Fan's performance in the exam, she firmly believed he possessed the talent and potential to excel on the global stage. Lu Fan's mind raced as he processed the implications. This wasn't just about the treasures, it was a chance to elevate himself to the rank of the world's strongest. At that very moment, a notification from his system appeared, revealing that he had been granted a treasure map. A new chapter of opportunity had begun. Reflecting deeply, Lu Fan recalled how the first treasure map had led him to the coveted Black Dragon Egg. Now, the new map pointed to the Dragon Capital Academy, conveniently located in a secure region. Before Goem could further sweeten her offer, Lu Fan confidently declared his decision: he would enroll in the Dragon Capital Academy. 4 days later, Lu Fan stood outside his aunt's shop, helping her close it down for good. She sighed nostalgically, admitting she had never imagined leaving her small business behind. Though the prospect of no longer needing to work filled her with mixed emotions, she trusted Lu Fan's assurances. He promised to take care of her from now on, his resolve unshakable. Meanwhile, as Lu Fan was preparing for this new chapter, his companions were busily teasing him. 2 of the girls who had applied to the same academy were already playfully calling him team captain. Qin Kuei, another close ally, initially insisted she had applied elsewhere. However, her friend couldn't help but spill the beans, revealing that she, too, had chosen Dragon Capital Academy. What touched everyone the most was Lu Fan's unwavering dedication to his aunt. He even went as far as contacting Goem to secure her a place at the academy, ensuring she could stay by his side. The move was so unprecedented that it became a topic of amusement. "This is the first time I've seen someone bring their aunt to an academy," someone remarked. Considering how amazing her cooking is, though, he's clearly thinking ahead. He'll always have great meals waiting for him. Overwhelmed with emotion, his aunt, Han Ki, clung to him, tears of joy streaming down her face. With everyone piling into the car, the group headed toward the airport. As they boarded the plane, Lu Fan took a moment to reflect. He had made a promise, to give his aunt a better life, and now, with unwavering determination, he was on the path to making that promise a reality. This was just the beginning. As they arrived at Dragon Capital City, the group marveled at its grandeur, soaking in the bustling atmosphere and breathtaking architecture. Their awe was interrupted when someone called out for the princess. Lu Fan turned instinctively, coming face to face with Jinju and her 2 followers. Hong Tai appeared bewildered, while Lu Fan immediately questioned their presence. Chanzi, Jinju's loyal subordinate, stepped forward, his hostility evident as he glared at Lu Fan, ready to attack. Even the princess had to intervene, firmly instructing Chanzi to stand down, reminding him that the time wasn't right. The tension was palpable, leaving Lu Fan's companions uneasy. They exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, trying to make sense of why the princess was there. Before the situation could escalate further, Goem arrived, breaking the awkward silence. She explained that it was a coincidence the 2 groups had arrived simultaneously, pointing out the remarkable fact that both Lu Fan and Tianzi were ranked 1st and 2nd among the dragon tamers. This revelation surprised Lu Fan, who hadn't expected to encounter someone sharing his profession at such a high level. Chanzi couldn't resist taunting Lu Fan, claiming he had heard much about him. Ignoring the provocation, Lu Fan turned to Goem, requesting they proceed to see the academy. The princess, however, declined the invitation, stating that her group preferred to explore the city on their own. She then revealed a fascinating detail: the first-year student accommodations consisted of over 30 villas, with the best reserved for the top-ranked students. Lu Fan was assigned to the most prestigious villa, while Tianzi was placed in villa number 18. Observing this arrangement, Lu Fan quickly deduced that Tianzi had likely accepted the princess's terms. He found it disgraceful that another dragon tamer would stoop so low to align with such individuals. This thought lingered in his mind as he continued walking with his group. Meanwhile, the girls expressed their disappointment, realizing they hadn't ranked high enough to secure spots in the top 30 villa. They worried about having to settle for regular dormitories. Goem confirmed their fears, explaining that students outside the top 30 would need to stay in the standard housing. At that moment, Lu Fan's aunt, Han Ki, gave him a gentle nudge. She asked if it would be possible for them to live together in his villa. Goem clarified that there were no rules against it, as long as the residence's owner permitted it. Smiling warmly, Han Ki turned to Lu Fan and teased him, asking if he wasn't tired of eating her home-cooked meals yet. Lu Fan chuckled, reassuring her that he could never tire of her cooking. He truly enjoyed everything she prepared. Pleased with his response, Han Ki eagerly declared that they would form the perfect team, insisting the girls move in with them. Laughing at her determination, Lu Fan realized that his new life at the academy was off to an eventful start. Realizing he had no other option, Lu Fan agreed, suggesting it might actually be better for them to stay close. Qin Kuei, with a sly grin, agreed, while her friend teased that the houses would definitely be an upgrade from the dorms. As Lu Fan's aunt chatted with Qin Kuei, her friend leaned closer to him and firmly stated, "We're only living together. Don't get any ideas?" Soon, they arrived at house number 2. As they stood before it, Lu Fan's system alerted him that the treasure map's location was nearby. Curious, he turned to Gohan and asked who the current resident of the house was. Gohan admitted that she only handled assignments for people from the southern region, so she wasn't entirely sure. However, she did mention hearing that the house belonged to a highly dangerous goth girl. Intrigued, Lu Fan couldn't resist the opportunity to investigate. He promptly sent his aunt and friends off to settle into his house, assuring them he'd be back shortly. His aunt, noticing his excitement, playfully suggested that he take a gift to the new neighbor, but Lu Fan brushed it off, saying he was only going to introduce himself. Still, his aunt handed him a beautifully wrapped cake, insisting that it would leave a good impression. Qin Kuei's friend watched him leave and shook her head in disbelief. 3 girls at home and he's still running off to meet the neighbor? Unbelievable. Carrying the cake, Lu Fan approached the neighboring house. He rang the doorbell and waited patiently. When the door finally opened, he was greeted by a strikingly mysterious girl. She exuded a dangerous aura, and her outfit hinted at her proficiency in wielding high-caliber weapons. Not missing a beat, Lu Fan introduced himself with a confident smile. "Hi, I'm Lu Fan, the top scorer from Yongai City. I wanted to drop by and introduce myself since we're neighbors now." He extended the cake toward her, explaining, "This is from my aunt. I thought it'd be a good way for us to get to know each other better." The girl remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed on him. Despite the tension in the air, Lu Fan maintained his composure, already curious about the kind of person she was. Zhang Yang, as silent as ever, simply accepted the box without a word. After a pause, she mentioned her province and introduced herself with a simple, "Zhang Yang." Her voice was soft, almost disarming, and Lu Fan couldn't help but find it endearing. Bold as always, he seized the moment. "Mind if I come in for a glass of water?" he asked. She didn't respond, only gave a subtle nod before stepping aside. That was all the permission he needed. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stepped inside, reminding himself he didn't have much time. The treasure map was close, and he needed to locate it quickly. Moving with purpose, he scanned the bedroom, checked the bathroom, and opened one door after another until he found it, a jade dragon egg resting with the treasure map. His heart raced. A second dragon. Clutching his prize, he made his way to the hallway, only to find Zhang Yang standing there with 2 glasses of water. She said nothing, merely observing him with her usual quiet demeanor. Thanking her for her kindness, he exited as casually as he could, though she cast a suspicious glance at the room he had emerged from, a room where she had left one of her dresses. Zhang Yang's expression darkened as her mind began piecing together her own conclusions about his visit. Back at Villa No. 1 that evening, Xiaoyi curiously examined the jade dragon egg. Lu Fan activated its incubation ability, and before long, the egg began to crack. Both of them leaned in, watching anxiously as a small jade dragon with 2 delicate horns emerged. The creature exuded a calm, healing presence, its abilities clearly geared toward support. Lu Fan was fascinated by its unique traits. Its lineage, tied to the jade dragon, doubled the effects of its abilities and the additional points it provided to its owner or connected dragons. It also boasted an astonishing 5,000% life recovery rate. This wasn't just any support dragon, it was extraordinary. Doing some quick calculations, Lu Fan realized the bond would amplify Xiaoyi's spirit points to nearly 12,000, a staggering boost. Xiaoyi, thrilled, happily played with the newborn dragon while marveling at its potential. Adding to the dragon's uniqueness was its equipment assimilation ability, allowing it to absorb and integrate items to enhance its strength. Lu Fan wondered just how powerful it might become in the future. While pondering a name, the playful dragon nipped at Xiaoyi, inspiring Lu Fan to dub it Xiao Fei. Stroking its delicate wings, he found himself already growing attached to the creature. The next morning, as they strolled around campus, they discussed the upcoming ceremony. Lu Fan's aunt, having joined a life profession class, didn't need to attend, but the girls were curious about the commotion in his room the night before. Before he could explain, a group of students approached, calling out to the girls. Flustered, the girls froze as the newcomers boldly declared they would gladly accompany them into any dungeon, even if it meant dying alongside such beauties. The boys assumed Lu Fan wasn't their boyfriend, which only added to the girls' embarrassment. The moment seemed engineered for spectacle, with the girls blushing and the scene shifting dramatically as they entered the ceremony hall. Choi Zaemin, Qin Kuei's friend, were relegated to the back, lacking the special professions required for priority seating. Meanwhile, Lu Fan caught the heated glare of a muscular young man seated ahead. He immediately recognized him, the martial artist from the entrance exam, now seething with resentment. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile, recalling the humiliation he had dealt the man before. As the ceremony progressed, a surprise unfolded. However, Lu Fan's attention was elsewhere, drawn to a dark and imposing figure seated near the front, a powerful goth girl with piercing eyes that seemed to lock onto him. "Who is she?" Qin Kuei whispered, noticing his gaze. "She's my neighbor from Villa Number 2, he replied casually, though even he couldn't ignore the intensity of her presence. Qin Kuei appeared impressed, noting the girl's beauty and undeniable strength. Meanwhile, the boys in the back grew increasingly agitated, jealousy bubbling over as they glared at Lu Fan, the lucky bastard surrounded by so many stunning women. Just then, a commanding voice silenced the hall. It was Zhao Shiming, the academy's director and combat professor. His mere presence demanded respect, and the students quickly fell silent, the room brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. The director, exuding authority, addressed the crowd with a no-nonsense tone. "I'll keep this brief," he began, dismissing the need for idle talk. He went on to explain the distribution of cards, each one serving as both an identification credential and a multifunctional currency card for use within the academy. These cards were linked to the academy's point system, which operated as their internal currency. Points could be spent on a wide array of essentials, access to secret realms, purchasing weapons, acquiring potions, and more. He elaborated further, revealing that the initial balance on each card corresponded directly to the student's ranking from the entrance exam. As murmurs of discontent arose, one student complained that weaker individuals from less competitive provinces had unfairly secured high rankings. The director silenced the grumbling with a calm but firm response, assuring them that the academy had carefully accounted for such discrepancies when calculating point distributions. Lu Fan quickly grasped the significance of the system. These weren't just ordinary cards, they were essentially the academy's resources at the students' disposal, a reflection of their performance and standing. The director continued, emphasizing that the rankings weren't permanent. "In 1 month, all rankings and point allocations will be recalculated," he declared. He also unveiled the privileges tied to the top 30 rankings. Those who made it into the top 30 would gain access to the prestigious Blue Class, a realm of exclusive benefits. Members of the Blue Class would receive advanced training, access to secret abilities, and entry into restricted areas that others couldn't even dream of. Moreover, each top 30 member would be granted their own villa within the academy grounds, a status symbol and practical advantage. However, these privileges came at a cost. The director issued a stern warning: the Blue Class is not a haven of comfort. It comes with risks. He explained that anyone outside the Blue Class could issue a challenge to a Blue Class member in an attempt to claim their position. If a Blue Class member lost, they would forfeit their status, points, and privileges to the challenger. Worse, Blue Class members were not allowed to refuse any challenges, making their positions constantly under threat. The atmosphere grew tense as the stakes became clear. The director then announced the inaugural members of the Blue Class, the top 30 scorers from the entrance exam. All eyes turned to the leader of this elite group. "The first and most important seat," the director declared, his gaze sweeping the room, "belongs to the dragon tamer from the southern province, Lu Fan." A hush fell over the hall as students processed the revelation. Some stared at Lu Fan with admiration, others with envy or resentment. For Lu Fan, the announcement only solidified what he already knew: this was just the beginning of his journey to dominance. As soon as the announcement concluded, the chatter about Lu Fan reignited. Many murmured with resentment, calling him a lucky who was somehow both surrounded by beautiful women and the top-ranked student. Others grumbled about how his test videos had been locked away, leaving everyone curious and suspicious about how he achieved such an impressive score. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner, Chanzi turned to the princess with an air of determination. "Say the word, and I'll deal with him right now," he offered. The princess, however, waved him off, her expression calm and calculated. "There's no rush," she said coolly, her tone implying that patience would serve them better. Elsewhere, Qin Q was visibly uneasy. "What the director just announced, it'll put a target on his back," she muttered, her concern directed at Lu Fan. She knew that being in the spotlight came with its dangers, especially now that anyone could challenge him. As the ceremony wrapped up, the students began filing out of the auditorium. Lu Fan, however, was focused on his next move, eager to test out his newly acquired dragon. "Let's find a secret realm to explore," he said to his group, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. Before they could leave, though, a voice called out behind them. "Lu Fan." Turning around, he saw Hongwu standing there, his expression hard and challenging. It was clear what he wanted. The air grew tense as everyone realized what was about to happen: a duel. Hongwu stepped forward confidently, ignoring the murmurs of apprehension around him. "Stop stalling. The director said you can't refuse a challenge," he said, his tone laced with mockery. He was banking on the idea that Lu Fan was all flash and no substance. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the taunt. Are you sure about this? He asked, his calm demeanor only irritating Hong Wu further. I'm not here to play games, Hong Wu snapped, placing a wager of 200 points to raise the stakes. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, noting that this wasn't just a casual challenge. Hong Wu was targeting the top-ranked student, who had over 13,200 points to his name. From the sidelines, the princess and her group watched intently, their eyes sharp with interest. The count began. 1. Hong Wu's energy flared as he gathered power into his fists. 2. Qin Qiu clenched her fists nervously, whispering to herself, now we'll see what Lu Fan is really made of. 3. Hong Wu launched himself forward, his fist glowing with accumulated energy. He aimed to overwhelm Lu Fan with sheer force, believing he could win by attacking before Lu Fan had the chance to summon a dragon. But just as Hong Wu's strike was about to connect, Lu Fan vanished into thin air. What? Hong Wu froze, realizing he'd hit nothing but air. His eyes darted around, recognizing the ability as teleportation, something typically used by second-class mages. But Lu Fan wasn't a mage. Before he could process what had happened, a voice behind him made his blood run cold. Is that all you've got? Hong Wu whirled around to see Lu Fan standing behind him, completely unscathed and exuding confidence. Enraged, Hong Wu concentrated energy into both his hands, declaring, "You're asking for it now." He unleashed a barrage of powerful palm strikes, each one crackling with energy. But Lu Fan moved with such ease it was as though he was toying with Hong Wu. He dodged every attack effortlessly, weaving through the onslaught with precision and grace. The audience watched in stunned silence, their expectations shattered. Even the professors, who had been observing from the sidelines, leaned forward with newfound curiosity. In the distance, Xiaomin glanced nervously at the unfolding battle. "He's amazing," she whispered, unable to tear her eyes away. Hong Wu, however, was far from done. Little did he know, Lu Fan hadn't even begun to show his full strength. Hong Wu's confidence was unshaken, convinced that as long as Lu Fan didn't summon a dragon, victory was in the bag. He grinned, ready to press his advantage, but his cocky demeanor didn't last long. Suddenly, Lu Fan made his move. With lightning speed, he delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at Hong Wu's chest. Hong Wu instinctively activated his defensive shield, smugly believing that with a strength threshold of 280 points, there was no way the attack would penetrate it. Crack! To his horror, the shield shattered like glass under the force of the kick. The impact sent him flying backward, and he hit the ground hard, coughing up blood as the air was knocked out of him. The crowd watched in stunned silence, some muttering about how he looked like he had just spit out tomato juice. Lu Fan frowned, visibly unimpressed. "That's it," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "You didn't even put up a fight. Losing like this is just embarrassing." The crowd began to murmur again, wondering aloud why the dragon Tamer hadn't even summoned a dragon. The anticipation of seeing his famed creatures was left unsatisfied, and some were disappointed the match had ended so quickly. From the sidelines, the princess watched the scene unfold with a glint of intrigue in her eyes. "What do you think your chances are against him, Tianzi?" she asked. Tianzi, her trusted companion, furrowed his brow in thought before replying, "Based on what I've seen, I'd say I have about a 30% chance of beating him." The princess smirked. "And with my buffs? With your support, that jumps to 70%, Tianzi admitted. The princess seemed pleased with the odds, her smile widening. "That's promising." Meanwhile, Lu Fan nonchalantly walked over to Hong Wu, who was still groaning on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan swiped the defeated challenger's card and transferred the 200 points to his own account. "Pathetic," he muttered before turning away. The crowd's attention shifted to Lu Fan's points. Someone whispered, "He's got over 13,000 points now." Hong Wu, a sharp observer, recalled the director's explanation of how points were calculated. He quickly did some mental math and froze, realizing the implications. For Lu Fan to have accumulated this many points, his exam score must have been at least 1.3 million. Hong Wu's gaze lingered on Lu Fan as he walked away, feeling a sinking sense of humiliation. "How could I have ever thought I could beat someone like him?" he thought bitterly. Later, in the entrance hall of the secret realms, Lu Fan's aunt appeared, a concerned expression on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked, her eyes scanning him for any sign of injury. "I'm fine," Lu Fan replied with a reassuring smile. Nearby, Choi Xiaoman, a seasoned observer, couldn't hide her astonishment. "I never imagined the Lu Fan was this strong," she remarked. "If just his kick caused that much damage. I don't even want to think about what would happen when he finally summons a dragon." Lu Fan, seemingly oblivious to the whispers around him, called out to his group. "Come on," he said, gesturing for them to follow. "Let's get ready. I'll show you where we're headed next." As he led the way, the crowd couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and apprehension. Lu Fan's strength was undeniable, and everyone was beginning to realize just how far above the rest he truly was. The group had decided on their next destination, a dungeon ominously named the Forest of Poisonous Spiders. Known for its challenging environment and high rewards, it was considered one of the best spots to gain experience and resources. Lu Fan's aunt, however, voiced her concern. "But I'm not skilled in combat. It's far too dangerous for me to join you." Lu Fan immediately reassured her. "Don't worry, auntie. I'll make sure you're safe. You can leave everything to me." His confidence was unwavering. Still, there was a logistical issue to address. "The only problem," Lu Fan continued, "is that we're one person short. We need a team of 5. Kim Q glanced around the area and suggested, "Why don't we see if someone nearby can join us?" Almost as if on cue, Jiang Ying, the second-ranked girl and Lu Fan's mysterious neighbor, came into view. Her strength and reputation made her an obvious choice. Kim Q nudged Lu Fan. "She's right there. She'd be perfect for the team." Lu Fan hesitated for a moment, recalling their awkward first encounter. Mustering his courage, he approached her. "Jiang Ying," he called, his tone a mix of awkwardness and determination. She turned toward him, her expression cold and distant, her disdain evident. Lu Fan cringed inwardly, fully aware that their first meeting had not left the best impression. Clearing his throat, he tried to explain. "I noticed you were checking out the available dungeons," he began. "Would you consider joining our team for the Forest of Poisonous Spiders?" Jiang Ying's eyes flicked to the 3 girls standing beside him, his aunt and his friends. A sharp glint of suspicion crossed her face. "You're a pervert," she said flatly, her voice laced with accusation. Her words hung in the air, and Lu Fan felt the weight of her judgment. His companions turned to him, eyebrows raised in curiosity and disbelief. "What did you do to make her think that?" one of them asked, her tone teasing but inquisitive. Lu Fan fumbled for a response, his face flushing red. "It's not what it looks like," he protested, waving his hands defensively. Jiang Ying, unimpressed, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Finally, he turned back to her and spoke with uncharacteristic sincerity. "Look, I admit our first meeting was unconventional," he said, his voice steady despite his embarrassment. "But that aside, I'd really like you to join us. We need someone with your skills for this dungeon." Jiang Ying stared at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Upon hearing that their destination was the Forest of Poisonous Spiders, Jiang Ying considered it briefly and gave a firm nod. "Fine. I'll join," she said. Lu Fan's face lit up with a triumphant smile, and the rest of the group buzzed with excitement. Their team was finally complete. As they approached the entry point to the dungeon, Lu Fan reached for his card to pay the required points. But Jiang Ying stopped him, her tone brisk. "No need. I've got this." With a quick swipe of her card, the barrier opened. The group caught a glimpse of her balance, 8,744 points. Lu Fan's eyes widened. That means she scored at least 800,000 in the entrance exams. That's no joke. Moments later, the 5 of them materialized inside the Forest of Poisonous Spiders. The dark, eerie atmosphere was thick with tension as faint skittering sounds echoed in the distance. Jiang Ying, her calm and commanding aura unshaken, took the lead, venturing deeper into the dungeon. The other girls hung back slightly, whispering amongst themselves. "Why'd he pick such a dangerous place?" one of them asked nervously. "It's obvious," Lu Fan replied casually, walking ahead with his hands in his pockets. "This dungeon has the highest experience rewards. If we're going to train, we might as well aim for the top." Just then, his aunt, ever the supportive figure, produced a tray of baked goods as if out of nowhere. "Here, have some of these," she said cheerfully, handing each of them a cookie. "What are these?" one of the girls asked, inspecting the treat curiously. "These cookies increase experience gain by 20%, his aunt explained with a proud grin. "It's something only my secret class can cook. Pretty amazing, right?" She turned her attention to Jiang Ying, who was still walking a few steps ahead of the group. "Jiang Ying. Want one?" she called out cheerfully. The goth girl paused mid-step, slowly turning around. Her sharp, calculating gaze swept over the group, then settled on the offered cookie. What she would do next was anyone's guess. Jiang Ying turned toward Han and asked if the cake from before was her creation. Han Qi blinked, then smiled modestly. "You mean the one Lu Fan brought?" "Yes, that was mine." As Jiang Ying processed the answer, the other girls chimed in with glowing compliments about Yan's cooking skills. Yan let out a small, bashful smile, which didn't escape Lu Fan's sharp gaze. But before he could comment, his attention snapped toward a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. His expression hardened. "Stay alert," he warned. "We've been spotted." Without warning, a massive black-scaled python, at least level 40, reared its head from the underbrush, hissing ominously. Its dark, menacing eyes locked onto the group. Han instinctively stepped back, clutching her cooking tools. Maybe I should whip up something to boost everyone's strength. There's no time for that, Lu Fan interrupted, his tone firm. Focus on staying safe. I'll deal with this. Before anyone could react, the creature lunged. Xiaoman leapt into action, charging recklessly at the snake with a fierce yell. Her strike aimed for its mouth, but it barely left a scratch. Qin Kuei grimaced. These level 40 beasts won't go down easily. As the python shifted its focus, Jiangning raised an eyebrow, already guessing what Lu Fan was about to do. The others, however, were caught off guard when he suddenly summoned a creature. Is that a dragon? Xiaoman gasped, her eyes wide as she watched a sleek emerald-scaled dragon appear. Lu Fan didn't have time for introductions. Xiao Fei, he commanded sharply, stop sitting on my head and get to work. The dragon flared its wings, exuding an aura of protective energy. As if to prove its worth, the python targeted Xiaoman, striking at her with terrifying speed. Emerald light. Lu Fan ordered. A brilliant green shield materialized, enveloping Xiaoman just as the python's attack landed. The shield absorbed the impact effortlessly, leaving Xiaoman unscathed. She staggered backward, flustered but unharmed. Qin Q rushed to her side. Are you okay? Xiaoman blinked, then nodded in disbelief. I didn't even feel anything. That shield boosted my defense by so much. Lu Fan smirked. Relax. With Xiao Fei here, none of you will get hurt. This little guy's skills are better than a second-ranked priest's. Qin Q stared at the dragon in awe. Unbelievable. One skill, and her defense skyrocketed. Just as the group began to recover, the python lunged again, its massive body crashing toward Xiaoman and Qin Q. Move back. Lu Fan shouted, stepping forward. But before he could act, a blazing red beam of energy streaked past him, striking the python square in the mouth. The force of the attack pierced through the creature's thick scales, leaving a gaping wound. The python let out a strangled hiss before collapsing to the ground. Everyone turned in shock, only to see Jiangning lowering her sword, which still glowed faintly with residual energy. Lu Fan's eyebrows shot up. Jiangning. The goth girl flicked her hair aside nonchalantly. What? I didn't feel like waiting around. Her calm, almost bored tone was at odds with the sheer power of her attack. Lu Fan couldn't help but think, this girl really could be the protagonist of the story. From the angle he was standing, the truth hit him even harder. Not only was Jiangning a level 21 swordmaster, but she wielded an absurdly powerful weapon. This girl wasn't just strong, she was a game changer. Lu Fan had already accepted one thing, if it weren't for the system's support, he'd likely be getting crushed by Jiangning in every sense of the word. The thought amused him momentarily, but he snapped out of it when he noticed a shadow looming behind his aunt. Aunt Han, duck, he shouted. A silver spider, stealthy and menacing, had crept up behind her. Completely unaware, Han turned just in time to see Jiangning deflect its attack with a well-placed strike, while Lu Fan moved in to pull his aunt to safety. These spiders are no joke, Lu Fan muttered. He could tell by the creature's sheen that it was one of the silver spiders, a breed known for its extreme resilience. Not only were they level 45, but they were also immune to armor-breaking abilities, making them a nightmare for most adventurers. Jiangning, however, wasn't fazed. She surged forward, her blade cutting through the air as she faced the spider head-on. The creature activated its quick claw ability, its attacks becoming a blur. Yet, Jiangning moved gracefully, dodging every swipe as if it were second nature. Be careful. Lu Fan called out as he stepped in to block an incoming strike. Jiangning clicked her tongue. I'm doing fine. Don't get careless yourself, she said, her tone sharp. She gestured ahead to a darker section of the forest. There's an entire nest of these things waiting for us. Lu Fan followed her gaze and frowned. The glint of webbing and the skittering sounds hinted at something even more dangerous. It's not just silver spiders, he said, gripping his weapon tightly. There are black web spiders here too. Jiangying's eyes narrowed. Black web spiders? Yeah. If they trap you in their webs for even 60 seconds, it's over, Lu Fan explained grimly. Without wasting another moment, she summoned massive blades, the army-destroying sword. Its sharp edge shimmered ominously as he charged forward. Jiangning followed closely behind, her sword flashing as she slashed through the thick webbing in their path. Impressive sword, she remarked, dodging another spider. But what about mine? What about it? Lu Fan asked, striking a silver spider and cleaving through its tough hide. My swordmaster class allows me to forge my own blades, Jiangning explained as she weaved through the spiders. I've had these since level 1, and they've evolved with me. Lu Fan nodded, genuinely impressed. That's versatile. It's almost like your class enhances multiple weapons, while mine focuses on dragons. Focus on fighting, not talking, she quipped. Just as she said that, another spider lunged at her from behind. Lu Fan reacted instantly, stepping in and summoning Xiao Fei's emerald light. The shimmering green barrier enveloped her, blocking the attack. Jiang Ying didn't waste the opportunity. With precision, she swung her blade and struck the spider's vulnerable underside, killing it in one decisive blow. She glanced at Lu Fan and gave a rare smile. That 30% attribute boost really came in handy. Thanks. Lu Fan smirked. You're welcome. Your class is incredible. I can't believe how adaptable it is. Before she could respond, a sudden scream pierced the air. Lu Fan's face darkened. The others are in trouble, he said. I'll handle the black web spider, Jiang Ying replied, already moving toward the nest. Be careful, he called after her. The rest of the group was in the middle of a chaotic battle. Yen and the others were throwing every skill they had, while Xiao Fei provided support with barriers and enhancements. Lu Fan joined the fray, his blade carving through spiders as if they were paper. Jiang Ying, meanwhile, reached the nest, her focus sharp. As she advanced, a spider lunged at her from behind. She barely managed to block the attack with her sword, but the impact sent her staggering. Another trio of spiders pounced, but her defensive skill activated just in time, shielding her from harm. Her breathing quickened, and she realized she was getting too far from the group. She turned to retreat but winced, feeling the sting of her earlier injury. Lu Fan's voice echoed in her mind. Don't push too far with that injury, he had warned. She clenched her teeth, tightening her grip on her sword. I don't have time to worry about that, she muttered, charging forward once more. The other girls, noticing they were managing well with the buffs provided by Aunt Han, urged Lu Fan to go and assist Jian Ying. We've got this under control, one of them said. Go make sure she's okay. Nodding, Lu Fan glanced back at his aunt. I'm counting on you two to keep Aunt safe, he said before dashing into the forest. As he moved deeper into the thicket, the air grew heavier with the stench of the spiders, and thick webs hung low from the trees, brushing against his shoulders. Passing under one particularly large web, he finally spotted Jian Ying locked in combat with the infamous black web spider. The sight stopped him in his tracks. Jian Ying, the ever-determined swordmaster, was visibly battered. Her usual sharp, precise movements were slower, and exhaustion was evident in her stance. Despite this, she still stood her ground against the menacing spider. Jian Ying. Lu Fan called out as he approached. She turned her head slightly, her voice firm despite her condition. I can handle this. Stay back. But at that very moment, the spider's eyes glinted ominously, and it activated its deadly ability, the web that would ensnare its target, spelling certain death after 60 seconds. Jian Ying's expression faltered for a fraction of a second as the realization hit her. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he surged forward, placing himself between her and the spider. Stop being stubborn and trust me for once, he said, his voice commanding yet reassuring. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan called upon the power of the dragon claw. His hands began to morph, sharp claws emerging as his transformation skill activated. A faint green aura surrounded him, crackling with energy. Xiao Fei, emerald light, he commanded. A protective barrier shimmered around both him and Jian Ying, neutralizing the spider's oppressive aura. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan lunged at the spider with precision and ferocity. His claws slashed through the air, glowing with draconic energy, before landing a devastating blow. The black web spider screeched in agony as it was sliced cleanly in half, collapsing in a heap. Jian Ying stared in shock. You took it down in one strike, she murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. Lu Fan turned to her with a faint smirk. I couldn't just let it hurt you, he said. Besides, I needed to test the Emerald Dragon's power in a real fight. Her gaze lingered on him, conflicted. While she was undeniably impressed by his strength, his attack rivaled the force of her mountain destroyer skill. It was hard to shake the frustration of having been saved. Lu Fan extended a hand to her. Let's move forward together. It'll be easier to handle what's ahead if we stick together, he said. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's mood had lifted considerably. Not only had they overcome a significant challenge, but Xiao Fei had leveled up to level 3, her aura radiating stronger than ever. However, Jian Ying's mood took a downturn. She couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment in herself for needing his help. She clutched her swords tightly, silently vowing to grow stronger. Just as the tension between them lingered, voices called out from the distance. Hey! We took care of the silver spiders. Aunt Han Qi and the others emerged from the trees, waving them over. Relieved, Lu Fan smiled and gestured for Jian Ying to follow. Come on. It's not over yet, he said. Jian Ying glanced at him, her resolve hardening. I'll catch up, she muttered, determination gleaming in her eyes. Lu Fan turned to Jian Ying with a calm yet determined expression. You're strong, he said, his tone steady. But no matter how strong someone is, allies don't let each other fight alone. Jian Ying blinked, momentarily stunned by his words. The sincerity in his voice left her speechless, and before she could respond, she felt the gentle warmth of healing energy washing over her wounds. Once again, this guy managed to throw her off guard. Just then, the rest of the group approached, curious about what had happened. One of the girls pointed at the faint glow surrounding Jianing. "Wait, can your dragon heal?" she asked, surprised. Lu Fan nodded with a slight smile. "Of course," he said, activating Xiao Fei's life fountain skill. A shimmering circle of light formed around the group, spreading a gentle regenerative aura that started mending everyone's minor injuries and restoring their stamina. The sight left Jianing deep in thought. She hadn't expected much when she stumbled upon this group, but now she found herself rethinking her initial judgment. Maybe this team wasn't so bad after all. Time passed as they continued their trek through the dungeon. Despite their progress, they found themselves wandering aimlessly, struggling to locate the exit. Confusion set in, and the girls began murmuring among themselves. "This feels like the end of the dungeon," one of them said, "but we haven't found anything." Lu Fan remained quiet, his sharp gaze scanning the area. Suddenly, Qin Kuei approached him, curious about what he was seeing. "What's wrong?" she asked. Lu Fan didn't reply immediately, his expression hardening as he pointed toward a nearby clearing. When the group followed his gaze, they froze in place. Before them lay a massive crater teeming with spiders. Hundreds of them crawled over one another, creating a grotesque, writhing mass. At the center of the pit loomed an enormous, menacing spider, the secret boss of the dungeon. Qin Kuei's breath caught in her throat. That's horrifying," she stammered. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. "This boss has two major abilities, mass absorption and madness amplification," he explained. "It can absorb life from the smaller spiders to heal itself and boost their stats to dangerous levels. If we don't deal with the smaller ones first, we'll be overwhelmed." The girls exchanged uneasy glances before turning to Aunt Han. "You're new to dungeons, right? Maybe you shouldn't look," one of them suggested. Aunt Yen scoffed, puffing out her chest. "I'm not that fragile. I can handle a little." Her words were cut off as she peeked over the edge. A second later, she turned pale, stumbling toward a nearby tree to empty the contents of her stomach. "Okay, that's too disgusting," she admitted weakly. Jianing sighed, her focus returning to the task at hand. "Whatever we decide to do, we need to deal with the smaller spiders first," she said. Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Other teams usually split their group. Some lure the smaller spiders away, while the rest handle the boss, she explained. "The only problem is that strategy takes days, and we definitely don't have enough supplies for that." Aunt Han groaned, clutching her stomach. "Yeah, I didn't bring enough food for that kind of plan." Lu Fan raised his hand, a confident glint in his eyes. "There's no need to follow their strategy," he said firmly. The girls turned to him, curious and slightly wary. "What do you mean?" one of them asked. "What's your plan?" Lu Fan's smirk widened as he took a step forward. Without another word, he shouted, "Xiao Yi, assume your destroyer form." The air seemed to tremble as Xiao Yi emerged, her presence overwhelming and fierce. The girls, particularly Jianing and Xiaoman, recoiled slightly, startled by the sheer intensity radiating from the creature. The dungeon boss, sensing the threat, let out a piercing screech that echoed through the crater. Its smaller minions stirred in agitation, their movements becoming frantic as the tension in the air thickened. Lu Fan tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice steady but full of determination. That's when Lu Fan commanded Xiao Yi to handle all the smaller spiders. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi leapt into the pit, brimming with determination. In that instant, Lu Fan activated the Cataclysm skill, sending shockwaves through the lair. Everyone stood in awe, and Jianing couldn't help but remark that the power resembled that of a legendary dragon. Wasting no time, Lu Fan directed Xiao Fei to channel her buffs onto Xiao Yi. The synergy between the two dragons was remarkable, effectively doubling Xiao Yi's strength. As the spider boss screeched in rage, waves of minions were sent charging toward them. Lu Fan quickly assigned roles. Xiaoman and Qin Kuei were to hold the line and ensure none of the creatures escaped, while he and Jianing targeted the spider boss directly. The swarm of spiders erupted into chaos as the team plunged into battle. Down in the heart of the nest, Lu Fan called out to Xiao Yi to handle their flank. Responding instantly, Xiao Yi unleashed a cataclysm attack, clearing a path for them. Meanwhile, Jianing stuck close but couldn't hide her apprehension about getting caught in the fiery carnage. Lu Fan glanced upward, checking on the rest of the team. Xiaoman, Qin Kuei, and the others were holding strong, bombarding the spiders with spells to keep them contained. Satisfied, Lu Fan turned to Jianing and said, "Now it's just us to deal with the big one." The spider boss, sensing the threat, unleashed a venomous spray that forced them to dodge. Lu Fan activated Xiao Fei's buff to shield Jianing from the toxins, knowing full well that getting caught in the boss's web meant certain death within seconds. With each step closer, the tension rose. A single touch of the web sliced across Lu Fan's cheek like a blade. Undeterred, he instructed Xiao Yi to prepare for the next move. Xiao Fei, following his command, activated yet another buff, her emerald glow brightening the lair. Then came the game-changing moment. Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to unleash her ultimate ability. With a mighty flap of her wings, Xiao Yi ignited the entire cave in a roaring blaze. Flames engulfed the surroundings, turning the nest into a fiery inferno. Jianing stared in shock, wondering if such destructive power could annihilate a nation. Amidst the chaos, spiders were incinerated mid-air, their charred remains scattering like ash. Lu Fan used the opportunity to clear the remaining webs, walking steadily toward the boss with a calm determination. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei leveled up to level 5, unlocking a new ability that radiated immense potential. And then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the little green healing dragon began its evolution, marking yet another leap forward in their extraordinary journey. The little green dragon girl began to radiate a brilliant emerald light, glowing from what seemed to be her core. Just as the radiance filled the cave, the spider boss lashed out, its massive claw swinging dangerously close to Jianing. She narrowly dodged, the attack brushing past her. The emerald blessing from Xiao Fei enveloped Jianing at that moment, amplifying her power and granting her 3 powerful attack buffs. With renewed strength, she commanded her swords to attack the boss directly. Before, her strikes barely left a scratch, but now, with the buffs and the added effect of utilizing the monster's own attributes against it, her swords tore through the spider with devastating force. Meanwhile, Lu Fan casually petted Xiao Fei, praising her for the evolution and observing how drastically Jian Ying's attacks had improved. Xiao Fei, buff Xiao Yi next, Lu Fan instructed. The little dragon nodded, fluttering over to Xiao Yi and landing on her head. As she activated the buff, 3 shimmering crystals materialized above Xiao Yi before merging into her. Empowered by the emerald energy, Xiao Yi roared and unleashed another fiery explosion, the intensity of which scorched the entire cavern. Jianing couldn't help but marvel, estimating that the attack carried over 10,000 power points based on its sheer destructive capability. The spider boss shrieked in agony, its massive body writhing in pain. Sensing its weakened state, Lu Fan called out to both Jianing and Xiao Yi, urging them to prepare for the final blow. But as they looked for him, he was nowhere on the ground. That's because Lu Fan had already leapt high into the air, his blade shimmering with lethal intent. From above, he descended like a meteor, plunging his weapon straight into the boss's head. Simultaneously, Xiao Fei applied another buff on Jianing, who unleashed a relentless barrage of swords to support Lu Fan's attack. The combined assault proved too much for the boss to withstand. With one final screech, the monstrous spider collapsed, defeated. The cavern was silent except for the echoes of their victorious breaths. A notification chimed, everyone had leveled up, and the 2 dragons reverted to their smaller forms. Jianing, catching her breath, glanced at Lu Fan. "How many points did you manage to earn from that?" He grinned. "About 1.3 million. Her brows furrowed. "With that kind of power, shouldn't it have been much higher?" Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "That's the limit for nightmare difficulty. No matter what we do, we can't surpass it." Before the conversation could continue, Xiao Fei bolted toward Lu Fan, wrapping herself around him in a tight hug. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, noticing the affectionate display, narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms in annoyance, clearly not thrilled with being left out of the spotlight. After the battle concluded, Lu Fan called the rest of the group over. They arrived shortly after, their faces beaming with excitement. Meanwhile, Jianing remained silent, her gaze distant. Despite being close in terms of points and strength, she realized the power gap between her and Lu Fan was something insurmountable. It was a bitter pill to swallow. With the mission complete, the group began opening the treasure chests scattered across the area. Amid the excitement, Jianing finally made up her mind. She decided to officially join their team. The other girls were ecstatic and even asked for her phone number. However, in her usual goth fashion, Jianing replied coolly, "I don't use a phone." To commemorate their new, permanent team member, the aunt insisted on preparing a celebratory dinner. Over the next couple of weeks, the group spent their time hunting in dungeons to strengthen themselves further. During the day, they attended combat theory lessons, but by night, they dove back into the action. Half a month passed in this routine, and now, only 2 days remained until the highly anticipated freshman evaluation. By then, the group had made significant progress. Xiao Fei had leveled up to 14, while Xiao Yi had reached level 19. Most of the other members were at level 22, and even the ant had climbed to level 18. Jianing, however, was the one who stood out the most. She had evolved her ice sword ability and climbed to level 24, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Xiaomin, on the other hand, had equipped the full venomous spider set and leveled up as well. It was clear that everyone was growing stronger, pushing their limits in preparation for the upcoming evaluation. One day, as they exited the dungeon, the ant announced that she would prepare a meal for everyone. Just as Lu Fan stepped out of the portal, someone called out to him. He turned to see a girl with striking purple hair waiting for him. President Zhao has something urgent to discuss with you, she said without preamble. Curious, Lu Fan asked, what does he want to talk about, especially with the freshman evaluation just around the corner? The purple-haired girl shrugged, her expression unreadable. You'll find out when you meet him, she replied. As they walked, the group chatted about recent rank changes. The girl turned to Lu Fan and asked, are you worried about all these duels happening lately? Lu Fan shook his head, letting out a tired sigh. I don't even have time to think about it. I've been stuck in a cycle, dungeon runs, classes, and then straight to bed. The girl chuckled softly before explaining, ever since your fight with Hong on the first day, things have changed. Everyone started dueling for points, and you've inadvertently set a new standard. Weaklings are now measured as 1 Hong. If someone's strong, they say they're worth at least 100 Hong. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a mix of amusement and disbelief on his face. So, Hong's name became a unit of measurement, huh? She smirked, nodding. You've stirred things up more than you realize. As they approached the president's office, Lu Fan couldn't help but wonder what could be so important. Whatever it was bound to shake things up even further. The purple-haired girl gestured toward the door and said, they're waiting for you. Go on in. As Lu Fan pushed the door open, the president, sitting at his desk, glanced up and motioned for him to enter. Come in, we have something important to discuss, he began, his tone serious. Without wasting any time, he revealed the news. The national test, which Lu Fan had been promised a chance to participate in, had been rescheduled. It was originally planned for 5 months from now, the president explained, but it's been moved up. It's happening in just 2 months. The sudden announcement made Lu Fan pause, his mind racing. Why the change, he asked. The president leaned back in his chair and sighed. Jin Chenghan is close to reaching level 60 and undergoing his 3rd transformation. It seems this schedule adjustment is designed to give him an edge over everyone else. Lu Fan quickly pieced it together. So they're putting people in their 2nd transformation up against him? That'll just make it easier for him to dominate. The president nodded grimly. Exactly. It's a stacked deck. Pitting 2nd transformation participants against a level 60 expert is practically handing him the victory. And if you're not careful, it could get you killed. He stood and crossed his arms, his gaze steady. I won't sugarcoat this, it's unfair, and the risks are high. If you still want to take part, you won't have much time to prepare. Are you sure about this? Lu Fan's expression hardened, and he met the president's eyes without hesitation. This is my chance to climb the expert rankings. I'm not backing down. Besides, I plan to win. A smile tugged at the president's lips. I expected nothing less. He nodded approvingly. If that's the case, I'll ensure you receive the resources you need. For now, focus on performing well in the freshman evaluation. Use it as a stepping stone. On the day of the evaluation, the president addressed the gathered students, outlining the rules. The exam will consist of a 2 versus 2 arena format. First place will earn 5,000 points for each participant. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Many students were uneasy with the pairing system, especially since they hadn't necessarily formed teams or close bonds. For Lu Fan, however, the arrangement worked perfectly. With his aunt and the rest of their group, they had just enough people to form 2 solid teams. As they prepared, they ran into Jianing outside the arena. Before they could exchange greetings, a confident-looking guy approached Jianing, his posture oozing arrogance. He introduced himself with a smug grin, clearly expecting to impress her. Jianing didn't even let him finish. With a sharp glare and a dismissive tone, she cut him off. Not interested. The rejection hit the guy like a brick wall, leaving him stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the group couldn't help but smirk as they walked past, leaving the poor guy to wallow in his crushed hopes. Lu Fan decided to team up with Qin Kuei for the upcoming matches, while Jianing partnered with Xiaomen. By the 2nd day, the arena was alive with action as the first battles unfolded. In one corner, a hulking stone beast hurled a contestant into the air, while a sleek, deadly creature with a golden sheen, called the Deep Web Gold, darted forward and slashed at another competitor. Watching the chaos unfold was Tianzi. Beside him, the princess praised his skills, exclaiming that they were quickly advancing to the top 16. Tianzi smirked and confidently responded, soon, we'll be up against the number 1 team. Meanwhile, the princess in the stands made a quiet comment about her brother, Jin Chenjian, soon arriving in the city. Jin Chenjian, the level 60 powerhouse who had manipulated the national competition to gain an unfair edge, loomed as a constant reminder of the challenges ahead. The next match was announced, and the audience turned their attention to the field. Lu Fan was paired with Jianing this time, both fully prepared for combat. Lu Fan, with his weapons ready, looked composed and confident, while Jianing exuded her usual fierce aura, clad in her battle gear. Their opponents, a pair of nervous-looking rookies, already seemed defeated at the sight of them standing together. Earlier, when Lu Fan had suggested teaming up with Qin Kuei, she had laughed it off, saying it wasn't necessary. You and Jianing should aim for first place, she had said confidently. Xiaomen and I will handle second. Trusting her words, Lu Fan had agreed, and now Qin Kuei and Xiaomen were cheering for them from the stands. Before entering the arena, Lu Fan asked Jianing if she was determined to take first place. With her signature confidence, she responded, of course. In the preparation area, Lu Fan had taken some time to check his inventory. Using stored treasures, he synthesized several maps, hoping for a lucky result. His gamble paid off. He managed to improve their quality and gain access to a map for the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a high-level zone for adventurers between levels 45 and 60. This discovery only added to his excitement for the upcoming match. As the match began, Jianing turned to Lu Fan with a sly smile. Are you confident about facing another dragon tamer? She asked, referencing Tianzi, who was their opponent. Lu Fan shrugged casually. Confident enough to bet we won't need any summons to win and I can beat both of them alone. She raised an eyebrow. No summons? Really? He nodded. I've been fighting alongside you for a while now. I've realized we're more alike than I thought. Let's handle this together. And if we win, you can finally tell me more about your swordmaster class. The signal for the battle echoed through the arena, and the crowd roared. Tianzi, visibly angry, wasted no time charging at them. His spear gleamed as he lunged forward, his voice filled with venom. Finally, I'll have the chance to crush you, Lu Fan. But just as his spear was about to reach its target, Lu Fan vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but an empty space where he had stood moments ago. Tianzi's expression twisted in shock, and the crowd held its breath as the real battle began. Lu Fan smirked at Jianing, reminding her that it was far too late for her to back out of their wager. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and slashed at the opposing dragon, dealing a devastating blow. Not stopping there, he followed up with a well-placed punch to its tamer, striking the creature squarely on the chin and shattering part of his armor. The arena was in chaos, and Tianzi, bewildered by the lack of resistance from Jianing, turned to her with a sneer. Why aren't you doing anything? He asked mockingly, his frustration apparent. Then, pointing at Lu Fan, he added, and where's your dragon? Are you afraid to summon it? Lu Fan, ever the provocateur, responded with a calm, almost bored tone. I don't need everything I have to deal with you, he said, his words laced with arrogance. His dismissive attitude only served to further enrage Tianzi. Meanwhile, from the stands, the princess observed the scene with a cold smile. Finally, my chance has come, she murmured to herself, her voice dripping with malice. She seemed eager to humiliate Lu Fan again, but this time, she had underestimated her target. Tianzi, unwilling to let the situation slide, ordered his armored dragon to attack. The massive beast surged forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the arena. Lu Fan glanced at it with a wry grin and quipped, without that tooth, it's looking a bit lopsided. Let me fix that for you. As the dragon lunged, Lu Fan launched himself into the air with shocking agility. The creature locked eyes with him for a moment, its instincts sensing danger. But before it could react, Lu Fan delivered a thunderous punch, landing squarely on its snout. The impact sent the dragon crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He had taken down a dragon with a single blow. The princess, her composure slipping, turned to Tianzi with urgency. What are you doing? Finish him off now, she demanded, her voice sharp and commanding. Tianzi obeyed without question, leaping toward Lu Fan with newfound determination. I'll show you, he growled, ordering his dragon to execute a powerful tail strike. The coordinated attack left little room for evasion, with blows coming from both sides. Tianzi was confident this would corner his opponent. But when the dust settled, the attacks had struck only the ground. Lu Fan was nowhere to be seen. The crowd murmured in confusion, scanning the arena for him. Then, with an almost theatrical nonchalance, he revealed himself. He was seated casually atop the remains of the dragon's earlier prey, leaning back as if this was nothing more than a casual outing. Is that really all you've got? Lu Fan asked, his voice carrying a mixture of mockery and disappointment. The tension in the air grew thick as everyone realized, this is not a fair fight. Tianzi knew full well the sheer power of his earth dragon, a beast many times stronger than others of the same level. Yet, despite its overwhelming strength, Lu Fan didn't seem fazed in the slightest, handling the fight as if it were nothing more than a casual spar. Frustrated by the turn of events, the princess's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Tianzi! Get out of the way, she yelled, her gaze narrowing in frustration. How are you struggling this much? He hasn't even summoned his dragon yet. Her irritation grew. This was supposed to be an easy win, but now she couldn't recommend Tianzi to her brother or send him off to the Tai Chi kingdom as she had planned. Taking matters into her own hands, she activated her unique ability, channeling her magic into the Earth Dragon. Seems like I'll have to fix this mess myself, she muttered. Lu Fan recognized the ominous shift immediately. He'd seen this ability before, one that transformed creatures into monsters. The Earth Dragon's body contorted grotesquely as a dark purple aura enveloped it. Its once proud form now resembled something straight out of a nightmare. It let out a bone-chilling roar, shaking the arena and silencing the crowd. Spectators murmured in awe and fear, commenting on how the creature now resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Even Jianing, usually composed, was visibly rattled as she began preparing her swords for combat. Hold on, Lu Fan said firmly, raising a hand to stop her. Don't forget about the bet. Let me handle this. His confidence left her momentarily stunned. The princess, however, was far from amused. Tianzi, attack him now. Take advantage of the buff I just gave you, she ordered, her voice dripping with venom. The princess's mind churned with schemes. If she couldn't win outright, she'd at least steal Lu Fan's black dragon and humiliate him in the process. Where are those incredible attributes you were bragging about, Lu Fan? She sneered. In response, Lu Fan smirked. Without a word, he activated his Ice Dragon's Fury ability. Instantly, the battlefield transformed. A wave of frost swept over the arena, immobilizing the Earth Dragon completely. Tianzi and the princess were caught in the icy blast as well, their movements slowing as the freezing energy took hold. Your black magic might have turned that creature into a monster, Lu Fan said, his voice cold and cutting, but raw attributes alone won't beat me. Without hesitation, he charged forward. You want my black dragon so badly? He taunted, his tone laced with disdain. You're not worthy. He launched an attack aimed directly at the princess, but before it could land, Tianzi stepped in, intercepting the blow to protect her. At that moment, the Earth Dragon broke free of its icy chains, roaring in fury as it lunged toward Lu Fan. With perfect timing, Lu Fan teleported to the dragon's back, a confident grin on his face. Channeling his magic, he unleashed another ability, Blue Dragon's Roar. The arena trembled under the sheer force of the attack, a deafening sound that echoed for miles. The crowd was in shock. Spectators murmured in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could possess such overwhelming physical strength and magical prowess simultaneously. Lu Fan stood tall atop the dragon, his presence dominating the battlefield, leaving no doubt as to who truly reigned supreme. Tianzi stood on the sidelines, disbelief etched across his face. They were both dragon tamers, yet the gap between him and Lu Fan seemed insurmountable. It gnawed at him. You're both dragon tamers, Tianzi muttered, so why are we so different? Lu Fan turned to him, calm but firm. Why do you stick to such basic spear strikes? Why not incorporate dragon techniques, like a dragon claw strike, for instance? Tianzi blinked, confused by the suggestion. Dragon claw strike? What are you even talking about? Lu Fan smirked knowingly. I see. You've never even heard of those abilities. That makes sense, considering that you never had them to begin with. The word stung, and Tianzi's frustration boiled over. Shut up, he shouted. But Lu Fan wasn't finished. You're wasting your time. We're not the same, Tianzi. We're completely different types of tamers. You should just give up. Tianzi clenched his fists, anger clouding his judgment. You're so full of yourself. Stop lecturing me like you're some kind of saint. Lu Fan's expression didn't waver. Then stop selling your dignity, Tianzi. Stop being her puppet. She doesn't care about you. Enough. Tianzi barked, his voice trembling with rage. You know nothing about me. I'm not doing this because of her, it's because I lost my place as the strongest tamer. Do you even understand what that feels like? With his pride in shambles, Tianzi glanced at the princess. His voice softened, almost pleading. Use your magic on me. I'm willing to risk my life for this. The princess's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh? Is that so? Very well, Tianzi. Let me grant your wish. She waved her hand, and a dark energy surged from her, enveloping Tianzi. His body tensed as the power took hold. This is your last chance, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. Lu Fan watched, his gaze steady. Why are you so loyal to someone like her? You know what she's really like. Tianzi gritted his teeth, his voice cracking as he answered. Because when I was nothing, she was the one who lifted me up. She gave me a chance to rise, to be someone important. I owe her everything. For her, I'd do anything. With newfound energy coursing through him, Tianzi charged forward, activating a powerful dragon spear strike. The arena seemed to hold its breath as he closed in on Lu Fan. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. Instead, he sighed. I don't hate you, Tianzi. If anything, I pity you. With that, he activated his extra agility ability, his movements becoming a blur. Calling forth the storm dragon, he unleashed a devastating dragon fang strike. The force of the attack sent Tianzi reeling, his transformation undone in an instant. Smoke rose from Tianzi as he collapsed to the ground, his energy spent. Lu Fan offered no further words, only a quiet apology for what had to be done. The princess, now pale and trembling, realized she was next. She stumbled backward, desperation etched across her face. If you touch me, she stammered, my brother will come after you. He'll destroy you. Lu Fan approached her calmly, his expression unreadable. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across her face. The crowd gasped, stunned by his audacity. Tell your brother, Lu Fan said, his voice steady and cold, that I'll be waiting. He owes me something. The princess was left speechless, her face burning with humiliation as laughter erupted from the spectators. Her once commanding presence was reduced to a shattered shell, while Lu Fan stood tall, unshaken, and triumphant. The president stood and raised his hand, silencing the room. The match is officially over, he declared. The victory goes to Lu Fan and Jianying. While the crowd cheered, some murmured about Jianying's lack of involvement in the fight. She had spent most of the battle watching from the sidelines. Did she even lift a finger? Someone whispered in disbelief. The president ignored the chatter and turned to one of his staff members. Escort Lu Fan to my office immediately, he instructed. A short while later, Lu Fan found himself sitting across from the president in his lavish office. The air was heavy with unspoken tension. The president leaned forward. I've heard about your connection to Princess Jinju, he began. Because of that, you need to prepare yourself. There will be backlash. Criticism. People will question your intentions. Lu Fan's expression didn't change. I'm well aware. The princess has been manipulating Tianzi, and I won't stand by and let her continue. The president nodded solemnly and handed Lu Fan a sleek tablet. This is why I called you here. Based on your performance, we've decided there's no need for you to continue in this competition. You've already proven your strength? Lu Fan tilted his head slightly, surprised. Does that mean my performance wasn't good enough? The president shook his head. On the contrary. You've exceeded expectations. That's why we believe you're ready to participate in the national trials. But to prepare, we want to give you an edge. Lu Fan glanced at the tablet in his hands. Displayed on the screen were a list of rare and highly coveted dungeons, each more expensive than the last. We're giving you the opportunity to choose one of these dungeons, the president explained. No matter the cost, we'll win it for you at auction. Your growth is worth the investment. Lu Fan's eyes scanned the list before pausing on one name. The Flying Dragon Cemetery, he said, pointing to it. That's the one I want. A level 55 dungeon sounds like the perfect challenge. The president nodded. Consider it done. The following day, the semi-finals were announced, but the crowd was taken aback when Lu Fan's group was declared to have withdrawn from the competition. Rumors swirled, many speculating it was related to the events of the previous match. Meanwhile, deep within the Flying Dragon Cemetery, Lu Fan and Jianying stood at the entrance. Lu Fan sighed. I'm sorry, Jianying. Because of me, you couldn't participate in the semi-finals? Jianying waved him off with a grin. Don't worry about it. We'll still earn points from this dungeon, and honestly, I'm more excited about the experience we'll gain here. This place is incredible. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice from above. Hey, you two. They both looked up to see a red-haired man leaping gracefully from a ledge, landing in front of them with ease. His movements were smooth and practiced, exuding confidence. The man straightened, offering them a casual smile. No need to be alarmed. I'm here to help. Who are you? Lu Fan asked, his tone cautious. The name's Kiran, the man replied. I'm with the Black Rat, a secret guild of hunters. We've been keeping an eye on the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Kiran gestured toward the massive entrance of the dungeon. Since you've won your spot here, follow me. There's a lot to discuss. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes but nodded, keeping his guard up. As they stepped forward into the unknown, the air buzzed with the promise of danger and opportunity. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the red-haired man turned to them, his tone skeptical. Just to clarify, what levels are you two? Lu Fan replied casually, I'm level 25, and Jianying is level 24. The man, a member of the Black Rat Guild, froze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you out of your minds? This place is for level 55 and above. You're basically asking for a death sentence? He reached for his communication device. This has to be a mistake. I'll contact the academy right away. Before he could finish, the sharp crack of wood breaking echoed through the forest. A massive tree trunk was sliced cleanly, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Panic set in as the group scattered. In the chaos, Lu Fan remained calm. Activating the blue dragon's ability, he unleashed a surge of lightning that struck a massive flying beast descending toward them. The creature, easily a level 50 monster, collapsed in an instant. The Black Rat Guild member stared in shock. Wait, are you seriously only level 25? That thing was level 50. Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Relax. These creatures aren't much of a challenge for us. The man hesitated but eventually nodded. Fine, if you're so confident, follow me. A short while later, he led them through dense foliage, pushing aside branches to reveal a hidden pathway. This is it, he said, gesturing to a large, ancient tree with glowing runes etched into its bark. The entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The teleportation gate is linked to this tree. The man turned to leave. My job here is done. Good luck. But before he could walk away, Lu Fan stopped him. Wait. I'd like to keep in touch. The Black Rat Guild member raised an eyebrow. Why? Lu Fan smiled. You manage secret dungeons, right? Having someone like you as a contact could be useful. I'm willing to pay for information. The man crossed his arms, intrigued. You're looking to negotiate, huh? Fine. Let's see how serious you are. I'll charge 100,000 for each set of dungeon details. Deal. Without hesitation, Lu Fan extended his hand. Deal? They shook on it, and the Black Rat Guild member smirked. You academy types sure are loaded. I'll keep in touch. As the man disappeared into the forest, Jianing let out an exasperated sigh. You talk too much. I'm heading out. Lu Fan chuckled, watching her move ahead. His focus shifted to the top of the massive tree before them. The map he had pointed to this exact spot. Excitement surged through him as he prepared to ascend. But just as he was about to step forward, a sudden roar filled the air. Both Lu Fan and Jianing snapped their heads up to see a swarm of level 50 flying dragons descending rapidly. Their leathery wings cast massive shadows over the forest as they closed in. Lu Fan's demeanor shifted instantly. Get ready, he told Jianing, his voice steady. Jianing didn't hesitate. She hurled her sword skyward, using it to draw the dragon's attention. One of the beasts, however, broke away from the group and dove straight for Lu Fan. Calmly, he raised his hand, summoning Xiaoyi. The fiery dragoness appeared in a burst of flame, her jaws glowing with molten heat. She snarled, her mouth full of fire, as she prepared to meet the oncoming threat head-on. As Jianing maneuvered through the battlefield with effortless grace, she sensed a presence creeping up behind her. Without hesitation, she dodged with precise footwork, flipping midair and launching her sword toward the creature's head. Her blade found its mark, piercing through the beast before she swiftly finished off another. But then, she realized she was falling. The ground below rushed toward her, and she quickly called for her broadsword, attempting to regain control midair. Unfortunately, one of the dragons had already locked onto her, diving at full speed, ready to strike before she could escape. Just as it seemed like she would be caught, Lu Fan acted without a second thought. He launched himself toward her, cutting through the dragon midair in one swift strike. Extending his hand toward Jianing, he caught her just in time. With her hand firmly in his grasp, he twisted his body and drove his dagger into the trunk of a massive tree, carving a deep groove as they skidded down. Wood and debris scattered in their wake as they finally came to a halt. Jianing let out a breath, still gripping his arm. Her cheeks tinged red. Saved again, she muttered, a little embarrassed. Lu Fan smirked, shaking his head. Try not to fall again. We're not supposed to be heading down. Before she could reply, a powerful gust of wind swept past them, causing both to turn sharply. A massive white dragon, its scales shimmering under the faint light, soared past them with incredible speed. But something was wrong. Lu Fan's expression darkened as he spotted Xiaoyi in the distance. And then, from the shadows, another presence emerged. A towering skeletal dragon, its hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light, appeared before her. Without hesitation, the undead beast lunged forward, its colossal jaws snapping shut around Xiaoyi. For a split second, she didn't move. Then, the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, his instincts screaming. He grabbed Jianing and sprinted toward them. She'll be fine, he assured her, though his gaze never left Xiaoyi. As they closed the distance, Lu Fan called out, Xiaoyi. Enter destruction mode, now. Within the skeletal dragon's grasp, Xiaoyi's body trembled. Then, a violent surge of power erupted from within her. Her form shifted, her body expanding as flames surged outward, obliterating the creature's entire lower jaw in a single, earth-shattering burst. Lu Fan wasted no time. He immediately summoned Xiao Fei, who appeared with 3 glowing emerald crystals embedded in her forehead. "Give the emerald blessing," he commanded. As Xiao Fei unleashed a vibrant healing energy, Lu Fan seized the moment. He surged forward with his dagger in hand, his speed blinding. Xiao Fei roared behind him, sending a powerful shockwave that momentarily stunned the skeletal dragon. Seizing the opening, Lu Fan landed a precise strike. But before he could follow up, the berserker bone dragon unleashed a devastating counterattack. A violent storm of razor-sharp bone fragments erupted from its body, tearing through the battlefield like a whirlwind of destruction. Lu Fan braced himself, but before he could react, a crimson streak slashed across the sky. A scythe, gleaming with ominous energy, spun through the air, slicing cleanly through the dragon's skull. Lu Fan's eyes widened. Jianing stepped forward, gripping the deadly weapon as the energy crackled around her. "I'll explain later," she said, her voice calm yet resolute. "It's time I kept my promise and showed you how the Swordmaster class truly works." Lu Fan exhaled, gripping his dagger tightly. "Xiao Fei, get ready," Jianing continued, her scythe glowing with an eerie red aura. "My class gains a new weapon every 5 levels. And this," she lifted the weapon slightly, the weight of its power palpable. "This is my trump card, the Calamity Scythe." She smirked as the skeletal dragon snarled. "With every kill, its attack permanently increases by 0.1%. The more I fight, the stronger it gets." A sinister energy flared around her as she activated Explosion of Sin, the ground beneath them trembling. The skeletal dragon screeched as its body cracked, splitting apart from the sheer force of her attack. Lu Fan came to a realization: Swordmasters didn't gain abilities like other classes. Instead, they unlocked new weapons as they leveled up. Understanding this, he shifted his focus back to the battle. "Xiao Fei, it's your turn now," he called out. Xiao Fei moved toward Xiao Yi, her 3 glowing crystals pulsing with energy. As she placed them onto Xiao Yi's forehead, Lu Fan issued his next command. "Use Earth Smash." Xiao Yi extended her claws, gathering immense strength before slamming them down with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the ground beneath them, causing the berserker bone dragon to be buried beneath the collapsing terrain. A notification appeared in Lu Fan's vision: Xiao Fei had reached level 15 and unlocked another transformation. Meanwhile, Jianing sighed, clearly conflicted. "I had to use my trump card so early. But most of the damage came from Xiao Fei's buffs anyway." Lu Fan turned to her with a grateful expression. "Still, you saved me back there. And thanks to you, Xiao Fei evolved." He reached out and patted Xiao Fei's head, congratulating her on unlocking a new form, Eternal Dragon, Spiritual Light. The golden aura around her shimmered as if acknowledging the praise. Jianing, regaining her focus, stretched her arms. "All right, enough talk. We need to climb back up." Before they could move, a barrage of fire rained down from above, forcing them to dodge. Explosions erupted all around as they sprinted for cover. "Why the hell are we being hit by magic?" Jianing shouted, weaving between the chaos. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and quickly assessed the situation. The noise from their battle with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. Turning his gaze to the sky, his eyes widened. A legion of dragons soared above them, their dark silhouettes blocking out the light. Leading the group was an enormous dragon, one that radiated pure dominance. "That one?" Lu Fan muttered. "It looks like a final boss." With no time to waste, he made a quick decision. "Xiao Fei, transform into light form. Stay close to Xiao Yi and provide support." In response, Xiao Fei's body glowed brilliantly as she shifted into her spiritual form. In this state, she could now grant 2 abilities, Soul Protection and Soul Impact. Lu Fan turned to Jianing. "We're heading straight to the top. Follow me." As he dashed forward, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei underwent another transformation. Soul Protection activated, instantly boosting their attributes by 200% while granting damage absorption. The only drawback was that Xiao Fei wouldn't be able to do anything else during the duration. Jianing, witnessing the sheer power-up, was stunned. Xiao Yi's strength just jumped to 26,000. "What kind of buffs are these?" Lu Fan smirked. "Xiao Fei's support skills are even stronger when used on dragons. That's why she's so valuable in fights like this." Just as he finished explaining, a new threat emerged. From above, the sky darkened as a swarm of flying creatures, each armed with devastating firepower, began their assault. A relentless wave of attacks descended upon them. Lu Fan turned to Xiao Yi and gave a firm command. "Don't counterattack. Just keep moving forward effortlessly." Xiao Fei, still in her spiritual form, continued absorbing the incoming attacks. The glowing number above her head had already reached 10, signifying the energy she had accumulated. Recognizing the perfect moment, Lu Fan issued his next order. "Xiao Fei, release Key Explosion." In an instant, a wave of golden energy erupted from her, sending a powerful aura skyward. The accumulated force struck the enemy dragons mid-flight, causing them to plummet helplessly toward the ground. Jian-ing, watching the spectacle unfold, was taken aback. That's a new ability. What exactly is it? Lu Fan smirked, explaining its mechanics. She listened intently before nodding in realization. So, dragon evolutions are even more intricate than weapon upgrades? That's insane. Before they could dwell on it further, Lu Fan stopped in his tracks. His gaze locked onto something up ahead. We're here. A massive figure loomed in the distance, a level 60 steel dragon. Its body was covered in an impenetrable metallic hide, and its presence alone radiated overwhelming pressure. As if sensing their arrival, the creature let out an earth-shaking roar. Without warning, it launched forward with steel charge, a devastating attack that annihilated anything with less than 10,000 defense points. Jian-ing tensed. Lu Fan, be careful. That thing is? He cut her off with a confident grin. I know. But don't worry. Without hesitation, he called out to Xiao Fei. Activate Soul Impact. A surge of vibrant green energy surrounded Xiao Yi, enhancing her strength exponentially. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed as he prepared the final push. All right, Xiao Yi. This one's yours. He activated Dragon's Inspiration, further amplifying her stats. Her strength soared, surpassing 34,000 in an instant. Wasting no time, Xiao Yi lunged forward, slamming her paw into the steel dragon's thick neck with a force so immense that the battlefield trembled. At the same time, Xiao Fei unleashed a searing laser beam, striking the beast's leg with pinpoint precision. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The steel dragon's front limb was completely severed. But instead of collapsing, the monster turned its crimson eyes toward them, fury blazing within. It let out a deep, guttural growl and prepared to retaliate. Jian-ing immediately activated her ability, shadows swirling around her. We need to retreat, now. Hoping to create an opening, she unleashed Explosion of Sin, her most powerful strike, aiming directly for the steel dragon's throat. The impact landed perfectly, but the dragon barely flinched. The attack had done almost nothing. Jian-ying's face twisted in frustration. Damn it. I can't even scratch it. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed. He gave her a reassuring glance. It's fine. I get it, you want to contribute. But leave this one to me. Without another word, he extended his dagger, calling out to Xiao Fei. Link with me. The dragon's next attack came crashing down, but Lu Fan braced himself, intercepting it head-on with his blade. At that very moment, Xiao Fei struck from above, her assault colliding directly with the steel dragon's skull. A final, deafening roar echoed through the battlefield as the monstrous creature collapsed. The fight was over. A wave of relief washed over them as the realization set in, they had defeated the boss. Jian-ing exhaled, still processing the sheer intensity of the battle. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei let out victorious cries, while Lu Fan simply smiled, satisfied with their performance. The group burst into celebration. After the battle, Xiao Fei let out a low growl, her aura flaring up momentarily. Lu Fan raised a brow in interest. Looks like she just unlocked a new intimidation ability, he noted. Jian-ing, still catching her breath from the intense fight, suddenly felt a surge of energy wash over her. A notification popped up, she had leveled up to 25. Not bad, Lu Fan remarked, glancing at her. You've been talking a lot more lately. Guess spending time with me is starting to rub off on you. She blinked, caught off guard by his observation. The first time I heard your voice, I thought it was kind of adorable, he added casually. Jian-ying's face immediately turned red. Adorable? What do you mean by that? Lu Fan simply smirked, enjoying her flustered reaction as they continued walking through the dense forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei were playfully snapping at each other, their sharp teeth clashing in mock battle. Above them, perched high among a cluster of cocoons, sat a single blue dragon egg. The sight of it made Lu Fan pause for a moment before shaking his head and moving on. Curious, he turned to Jian-ing. Since you hit level 25, did you unlock a new weapon? She nodded, unsheathing a sleek new sword. Yeah. This one's pretty interesting, it has an agility boost and an effect that lets it split into thousands of blade fragments. Each fragment deals 10% of the weapon's original damage. Lu Fan examined the weapon with interest. That's solid. Once you level it up, it'll be a real powerhouse. Jian-ing, however, couldn't shake the lingering doubt in her mind. Even with new weapons and abilities, she felt like she was constantly falling behind. Compared to his dragons, her attacks still seemed weak. The realization weighed on her, but she kept it to herself. Just then, Lu Fan gestured ahead. Come on. Looks like we're almost there. But before they could take another step, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei suddenly stopped, growling at something up ahead. The two dragons had discovered something, a lifeless body surrounded by scattered belongings. Jian-ying's eyes darkened. Looks like an old group of adventurers made it here before us, and didn't make it out. Lu Fan crouched down, scanning the remains with narrowed eyes. Something felt off. Stay alert, he muttered. We're not alone. The moment those words left his mouth, a powerful presence descended from above. A massive, level 60 bronze dragon crashed into the clearing, shaking the ground beneath them. Before they could react, another creature loomed into view, a level 65 elemental three-headed dragon, floating ominously in the sky. A boss. Jianing clenched her fists. This feels like a setup? Before they could strategize, the three-headed dragon began casting a triple-element spell, energy crackling around each of its heads. Xiao Fei wasted no time, she lunged forward and slapped the dragon's face with a powerful blow, disrupting its casting. However, the beast barely flinched, its glowing eyes locking onto her in irritation. Meanwhile, the bronze dragon wasted no time, charging straight for them. Jianing exhaled sharply. Looks like we're handling that one. Lu Fan nodded. Good chance to test your new ability. With that, he surged forward, issuing commands to Xiao Fei and Xiao Yi. Get ready. Xiao Fei, activate Dragon Defense and Soul Impact. As the battle erupted, Xiao Yi skillfully evaded the incoming elemental attacks, her movements precise and fluid. Lu Fan then turned to Xiao Fei with a sharp glint in his eye. Now, use intimidation. As the battle raged on, Xiao Fei took a deep breath, her body shifting as she prepared to strike. Her form shimmered momentarily before she let out a deafening roar, her newly awakened intimidation skill surging outward like a shockwave. The effect was immediate. The three-headed dragon's massive frame trembled violently, its limbs locking in place as fear overtook its instincts. It quivered, paralyzed by the sheer force of Xiao Fei's presence. Unfortunately, the ability wasn't limited to just enemies. Jian Ying, who had been positioned behind them, also felt its effects. A sudden wave of terror swept over her, causing her legs to buckle slightly before she shook it off, realizing what had happened. Lu Fan, unfazed by the momentary chaos, turned his attention back to the bronze dragon. Feeling the surge of power from Xiao Fei's buff, he dashed forward and delivered a devastating strike to its armored hide. Now's your chance, Xiao Fei, he called out. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye lunged forward, seizing the paralyzed three-headed dragon in her powerful grip. With a mighty roar, she lifted the massive beast and slammed it into the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact sent a tremor through the battlefield, and for a brief moment, everything turned green as energy pulsed outward from the attack. Lu Fan took a step back, observing Xiao Ye with an amused expression. Lately, she's been getting really destructive, he mused. When the dust settled, it became clear that everyone had gained significant experience from the fight. Yet, as always, Jianing stood quietly to the side, a familiar sense of frustration gnawing at her. No matter how much she tried, it felt like she wasn't making a real impact. Am I really just a useless genius? She thought to herself. Sensing the mood, Lu Fan decided to shift focus. Let's find a place to rest. Xiao Ye can finish off the dragon. As they settled down, something on his status window caught his attention. At night? Jianing returned a while later, carrying food wrapped neatly in cloth. This was prepared by your aunt, she said, setting it down. However, when she glanced around the camp, there was no sign of Lu Fan. A strange feeling settled in her chest. Did he leave? A troubling thought crept into her mind. Did he finally realize I'm useless and abandon me? For a moment, doubt consumed her. Am I just slowing him down? Meanwhile, Lu Fan had ventured deeper into the ruins, drawn toward the treasure's location. As he finally reached his destination, his gaze fell upon a large woven basket, two enormous eggs resting atop it. He exhaled slowly. This was the real reason he had come here, though he had no intention of letting Jianing know. Just as he approached, the eggs suddenly cracked. A powerful force burst forth as an ethereal dragon emerged, its translucent form glowing ominously. The status window displayed. Level 1, Dragon King Soul. But Lu Fan immediately recognized the deception. No. It's actually level 70, he muttered. The spectral beast wasted no time. With a thunderous roar, it lunged straight for him. Stay sharp, he shouted, bracing himself. Don't underestimate the level difference. At that moment, Jianing was still sitting by the campfire, lost in thought. The distant sounds of battle reached her ears, and her heart tightened. He's always the one saving me, he must be tired of dragging me along. Clenching her fists, she recalled every moment he had encouraged her, every time he had reassured her that she'd grow stronger, every time he had thanked her for her help. If I can't match his strength, then I need to find another way to be useful. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was locked in an intense struggle. Fighting a level 70 creature alone was no easy feat. Xiao Fei, get ready. We're using lava hell. With a fierce battle cry, Xiao Fei activated the skill, unleashing a surge of molten fire that engulfed the Dragon King's chest. Flames spread rapidly, consuming its form, but the spectral beast was unfazed. With a sudden burst of movement, it slipped through the fire and darted toward Lu Fan's back. Eyes widening, Lu Fan barely had time to react. He moved to activate Xiao Fei's spiritual form for defense. But before he could, a barrage of swords rained down from above. The Dragon King reeled back, momentarily stunned. Lu Fan blinked. What just happened? A familiar voice cut through the chaos. You're not alone in this fight. Jianing had arrived. Her expression was determined, her stance unwavering. The shimmering swords floating around her marked her newly unlocked ability. She met his gaze, her resolve solid. Don't worry. I won't take any unnecessary risks. Lu Fan smirked, nodding in approval. Got it. Without wasting a second, he activated Xiao Fei's latest skill, a powerful enhancement that granted not only 2 buffs to herself but extended them to everyone around. In addition, she now carried an overwhelming 12 attack buffs and 12 defense buffs. Xiao Fei, Lu Fan called out. She let out a fierce roar. Go! With unrelenting force, she charged at the Dragon King and tackled it straight to the ground. The impact sent cracks spreading across the battlefield. Lu Fan seized the opportunity, preparing his next move. His hands surged with energy as he activated Blue Dragon's Fury. A pulse of immense power rippled through the air. But before he could unleash it, the sky suddenly erupted in golden light. His eyes narrowed. That's a boss's magic. The boss's original abilities were swapped out for powerful dragon language skills, making it far more dangerous. It launched a devastating attack toward Xiao Fei, but she countered with Apocalypse Fall, a massive strike that dealt 2000% damage. The impact was catastrophic, obliterating everything in the vicinity. When the dust finally settled, it was clear that Xiao Fei had saved everyone present. Without her intervention, there would have been no survivors. Strangely, the dragon seemed to have sacrificed itself to execute such a powerful attack. Even Jianing leveled up afterward, admitting she'd been terrified she might have died again. The team pressed forward, and our protagonist reached level 29. He soon noticed that Xiao Fei appeared a bit envious, so he made sure to shower her with compliments. That's when Jianing spoke up, mentioning that she finally understood why he hadn't taken the arena fight seriously. He explained that it wasn't about abandoning her. He had been searching for something when he unexpectedly encountered the boss. This reminded Jianing of the promise he made long ago, vowing they'd never let their teammates fight alone. Now fully healed and in high spirits, she told him she knew how strong he was but assured him she'd never leave him to face challenges by himself. The scene shifted as our protagonist opened the treasure chest they had earned from the battle. Inside, he discovered the spiritual wings of the Dragon King, a rare item that granted the ability to fly and significantly boosted draconic powers. However, there was a catch: the item required the user to be at least level 60. Alongside it, there was another treasure, an item that allowed any pet to be converted into a mount, merging some of its stats with the user's. But the real standout was a mystical flute that could summon the Dragon King's soul up to 7 times, each summon matching the user's current level. While the flute was powerful, our protagonist felt disappointed by its limited number of uses. Just then, Jianing noticed something unusual happening with Xiao Fei. She was channeling the Lifespring ability, steadily regenerating her HP. But it wasn't just her health that was being affected, the energy radiated outward, permeating the entire forest. Both Jianing and our protagonist soon realized that even the surrounding trees were being restored. Yet, they knew that Xiao Fei's abilities were only meant to heal allies, leaving them puzzled by this unexpected phenomenon. It turned out that the sacred tree itself was considered an ally in this place. As they watched, the surrounding vegetation began to stir, almost as if the forest was alive. Without warning, one of the thick roots extended toward him, and at its tip, a small seed materialized. It was from the sacred dragon tree. A faint, ethereal voice echoed in his mind, explaining that to awaken the seed's true potential, he would need to slay 2 formidable creatures, the abyssal dragon and the devourer. Once their blood soaked the seed, he would earn the favor of the true master, a dragon of life, said to be the origin of all living things. He quickly calculated that the abyssal dragon was likely around level 80, far beyond his current strength. It was clear that he would need to bide his time before confronting such a beast. Turning to Xiao Fei, he praised her efforts, acknowledging that without her, they would have never uncovered this hidden treasure. An idea suddenly struck him. He turned to Xiao Fei and asked if she could consume the mystical flute they had found earlier. Xiao Fei possessed a unique natural assimilation trait that allowed her to devour certain equipment and convert their stats into abilities she could wield. He handed her the flute, warning that it might not work since the item was technically a consumable. Despite the risk of losing it forever, he encouraged her to try. Xiao Fei immediately began the assimilation process, and for a tense moment, he feared the attempt had failed. But to his surprise, the flute was successfully absorbed, and Xiao Fei gained its summoning ability. Without hesitation, she activated the newfound power, and a shadowy dragon materialized behind her. Since Xiao Fei was only level 18, the summoned dragon matched her level, appearing as a smaller, but no less imposing, version of its former self. Jianing stood there, stunned. She realized that his pet now had its own dragon companion, a thought that left her speechless. After a brief pause, she suggested they head back since everyone was likely worried about them. But he shook his head, telling her to go on ahead. There was still something important he needed to take care of. The scene shifted back to the academy. Standing with his arms crossed, he faced his two other pets, both of whom were bickering as usual. He sighed and gestured toward an egg resting nearby. It was no ordinary egg, it was a stellar dragon egg. With a firm voice, he told them to stop fighting and focus on welcoming their new family member. This egg, he explained, represented the next addition to their team, and it deserved their respect. Excited to see what might hatch, he attempted to use his summoning talent. But nothing happened, the egg remained unhatched. It was then that he noticed a requirement he hadn't seen before. To hatch the stellar dragon egg, he needed to achieve the title of Dragon Master, which required reaching level 30. Since he was already at level 29, it wouldn't be long before he could meet the requirement. Turning back to his pets, he smiled and said, "Tomorrow, we're heading back to the spider forest." The next morning arrived with a knock at Lu Fan's door. Qin Kuei and Xiaoman stood outside, their persistent banging echoing through the hall. Groggy and still half asleep, Lu Fan dragged himself out of bed and opened the door, blinking at his friends. "You need to see this," Xiaoman said, shoving her tablet toward him. Lu Fan squinted at the screen, his confusion deepening. "Did you seriously wake me up for a social media post?" he grumbled, still trying to shake off his sleep. But as his eyes adjusted and the words on the screen came into focus, his irritation faded. The post boldly claimed that Lu Fan had withdrawn from the championship match out of fear of losing. He raised an eyebrow. "Who the hell are these Fengyian Pavilion people, saying I'm scared?" Xiaoman crossed her arms. "They're a pretty big deal. The pavilion has more than 30 members, including the Academy's number 3 and number 6 ranked students." Lu Fan felt a twinge of annoyance. He was the Academy's number 1, yet rumors were flying that he'd backed down out of fear of these guys? Xiaoman, leaning against the doorframe, added, "The pavilion's leader, Jiang Fenju, is the one stirring all this up. He's gunning for your top spot. If he pulls this off, it could even mess with your qualification for the national championship?" Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, but instead of getting angry, he just chuckled. He could see right through Jiang Fenju's tactics. "So that's the game he's playing, huh?" With a smirk, Lu Fan took Xiaoman's tablet. "If they want a response, I'll give them one." The scene shifted to the pavilion's arena. Su Jing, one of the pavilion members, was lounging with his laptop when Lu Fan's reply popped up. His eyes widened, and he immediately called out to Jiang Fenju. "Boss." Lu Fan just responded. Jiang Fenju turned, his interest piqued. Before he could react further, two overconfident pavilion members decided to show off, charging at Fenju. But this side character wasn't as helpless as they thought. With a flick of his wrist, he activated his ability, creating a swarm of clones that surrounded his attackers. The pavilion members barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed and sent sprawling to the ground. The spectators murmured in surprise, impressed by the unexpected strength of someone they'd written off. But that was the end of that little sideshow. Kai Alman showed Jiang Fenju Lu Fan's post. Jiang read it, his face darkening. Lu Fan's response was as bold as it was provocative. "If you really want to know who's number 1, stop hiding behind your little group and face me. Otherwise, you're just trash." Jiang Fenju sneered. "He's got some nerve, challenging the entire pavilion like that." He turned to his members. "Send him a message. Tell him to meet us in the arena after tomorrow's final. Let's see if he's still laughing then." The pavilion quickly mobilized, word spreading like wildfire. Everyone was eager to see Jiang put Lu Fan in his place. Jiang himself was determined to prove once and for all who deserved the top spot. Meanwhile, Xiaoman mentioned that the pavilion had a semi-final match today, suggesting they could watch and scope out the competition. But Lu Fan had other plans. He wasn't interested in wasting time watching them play their little games. "I'm heading to the secret realm," he said casually. "Got some farming to do." And just like that, while the pavilion plotted their public showdown, Lu Fan focused on what really mattered, getting stronger. Before Lu Fan could head off to the secret realm, Xiaoman tugged on his sleeve. "Hey, don't get too cocky out there, alright? Just because you're number 1 doesn't mean you're invincible." But Qin Kuei scoffed from behind her. Come on, Xiaoman. If he doesn't show up to the pavilion's semi-final, people will assume he's scared. You know how rumors fly around here. Aunt Han Ki, ever the schemer, chimed in with a sly grin. Then why not give them a little surprise? Let's disguise you. Before Lu Fan could protest, they were already pulling him into a ridiculous outfit. Moments later, he found himself in the arena, looking anything but inconspicuous. His disguise, a mismatched blend of oversized sunglasses and a floppy hat, stood out more than if he'd just walked in as himself. Still, Han Ki beamed with pride. Trust me, no one will recognize you like this. But the illusion didn't last long. As soon as the announcer's voice echoed through the arena, declaring that the semi-final match was about to begin, Lu Fan stood up from his seat. Where are you going? Xiaoman whispered, eyes darting around nervously. Lu Fan stretched, a bored expression crossing his face. This is getting dull. I'm going for a walk. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, a different scene unfolded. Shang Ming, the academy's stern-faced administrator, stood outside the director's office, rapping his knuckles against the door. From inside, a calm but authoritative voice called out, "What is it, Shang Ming? Have you heard about the challenge between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyin from the Fengyin Pavilion?" But the voice inside, belonging to a figure cloaked in shadows, waved off his concerns. Let the freshmen settle their own disputes. I don't need to be updated on every little squabble. Shang Ming's brow furrowed with worry. But sir, what if things get out of hand? The pavilion's members could end up hospitalized, just like Lu Fan's last opponent. The voice paused for a moment, then shifted topics. Your focus is misplaced, Shang Ming. You should be more concerned about the envoy from Dragon Capital. He's arriving soon to evaluate Lu Fan. Shang Ming's eyes widened. The envoy? How's Lu Fan's preparation going? He's close to advancing to the second class, Shang Ming replied quickly. And I've ensured Qian Xiang won't interfere with him. But the voice grew serious. This envoy isn't just anyone. His name is Ruan Changfeng. Shang Ming stiffened. He knew that name well. Ruan Changfeng had once held a prestigious position but had since fallen from grace, demoted to a mere city envoy. Worse still, he'd been caught in the crossfire of a dispute between Lu Fan and a certain princess, leaving him with a personal grudge. Ruan Changfeng. Shang Ming whispered. If he's the envoy, Lu Fan's going to have a hard time. The voice in the shadows didn't waver. That's exactly why he was chosen. But remember, Lu Fan is my personal selection. I trust he'll rise to the challenge. Shang Ming nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll expedite his advancement to the second class. Good, the voice concluded. I look forward to tomorrow's spectacle. Meanwhile, in the academy's training grounds, a place where students could rack up points, a commotion erupted. A young man was unceremoniously thrown out of one of the advanced training rooms, landing hard on the floor. Onlookers gathered, murmuring among themselves. Someone said there's a level 29 beast in there, a student whispered. But no one's been able to beat it. Lu Fan, who had come here intending to farm the spider dungeon, leaned against the wall, watching the chaos unfold with mild curiosity. He had been waiting for the pavilion's match to end before making his move, but this was more entertaining than he'd expected. Just as he was about to lose interest, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy, almost suffocating pressure filled the room. The murmurs died down as another challenger stepped forward. As Lu Fan prepared to leave the training grounds, a girl suddenly appeared, waving at him with a mischievous grin. Hey, you! Up for a fight? She called out, her tone playful yet challenging. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, addressing her politely. Miss, are you sure about this? She chuckled, brushing off his formal tone. Since you're at a lower level, I'll be generous and let you make the first move. But Lu Fan simply shook his head, his expression calm. No need. You can start? Her grin widened. All right then. Don't say I didn't warn you. With a flick of her wrist, a flame burst to life in her palm, crackling with intense heat. But as she readied herself, Lu Fan's instinct screamed that something was off. This wasn't an ordinary opponent. Before he could process further, her form shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished, only to reappear behind him, a wicked-looking trident gleaming in her hand. I'm not like the others, she whispered near his ear, driving her weapon forward. Lu Fan barely managed to pivot, deflecting her strike, but the force behind it sent him flying across the training room. What level is she? He wondered, already realizing that she far outclassed most people he'd faced. She twirled her trident effortlessly, her eyes glinting with excitement. If you're just going to defend, I'll have to show you what real pressure feels like. Lu Fan dusted himself off and gave a small smirk. Got it. Let's see if you can handle me going all out. Without another word, they both surged forward, clashing in a blur of motion. Their weapons met with sharp echoes, the room shaking from the sheer intensity of their duel. Outside, curious students gathered, whispering nervously as the sounds of battle reverberated through the training hall walls. "What the heck is going on in there?" someone murmured. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the pavilion's semi-final match had just concluded. The pavilion team stood victorious, their leader, Jiang Fengjun, raising his hand in triumph. Su Jing leaned over to him, a smug look on his face. "I heard Lu Fan was here to watch us. He must be shaking in his boots now." Fengjun sneered, addressing the crowd. "That arrogant fool's reign ends tomorrow. He won't last a minute against me." The girls in the audience exchanged puzzled glances. "Wait, wasn't Lu Fan here earlier? Where'd he disappear to?" While they speculated, Lu Fan was still embroiled in his far more dangerous duel. The girl moved with a grace and ferocity that kept him on edge, but he was adapting quickly. Noticing his rapid adjustment, she chuckled, lifting his cap to reveal his face. "You're getting used to my moves too fast," she teased, stepping closer. But Lu Fan had already realized something deeper. If she wanted to, she could have ended this ages ago. So why is she holding back? The girl studied him with amusement. "You've got that tired look in your eyes," she teased, "but I'll admit, you've got a handsome face." Even Lu Fan, usually unshakable, felt his cheeks flush slightly at her comment. Thanks, but, I've got to take this call," he stammered, pretending his communicator buzzed. She raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "Actually," he added, regaining his composure, "before I go, mind giving me your contact info?" She burst into laughter. "Bold of you to ask for a girl's number after getting your butt kicked?" Flustered, he quickly clarified, "I just meant for training purposes." But she waved him off, still grinning. "If you want to see me again, just open another one of these point rooms." As she disappeared into the shadows, Lu Fan was left standing there, bewildered. Was she a teacher, he wondered. There's no way a regular student could be that strong. Despite the intense battle, he glanced at his wristband to see he'd earned 100 points. Shaking his head in disbelief, he sprinted out of the training hall, calling after her, desperate to know her identity. But before he could get far, a familiar voice rang out. "Lu Fan. Where've you been?" He turned to see Aunt Han Qi and her friends approaching, curious expressions on their faces. Exhausted, he trudged over to them. "You won't believe what just happened," he panted, still trying to process the encounter. The next day arrived, and with it, the much-anticipated showdown between Lu Fan and the pavilion. Jiang Fengjun stood at the center of the arena, surrounded by his entire team, a confident smirk plastered on his face. "Where's your precious number one now?" he taunted, his voice echoing through the crowd. The audience buzzed with anticipation, all eyes scanning the area for Lu Fan. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Someone was running toward the arena. The crowd tensed, the pavilion members straightened, and Jiang Fengjun's grin widened. Let the real fight begin. As Lu Fan finally strolled into the arena, he nonchalantly waved a hand, a piece of bread dangling from his mouth. "Sorry to keep you all waiting," he mumbled around the bread, his tone completely unfazed. With a casual glance at the crowd, he added, "Let's get this over with. I've got better things to do later." The murmuring crowd bristled at his attitude, ready to complain, but Lu Fan cut them off before anyone could speak. "Relax, I'm right on time," he said with a smirk, eyes glinting with confidence. He surveyed the pavilion team lined up before him. "I don't know what levels you guys are at, but why don't we just skip the warm-up and go all out?" A burly, bald guy from the pavilion squad scowled, stepping forward. "You got a death wish or something, punk?" Before tensions could escalate further, Fengjun raised a hand to silence his teammate. "Enough with the trash talk," Fengjun declared, his eyes locked on Lu Fan. "I'm betting 7,000 points on this fight." Lu Fan paused mid-bite, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I almost forgot about that part," he said with a chuckle. Swallowing the last of his bread, he added smoothly, "I'll put down 17,000 points." The pavilion team exchanged shocked glances. 17,000? Su Jing blurted out, his voice rising with disbelief. "We don't even have that many points." But Fengjun shot him a sharp look. "Shut up, Su Jing." He turned back to Lu Fan, determination burning in his eyes. "If we win, we'll have more than enough. Let's bet everything we've got." The pavilion members nodded, steeling themselves. This was no longer just a match, it was a battle with everything on the line. Lu Fan's grin widened. "All in, huh? I like it. Let's get started, then." Fengjun leaned toward the guy beside him, whispering, "Be ready. He's probably going to summon that dragon girl of his. Stay sharp." As the pavilion members tightened their grips on their weapons, Lu Fan remained perfectly still, an amused expression on his face. Despite his relaxed stance, his opponents were already on edge, their weapons trained on him. Attack! Feng Jun shouted, and in an instant, the arena erupted into chaos. Su Jing slammed his staff into the ground, sending out a burst of magical chains that snaked toward Lu Fan, designed to immobilize him for 5 seconds. The pavilion team surged forward, determined to overwhelm him before he had a chance to summon his dragon companion. But Lu Fan's smile never wavered. As the chains wrapped around him, he flexed effortlessly, shattering the bindings as if they were made of paper. In a flash, he drew his dragon dagger, the blade gleaming ominously under the arena lights. Feng Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he break free so easily? Before he could react, Lu Fan closed the distance in a blink. He grabbed Feng Jun by the chest, hoisting him into the air with terrifying ease before slamming him into the ground like he weighed nothing. The entire pavilion team froze, stunned by the sheer power Lu Fan had displayed without even summoning his dragon. Recovering from his shock, Su Jing hastily activated another spell, a complex array of runes glowing beneath his feet. "Let's see you move now," he shouted, casting a spell that reduced Lu Fan's movement speed by 75%. But even with his movement slowed, Lu Fan's confidence never faltered. His grip on the dragon dagger tightened, and the air around him seemed to crackle with anticipation. Su Jing seized the brief opening, quickly casting another spell. This time, a series of fiery explosions erupted around Lu Fan, the arena shaking from the force of the blasts. Dust and smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's view. But as the smoke cleared, Lu Fan emerged, completely unharmed, a smug grin stretched across his face. "Is that really all the top examinees have to offer?" he taunted, his voice dripping with amusement. Stepping down hard on Feng Jun's head, he added, "I thought you guys would be more impressive. Guess I was wrong." Su Jing stared, disbelief etched across his face. How the hell is he unscathed? The explosions had hit Lu Fan dead on, yet he looked as if he hadn't even been touched. What they didn't know was that Lu Fan's recent attribute boost from the system patches gave him a 10% increase across the board, making their attacks laughably ineffective. Beneath Lu Fan's foot, Feng Jun struggled, gritting his teeth as he tried to free himself. Refusing to admit defeat, he activated his ultimate skill. In an instant, multiple clones of Feng Jun sprang up, encircling Lu Fan from all sides. The pavilion members perked up, hope flickering in their eyes. "This is it. The leader's going to turn the tables," one of them shouted. But Lu Fan just raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. He lifted his hand slightly, his voice calm but carrying a dangerous edge. "Since I've already claimed the championship," he said, "how about I show you something none of you, including that so-called genius Chansey, have ever seen before?" The entire pavilion froze, their confidence evaporating. And then, with a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan summoned Shou-yi. A gust of wind rippled through the arena as Shou-yi appeared, her wings spreading wide. The moment she flapped them, a torrent of flames surged forward, obliterating every one of Feng Jun's clones in seconds. The sheer heat left scorch marks on the arena floor, and the pavilion members could only watch in horror. They collapsed to their knees, staring at Shou-yi in disbelief. "Is that a real dragon?" someone whispered, voice trembling. Even Feng Jun, struggling to lift his head, could only gape in shock. This is nothing like what Tansy summoned," he muttered, his voice barely audible. But Lu Fan wasn't finished. He looked down at Feng Jun, his smile widening. "Don't collapse just yet," he said. Then, his aura flared as he activated his dominance ability. A deafening roar echoed through the arena, the sheer force of it shaking the ground. Pavilion members who had tried to flee suddenly froze in place, their bodies paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Feng Jun clawed at the ground, trying to drag himself away, but his limbs felt like lead. His vision blurred as he fought to stay conscious, but it was useless. The oppressive force sapped the very energy from his body. "It's impossible to escape," he thought, his mind slipping into darkness. As the last of the pavilion members crumbled, Lu Fan's interface flashed with a notification, 13,000 points earned. He dusted off his hands, glancing around at the devastated team. "Thanks for the points," he said with a smirk. The once proud pavilion members lay scattered across the arena, crushed in both body and spirit. Their hopes, like their points, were completely wiped out. Lu Fan patted Shou-yi on the head, praising him for his efforts. However, there was something even more pressing to take care of now. Without wasting any time, he made his way back to the point room. Just as he stepped inside, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind him. A pair of sandals entered his line of sight. The mysterious senior had returned. She smirked, tilting her head slightly. "Weren't you just standing here all alone, waiting for me?" Lu Fan didn't hesitate. "Of course, I was waiting for Big Sister. After all, I know you're the only one above level 70. Her expression briefly flickered with surprise. She hadn't even realized he had set the room's level limit. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the examiners inspected the fallen pavilion members. A sigh of relief passed through the crowd. Seems like Lu Fan held back, one of them muttered. Despite how overwhelmingly he had crushed them, no one was in any real danger. Back in the point room, the senior crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Fan. You're not scheming against me, are you? Caught off guard, he waved his hands frantically. No, no. I only set the limit to see who would enter. But now I know, you're no ordinary senior. Your level is too high. She chuckled, leaning in slightly. Maybe I'm a teacher, she teased. You did call me senior, after all? Lu Fan blinked, unsure how to respond. She stepped closer, her eyes briefly scanning his face. Now that you're not hiding behind that cap, you're much easier to look at. He cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably. But listen, she continued, her voice carrying a warning. If I ever see you setting a minimum level requirement again, I won't be stepping inside. Just as she finished speaking, her aura flared, and she transformed before his eyes. A wicked smirk played on her lips. So, I take it you used what I taught you in that fight against Feng Jun? Lu Fan grinned. So you were watching? She nodded. Yes. You did well, especially knocking everyone unconscious the moment you summoned your dragon. Thanks, he replied, but quickly admitted, though, I still have a long way to go in close combat. Before he could finish, a sudden blur of motion shot toward him. A spear. He barely had time to react before the wooden shaft struck his face with a sharp thwack. Ow, what was that for? He yelped, rubbing his cheek. Her expression darkened slightly. You're still too weak to be acting so humble, she scolded. Lu Fan couldn't catch a break. Even being modest got him smacked. Desperate, he clasped his hands together and pleaded, Big sister, you're strong and kind. I'm willing to do anything for you to train me. She threw her head back and laughed at his eagerness. Anything, huh? He nodded rapidly. All right then, she said with an amused smile. Just bring me the food your sister makes. Lu Fan nearly corrected her, wanting to clarify that it was actually his aunt who cooked. But in the end, he let it slide. Deal? She took a step back, raising her weapon. Now, come at me with everything you've got. I'm waiting. Lu Fan lunged, aiming straight for her, but she easily deflected his attack. Too fast, she remarked. If you charge in recklessly like that, you'll never land a clean hit. Her gaze sharpened as an idea came to her. Let's make this interesting, she proposed. If you manage to knock me down even once today, I'll give you a new weapon. The one you're using now doesn't suit your fighting style anymore. Lu Fan's grip on his weapon tightened. A challenge. A reward. His determination flared. All right then, let's go. Just like her, you should be wielding a weapon of the highest quality, she remarked. However, Lu Fan shook his head. This weapon might not seem like much, but it's the only one that allows me to partially transform into a dragon. She narrowed her eyes, leaping to the ceiling with ease. Is that so? Then what else do you need? Lu Fan swiftly dodged as she lunged at him. What I really want is an enchantment that removes level restrictions. She stopped mid-air, her expression turning sharp. Do you have any idea how rare and expensive those items are? Before he could even respond, she was already coming at him at full force. You've got some nerve asking for something like that. Lu Fan braced himself, but there was no avoiding it. He was about to get thoroughly beaten. Some time later, Lu Fan lay face down, groaning as his aunt massaged his sore muscles. Didn't even land a single hit on her, he muttered. Jian Ying, sitting nearby, mused, she's probably not a teacher from the capital, then. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei scrolled through his device. Hey, you're trending again, he announced. Lu Fan lifted his head slightly. Again. Yeah, but this time, it's a photo of you and Yu Jiao with that card in your hand, Qin Kuei explained, turning the screen toward him. Jian Ying smirked. With this, you've practically taken over the pavilion. All of its former supporters will start idolizing you now, but Lu Fan only shrugged. Not really interested. I just want to focus on my own goals. Jian Ying raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are those? The scene shifted back to the arena dungeon, where Lu Fan was grinding for experience. By now, he had attempted this so many times that it had become second nature. Finally, after another round of relentless battles, a notification popped up. Level up. Lu Fan had reached level 30. Qin Kuei cheered while his aunt, as expected, was off to the side throwing up. The other girls, however, were ecstatic. You should head straight to the class change hall, one of them urged. As Lu Fan walked through the academy, he couldn't help but notice the shift in atmosphere. Everyone recognized him now. The guy who took down the pavilion, someone whispered. He's got a fan club now, another voice chimed in. A girl in the crowd was even holding up a printed photo of him from Yu Jiao. Xiaoman chuckled. Looks like my friend was right, everyone's become a fan of yours now. His aunt let out a long sigh. We're going to have to change your outfit again. From now on, every time you go outside, you'll need a hood, mask, sunglasses, and a cap. Lu Fan sighed. Sorry for being such a hassle to walk around with. Axioman crossed her arms. Man, I wish I had people following me around like that. Jianing turned to him. By the way, no one at the school has ever reached a second dragon class before. You'll have to figure this out yourself. Kim Kue grinned. That just means you've got the chance to make history here. Axioman patted his shoulder as they arrived at their destination. Well, good luck in there. Lu Fan took a deep breath and nodded. Thanks, guys. With that, he stepped forward, swiping his card at the entrance of the class change hall. This time, it was nothing like his first awakening. Upon reaching the second class change selection, Lu Fan found himself at a crossroads. Unlike the first time, this time, he had the freedom to choose his own path. However, as expected, the academy system lacked any information about his specific class. A faint blue aura shimmered around him as the academy's voice echoed, wishing him luck. Then, the options unfolded before him. First up, Dragon Priest. Absolute garbage. There was no way he was choosing that pathetic excuse for a class. Next, Dragon Summoner. Probably just as bad. If the second choice was trash, then the third one had to be something insane, right? Then, he saw it, Dragon Flame Knight. Now that had some style. Strong, flashy, and powerful. It seemed like the obvious choice. But just as he was about to lock it in, a fourth option appeared, Dragon Knight. Bigger. Stronger. More majestic. Not only did it look superior, but its abilities synergized incredibly well with pet-based combat. This wasn't just a good choice, it was the choice. And of course, Lu Fan picked the one that suited him best. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was getting impatient. Why is it taking so long? Someone muttered. Be patient, Beyond said, crossing his arms. This is an important moment for him. Jian, however, went full dramatic mode. His decision might change the very course of history. Kim Kue nodded. It's true. Choosing the right class can make all the difference. Just then, Lu Fan finally emerged. A wave of excitement swept through the group, particularly among the girls, all eager to hear what class he had chosen. But Lu Fan only smirked. I'll explain everything once we get home. On the way back, he took a moment to analyze his status screen. His stats had improved significantly, but the most important part? His contract slots had increased to 3. His aunt walked beside him, deep in thought. So, are you going to have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Lu Fan nodded. That's actually one of the reasons I picked this class. I already have an item that'll help with that. I just need Fi and Shay to reach level 30, and then it'll unlock. His aunt frowned, clearly concerned. Riding Dragon Girl sounds a little questionable. Lu Fan groaned. Please stop imagining weird things. Just then, a voice interrupted them. You're finally back. Lu Fan turned to see her, Mrs. Dangerous. He blinked. What are you doing here? She folded her arms. I should have given you my contact. You wasted way too much time. Before he could respond, Xiaoman leaned in, whispering, so this is the aunt who trained him so hard he came home exhausted? But the more curvaceous one had a different question. She turned to Lu Fan's aunt. Are you Han Ki? The one who makes spiritual food? His aunt nodded. Mrs. Dangerous smiled. Good. I'll be borrowing the boy for a bit. The girls exchanged glances, clearly confused. It's just for a few tasks in Dragon City, she clarified. And with that, the next stage of his journey began. As soon as Han Ki heard the request, she nodded. Fine, you can take him. Just make sure he's back before dinner. The curvy woman smirked. Relax. I'll return him in one piece. Meanwhile, Jianing stood off to the side, silently observing the exchange. Lu Fan, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder, why did he never get a say in these things? Moments later, the scene shifted to a sleek car speeding through the city. Inside, Lu Fan sat quietly, scrolling through his phone. His driver glanced at him. Why so silent? He looked up and asked the obvious. Where are we going? She chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I'm getting you a little gift. A rare enchantment called level removal. His eyes widened. Wait, level removal? Yep. But it won't be easy to get our hands on, she said, pulling into a massive, high-end building. Lu Fan glanced at the towering structure. This is an auction house? Bingo. The item's up for bidding, she confirmed. Lu Fan hesitated, remembering how costly it had been just to qualify for that dungeon. He frowned. Are you sure about this? Maybe it's better to let it go. She simply rolled her eyes. Where's your sense of adventure? You worry too much. Trust me, I'm a lot wealthier than you think. Lu Fan sighed. He didn't like owing people favors, especially when the price tag was this outrageous. I'll find a way to pay you back for this. She smirked but said nothing as they entered the prestigious Tianhua auction house. The moment the event began, the announcer's voice boomed across the grand hall. Welcome, esteemed guests. To start, we have a truly extraordinary item, the level removal scroll. The audience buzzed with anticipation as the auctioneer continued. The materials used to craft this are exceedingly rare, and even then, it only has a 0.35% success rate. Lu Fan's eyes twitched. No wonder this thing was expensive. The starting bid is 950 million. Almost instantly, the price skyrocketed. 1.5 billion. 2 billion. 2.3 billion. Lu Fan swallowed hard. This was insane. The curvy woman beside him leaned over. Listen up. If you want to win an auction, you have to be decisive. Just as she prepared to bid, a voice cut through the room. 3 billion. The bid came from a man sitting behind them. Lu Fan turned, only to stiffen. It was her. The damn princess, and the lunatic who always followed her around. The curvy woman clicked her tongue. Tisk, looks like we'll have to spend a bit more than expected. Lu Fan frowned. Maybe we should just let her have it. Nonsense, she interrupted. I'm going all in. She raised her paddle. 4 billion. A wave of gasps spread through the audience. The princess and her lackey were visibly shaken. The man leaned over to her. Princess, we still have 5 billion. We can outbid them. The princess nodded and confidently raised her hand. 5 billion. Lu Fan exhaled in relief. Well, there you go. They won. Before he could finish, the curvy woman immediately raised her paddle again. 5 billion. The room went silent. Lu Fan's jaw dropped. Why was she outbidding herself? Whispers spread among the spectators. Wait, did she just raise her own bid? Even the auctioneer hesitated. 5 billion going once, going twice. Sold. Applause erupted as the final hammer fell. The auction house officially congratulated the winning bidder. The princess, however, wasn't clapping. Instead, her eyes burned with fury as she finally got a good look at the person sitting in the VIP section. Her expression twisted in anger. That despicable man, it was him again. Her fists clenched. As soon as my brother arrives, we'll deal with those useless pests. With that, she stormed off, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, inside the VIP lounge, Lu Fan sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples. This definitely wasn't over. With all the grandeur surrounding the delivery, it was clear that this woman hadn't come just to drop off a scroll, there was more to it than that. As soon as she arrived, the ever-mischievous, curvy woman greeted her with an affectionate hug before turning her attention to the young man beside her. She raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eyes. And who's this? The woman handed over the scroll with a knowing smile. This is my junior. The scroll is a gift for him. However, her friend wasn't convinced. She leaned in slightly, her smirk deepening. Oh? That kind of junior? Before Lu Fan could say anything, she turned to him and introduced herself properly. I'm Duyakshu, the owner of this auction house. Lu Fan gave a small nod, but his expression shifted when she added, and, unfortunately, I'm also the wife of this one's brother. His gaze flickered toward the curvy woman, who was casually standing there as if she hadn't just dropped an unexpected bombshell. If he thought about it, that meant she had just funneled 5 billion into a business owned by her own family. In other words, pure money laundering. Lu Fan didn't dwell on it for long, though. His excitement took over as he quickly unrolled the scroll he had been so desperate to get his hands on. Meanwhile, the curvy woman, who had just swiped her card and was very aware of the gaping hole in her bank account, crossed her arms and shot him a look. You better start thinking about how you're going to pay me back for that 5 billion. Lu Fan froze mid-scroll. Before he could respond, she turned back to him, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. There's actually another reason I brought you here. She gestured toward the main hall of the auction house. This place has something called the Codex. If you bring in an item they've never encountered before, you can earn money just by letting them display it. Lu Fan furrowed his brows. Wait, so you don't even have to sell it? Exactly. You earn 3% of the item's estimated value just for showing it off. She smirked before continuing, it's a win-win situation. The auction house gains publicity, and you get a payout just for having something rare. Of course, if you change your mind later, you can still sell it to the highest bidder. Lu Fan's mind was already spinning with possibilities. He had quite a few unique items in his inventory. Maybe earning 5 billion wouldn't take as long as he thought. Turning to Duyakshu, he said, I'd like to register this in the Codex. She glanced at the item he pulled out and immediately appraised it. This is worth at least 2 billion. Lu Fan quickly did the math. So that means I'd get 60 million? Not bad. But still, nowhere near what he needed to repay her. He exhaled, then reached into his inventory again. I actually have something much rarer than this, he said before pulling out a stellar dragon egg. The moment Dyakshu laid eyes on it, her expression shifted drastically. Her sharp, businesslike demeanor faltered as realization dawned upon her. You're the dragon tamer from the southern province? She murmured in shock. The curvy woman crossed her arms and raised a brow. Wait. So, are you getting yourself a second dragon now? She had no clue that, thanks to a particular flute, he could probably summon 5 at this point. Dyakshu quickly composed herself, shaking her head. Forget what I said earlier. I have no idea how much this is actually worth. Lu Fan blinked. Wait, so we can't put it in the codex? Before he could even react, Dyakshu grabbed his arm immediately. Absolutely not. We have to register this, she said with conviction. This isn't just rare, it's historic. Meanwhile, the curvy woman stood there, watching the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. One thought crossed her mind, I definitely bet on the right person. Dyakshu flashed a confident smile as she made her offer. If you agree to register the egg in the codex, I'll let you pick one item from the auction house every month. No strings attached. Lu Fan's eyes lit up with interest. So, I get free stuff just for putting my name in the history books? She nodded eagerly. Exactly. And since we're already here, I can register both the egg and the other item you showed me. Without hesitation, he agreed. As soon as the deal was sealed, she clapped her hands excitedly. Great. Your bonus starts immediately. Lu Fan grinned. Perfect. I already know what I want. Moments later, he walked out of the room with a satisfied expression. Naturally, he had chosen the scroll as his first free item, effectively clearing his debt. Meanwhile, the curvy woman's excitement faded as she realized she had gained nothing from their arrangement. Watching him leave so easily made her fume. He had repaid the entire 5 billion before she could even take advantage of the situation. As Lu Fan stepped out, the treasure rankings began to update. He wondered if his name would make an appearance, but before he could finish his thought, the egg shot straight to the number 1 spot. The auction house erupted into chaos. Gasps and shouts filled the air as the crowd demanded answers. A real dragon egg? How is that even possible? For the first time, Lu Fan truly grasped the power of the codex. He had just made history. Navigating through the excited mob took some effort, but eventually, they managed to slip away. As he caught his breath, a thought crossed his mind, perhaps he should have bargained for even more perks. Shaking off his regret, he turned to the mysterious woman. Where's your car? She smirked, twirling a set of keys in her fingers. Car? We're back on the motorcycle? Lu Fan hesitated. Again. Don't drag your feet, she said, patting the seat. Hop on. As he climbed onto the bike, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Maybe it was the way she enjoyed riding, or maybe, something else. Before he could dwell on it, she revved the engine and took off, forcing him to grab hold. Speeding through the city, she brought up an interesting point. Now that you've ranked up, you have 3 dragon slots. That means? She paused, realization dawning on her. Wait. If you were carrying that egg, you must already have 2 dragons, right? Lu Fan sighed. Eyes on the road? She chuckled but continued. You know, dragons are revered as divine beings. And here you are, still so young, already holding 3 in your hands? Instead of responding to her admiration, he asked a question of his own. Why are you helping me? His voice was calm, but there was an edge of curiosity. Who are you really? She didn't answer directly. Instead, she mused, you still have a trial to pass before you learn that. Her expression darkened slightly. An envoy is coming to the academy soon. If you want to enter the national exam, you'll need his approval. He's over level 70, and I won't lie, he could crush you. Despite the warning, Lu Fan remained unfazed. Then let him try, he said, a confident smirk forming. After training with you, I refuse to believe I could lose to someone like that. She laughed, shaking her head. With that attitude, I suppose I have no choice but to believe in you too. The city lights blurred past them as the night deepened. After a moment, she sighed. I didn't mean to keep you out this late. Lu Fan, however, had other plans. He activated the soul wing of the Dragon King, feeling power surge through him. He reached out, tapping her hand lightly. Hold on. I'm about to pick up the pace. Before she could react, he launched into the air. To his surprise, her motorcycle shot forward even faster, racing through the streets below him. Eventually, he touched down near the academy gates. Swinging off effortlessly, he glanced back at her. See you around? She watched him walk away, resting her chin in her palm. That boy's a real piece of work, she muttered to herself. She had expected to escort him to the door, maybe even nudge him inside, but instead, he just left without a second thought. Not that she minded. It just made things more interesting. She had a clear preference, she liked it when the guy took a more passive role. At this moment, it was obvious she was having certain thoughts about Lu Fan. Meanwhile, back home, Lu Fan lay peacefully asleep, surrounded by his dragons, who were also resting soundly. With no immediate distractions, he finally retrieved the stellar dragon egg, gazing at it with anticipation. He turned to his 2 dragons and reminded them, last time, it didn't work out. But this time, whoever hatches, you both need to get along with them. Without further delay, he activated the taming effect, calling forth his 3rd dragon. A radiant glow filled the room as the air around him shimmered. His 2 dragons, now fully awake, watched in fascination, eager to see their new sibling. Suddenly, the sky above them transformed, filled with constellations and celestial bodies swirling into formation. When Lu Fan looked back down, the newborn dragon had already emerged, a magnificent creature with sleek black and deep blue scales. Its abilities were striking. Not only did it have a powerful damage absorption skill, but it also boasted an area damage attack, making it a perfect combat-type beast with physical dominance. The most astonishing part? Its base stats were nearly double what Xiao Fei had when she first hatched. At just level 20, it was already projected to exceed 10,000 stat points. Lu Fan had originally thought Xiao Yi specialized in physical damage, but now he saw that she leaned more towards magical attacks. On top of that, the stellar dragon possessed an incredible ability called Stellar Scales, which could absorb damage for a full 60 seconds, an absolute game-changer in battle. As he took all this in, the newborn dragon wasted no time in action. With a sudden burst of energy, it lunged toward Xiao Ye, throwing a playful punch. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei quickly surrounded their new sibling, assessing it. Lu Fan chuckled at their reactions. Alright, it's time to name your new sister. Without hesitation, he did what he always did, picking a name that started with Xiao. I'll call you Xingxian, he announced, explaining that the name meant star. Xiao Yi didn't seem too pleased with the choice, giving him a skeptical look. Lu Fan sighed. Alright, I'll think of something better later. But when he noticed how calm the little dragon remained, he figured the name was good enough, at least it wasn't protesting. Meanwhile, far away in the country of Tai Chi, deep within a level 60 zone, a group of warriors navigated a vast desert. A knight at the front of the group turned to a young man. Chang Han, what's wrong? You seem distracted. This wasn't just any ordinary person, Chang Han was the older brother of a princess. And it appeared his sister had given him a personal request, to exact revenge on someone. One of the women in the group smirked. Is your sister really being humiliated over in Dragon Country? Chang Han's expression darkened. Yes. And it's not just once. For as long as he could remember, his sister had been doted on and spoiled by him. But now, someone had dared to tarnish her pride? That was unacceptable. A man, dressed in a scholar's robe, adjusted his glasses. So, you're going to Dragon Country to kill this person? Chang Han didn't hesitate. His gaze was cold, his resolve unwavering. Of course. As her beloved brother, I'll eliminate any problem standing in her way. Chang Han declared that once he obtained the final piece of the cursed set, his next destination would be Dragon City. His goal wasn't just to support his sister, he planned to ruin the future of that entire country. This year, Tai Chi would produce the strongest warrior, and he was determined to make that a reality. His group nodded in agreement, confident that with Chang Han competing, victory was already assured. Meanwhile, in the following weeks, Lu Fan's life settled into a steady routine. He continued his rigorous training under his teacher's guidance, focusing on leveling up his dragons. The best training ground remained the Spider Cave, so he returned there daily, pushing himself and his team to grow stronger. His entire squad had now reached level 30, and anticipation buzzed in the air. Their second evolution was imminent, meaning they would soon qualify for more advanced dungeons. Jianing was the first to unlock her new class, Sword Dancer. Though not the most powerful combatant, her class granted unique effects that could enhance the team's overall performance. Qin Kuei, however, took a more aggressive route, choosing a path that prioritized raw power. Given that Xiao Fei already handled healing, Lu Fan remarked that only one person was left to evolve. All eyes turned to Xiaoman, who could barely contain her excitement. Qin Kuei leaned in, asking what class she had unlocked. The way Xiaoman grinned made it obvious, this was something rare. Finally, she revealed her new profession, Water Ripple Swordsman, a part of the magical fencing set, one of the elusive hidden classes. Jian Ying's eyes widened. Unlocking a hidden class at the second evolution stage? That's seriously rare, she exclaimed. Lu Fan smirked. Well, you were kinda the weak link in the team anyway, so this should help. Xiaoman's excitement turned to fury. You wanna say that again? I'll knock you flat, she shot back, raising her fist. Before she could make good on her threat, Lu Fan's communicator buzzed. It was a call from the president. The message was simple but urgent: the national envoy had arrived. The scene shifted to the academy's grand auditorium, where students and staff gathered in anticipation. Standing next to Lu Fan, Hyun leaned over. "The one coming to evaluate us is Sion Fong, a level 76 knight," she informed him. On stage, Lu Fan's gaze was drawn to a man gripping an ornate staff. His eyes narrowed in recognition. That staff? He recalled seeing it in the auction codex, one of the top-ranked treasures. Curious, he turned to Hyun again. "What about the guy in the cloak? Who is he?" She followed his gaze before answering. "That's the new president of Dragon Academy. He took over 2 years ago." Lu Fan frowned. "What's his deal? What's his ability?" Guhan, who had been listening, stepped in. "No one knows. He doesn't show up to public events and even disguises his voice when speaking." Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall: the envoy had arrived. The crowd turned toward the entrance as the delegation strode in. The moment Wan Fong entered, he wasted no time. His sharp gaze swept the hall before he spoke in a commanding voice. "Where is the president of this institution?" The vice president quickly stepped forward, offering a polite introduction. But Wan Fong barely spared him a glance. With an impatient scoff, he dismissed the man outright. "I have no time for intermediaries. Bring me the president, immediately." Xian Feng scanned the room, his sharp eyes settling on the cloaked figure beside him. "Are all the candidates present?" he asked. The person in the white hood simply nodded in confirmation. The vice president stepped forward. "There's only one candidate this time, Lu Fan." Lu Fan observed Xian Feng carefully. From the way he carried himself, it was clear that this man had endured countless battles, facing death more times than most. Beside him, Guhan whispered, "Everyone is putting their reputation on the line by recommending just you." Xian Feng let out a scoff. "If only one person has been chosen, then it seems my opinion hardly matters at all." The vice president, unfazed, replied confidently. "I have no doubt Lu Fan will exceed your expectations." Xian Feng chuckled, stepping forward. "A level 32 Dragon Knight, champion of the southern province, and top-ranked student? Not bad." He studied Lu Fan with a smirk. "You must have had such an easy life. I bet you don't even understand what it means to struggle." Lu Fan immediately recognized the hostility in Xian Feng's tone. This guy wasn't here to be friendly. Xian Feng folded his arms. "Since the academy has placed so much faith in you, it's time to see if you're truly worth it." Before Lu Fan could respond, Xian Feng suddenly attacked. Instinct kicked in, and Lu Fan moved to defend himself. The students watching cried out in alarm. "Take it easy. He's level 76, he can't just attack someone at level 32 like this." But Xian Feng didn't let up. He pressed forward, launching strike after strike. "You were handpicked, weren't you? Then prove yourself." Lu Fan gritted his teeth. He couldn't summon his dragon, not with this many people packed into the hall. The risk of collateral damage was too high. Xian Feng's attacks grew fiercer. With a swift motion, he landed a hit on Lu Fan's hand, his expression darkening. "You're the one responsible for my demotion. The reason I lost my high-ranking position and was reduced to nothing more than an envoy." His voice dripped with resentment. Before he could continue, a sudden, powerful voice cut through the tension. "That's enough." The cloaked figure on stage raised a staff and struck the ground. A deep, resonating hum filled the hall. "This isn't the place for such a battle." A magic circle flared to life beneath them, glowing with intricate patterns. In the next instant, Lu Fan, Xian Feng, and the mysterious master vanished. They reappeared in a vast arena, the air charged with energy. The president stood between them. "Now, you may fight with no restraints." Xian Feng rolled his shoulders. "It doesn't matter where we are. Show me what you're capable of." Lu Fan exhaled, his eyes narrowing. "So it was you? You're the one who let Princess Jean Chu do whatever she pleased." His grip tightened. "Then I have more than one reason to bring you down." From the very beginning, something about this test had felt off, and now Lu Fan understood why. With a sharp breath, he extended his hand. "Xiao Yi, come forth," he commanded. The dragon materialized beside him, its presence dominating the battlefield. Lu Fan glanced at Xian Feng and smirked. "Since you've given me permission, I won't be holding back." Xian Feng's gaze darkened as recognition flashed in his eyes. This was the very dragon the princess had wanted eliminated. However, as a level 76 warrior, such concerns were beneath him. Raising his sacred shield, he scoffed. "No matter what tricks you pull, your attacks will be nothing more than a nuisance." Without hesitation, Xiao Yi lunged at him. Her aura surged as she unleashed her pressure ability, aiming to stun him. But the sacred shield did its job, blocking any negative effects. From the sidelines, the vice president observed closely. This might be difficult, he murmured. That technique only worked last time because it caught its target off guard. Xian Feng chuckled, shaking his head. That won't work on me. Or so he thought. Without warning, his body stiffened, and his knees buckled beneath him. His smirk vanished as the realization hit him, fear had taken hold. Lu Fan approached, looking down at him. How do you plan to evaluate me while kneeling in the middle of a fight? Snarling, Xian Feng activated an ability that not only broke him free from the stun but also granted him 2 minutes of immunity. His eyes burned with fury as he leaped toward Lu Fan. You dare try to humiliate me? But Lu Fan remained unfazed. He simply extended his arm to the side, his expression calm. Did you really think I was giving it my all just now? Suddenly, 2 portals ripped open behind him. Gasps filled the arena as the onlookers tried to comprehend what was about to happen. What is this? Xian Feng muttered in disbelief. Lu Fan's voice rang clear. I'm just doing as you asked, I'm going all out. It's about time you start taking this seriously. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Does he really have 3 dragons? The vice president tensed, considering stepping in, but the cloaked president raised a hand to stop him. Lu Fan tilted his head. Why do you all keep saying 3? Without further explanation, he activated Xiao Fei's ability. The ground trembled as 2 additional bone dragons materialized. Xian Feng's face went pale. 2 wyvern souls had joined the battlefield. The vice president's voice barely concealed his shock. Since when did Lu Fan have 5 dragons? Beneath the hood, the president murmured, this is unexpected. Even for me. Murmurs spread through the crowd. It must be that mysterious trainer? It has to be her, right? Meanwhile, Lu Fan turned back to Xian Feng, his gaze piercing. Well, do you still think I'm unqualified for the national championship? Xian Feng clenched his fists, refusing to accept defeat. Am I really going to lose to this kid? He gritted his teeth and activated divine light protection, encasing himself in a radiant barrier. But just as he stabilized himself, Xiao Fei's strike came crashing down, right on his head. The vice president sucked in a sharp breath. That might have been fatal. Yet, a moment later, Xian Feng emerged from the dust, having summoned his own mount to shield himself. His expression was grim, but his voice carried a smirk. You're too young to think you could kill me so easily. The moment Xian Feng vanished from sight, whispers spread through the arena. Everyone quickly realized, he had fled. The cloaked president let out a sigh, shaking their head. Who would have thought the envoy would be beaten like this? Lu Fan glanced at the fallen opponent before shifting his gaze to the mount. I have to admit, your companion is impressive. But Xian Feng wasn't willing to concede. Gritting his teeth, he convinced himself that without his summons, Lu Fan was nothing. He just needed to land a single, decisive blow. His divine protection still had 4 seconds left, just enough time to turn the tables. Charging forward, he sneered, no matter how many dragons you have, you're still full of openings. Golden energy crackled around him as he activated judgment, his voice ringing with conviction. Die. Yet, before his attack could land, a protective barrier shimmered around Lu Fan. Xiao Yi's defense had already been deployed. Xian Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had only managed to chip away a fragment of the shield. Worse yet, his energy was nearly drained. Lu Fan smirked. You're a special envoy, aren't you? That means I don't need to hold back. Xian Feng barely had time to react before he was sent soaring through the air. What's he planning? Before he could even gather his thoughts, a sudden burst of energy crackled in front of him. Sanction had already intercepted his trajectory. Lightning surged through his body, paralyzing him. Then, a devastating punch slammed into his chest, sending him crashing to the ground like discarded trash. Dust billowed from the impact. Lu Fan stood over him, looking unimpressed. Take a good look at yourself. Where's the mighty envoy who came to teach me a lesson? Xian Feng gasped for breath, his body trembling. He opened his mouth, ready to beg for a moment of mercy. But Lu Fan wasn't interested in hearing excuses. Without hesitation, he unleashed a direct blast. A deafening explosion filled the arena. Smoke curled into the air. When it cleared, Xian Feng lay sprawled out, utterly defeated. Lu Fan exhaled, looking at the lifeless mount. I didn't mean to kill it. But since the national exams are ruthless, casualties like this are to be expected. The vice president, seeing the outcome, spoke up. This should be enough. It's obvious that Lu Fan has more than proven his qualifications. Silence. Xian Feng snapped, cutting him off. Despite his battered state, he refused to accept the result. I decide when this is over. The vice president hesitated, but the president interjected calmly. He won't last much longer. Their words rang true. Logically, given Lu Fan's overwhelming abilities, he was the perfect candidate. But for Shenfeng, logic didn't matter. He refused to let this be the outcome. The humiliation, the disgrace, it was all because of him. His breathing was ragged, his body barely holding itself together, but his determination burned brighter than ever. Xiao Fei tensed, ready to step in, but Lu Fan lifted a hand. Stay put. With remarkable ease, he dodged Shenfeng's desperate attacks, weaving around them as if they were nothing more than slow-moving gusts of wind. Shenfeng snarled, his frustration boiling over. You killed my mount. No matter what happens today, I'll make sure you die for that. Shenfeng lunged forward with a wild slash, but before his blade could reach its mark, Lu Fan's foot struck his chest with a brutal kick. The envoy's body lurched backward, crashing to the ground once more. As he groaned in pain, Lu Fan stood over him, shaking his head. Losing your temper in a fight is a fatal mistake, he said, his voice calm yet firm. If you're here because of Jin Chu, know this, I'm not going anywhere. Come at me anytime you want. But next time, I won't hold back. Shenfeng struggled to push himself up, his fingers clawing at the dirt, but his strength failed him. His body collapsed, unconscious. A sudden rush of movement followed as the vice president hurried forward, shouting for someone to call a priest. Meanwhile, a hooded figure in the crowd watched in silence, their voice low but intrigued. He hides it well. I never expected him to possess 5 dragons. The president, arms crossed, eyed Lu Fan with renewed curiosity. Just how powerful are you? Lu Fan simply smiled. I haven't even used my dragon's abilities yet. Hearing that, the figure chuckled softly. Choosing you was the right call after all? Without needing an introduction, it was clear who she was, his teacher. She pulled him into a firm embrace, but Lu Fan, slightly surprised, couldn't help but mutter, you seem familiar. Far from the academy, in a high-level region of the northern lands, word of Lu Fan's qualification spread. A man clad in battle-worn armor stood on a snow-covered balcony, gazing at the message in his hands. That boy is something else, he mused aloud. The man was none other than Reinhardt, a legendary warrior. With a smirk, he turned toward a subordinate standing at attention. Prepare a griffin, he ordered. The officer hesitated. Are you truly leaving the northern front, my lord? Reinhardt waved him off. It's just a short trip. I need to meet this representative myself and take care of some unfinished business. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Lu Fan frowned at the floating treasure map before him. The new location it pointed to was over 1,000 kilometers away. Damn, he muttered. I thought treasure hunting would be a good idea right now, but this is ridiculous. Instead of giving up, he decided to merge the treasure fragments. The map shimmered and transformed before his eyes. This time, the location was marked God Level 1. His heart pounded. This was a major discovery. Without hesitation, he reached for his communication device and called a familiar contact. I need some intel on a location, he said. But before the conversation could continue, a sudden flash of light illuminated the night sky. A fiery meteor hurtled toward his house at terrifying speed. The explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves through the area. Lu Fan barely had time to react before the impact shattered the ground in front of him. Smoke and flames billowed, and through the chaos, a hooded figure stood on a rooftop, silently observing the destruction. Slowly, he pulled an emblem from his pocket, and as he did, eerie shadows began slithering into the open. Xiao Fei was the first to act, launching an immediate assault. But she wasn't alone. Lu Fan had already summoned his entire team to counter the ambush. The hooded man attempted to teleport away, but Lu Fan wasn't about to let him escape. With a powerful strike, he slammed a fist into the man's face, sending him reeling. As the embers flickered around them, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. I know you, he said coldly. You were with the president that day. Meanwhile, in the distance, the panicked voices of civilians and academy students filled the air. Some were desperately calling for firefighters as the flames continued to spread. The cloaked figure straightened, his expression unreadable. Well, now that I've been seen, I have no choice. As the chaos raged on, the assassin wasted no time. With a swift motion, he hurled a chain around Lu Fan's arm, the metal links glowing ominously as he activated a deadly ability. Lu Fan felt a surge of power constricting around him, and before he could react, the man's body began to swell, his fire core burning hotter by the second. A sudden realization struck him: this man intended to self-destruct, taking him along in the explosion. The girls panicked, urging him to stay calm. We'll find a way to stop this, they shouted. But the assassin sneered, his energy climbing toward critical levels. There's no escaping this, he declared. You and I die here together. Lu Fan's mind raced. He turned to Xiao Fei. Activate the Eternal Guardian. Protect everyone. A vibrant green aura enveloped the group, forming a powerful barrier. Meanwhile, the fire core's energy had already reached 96%. Time was almost up. Without hesitation, Lu Fan leaped toward the man, determined to put an end to his madness. "You're insane," he shouted. But just as the explosion seemed inevitable, a staff shot through the air, piercing the assassin's chest. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. The attack had come out of nowhere, yet he recognized the weapon instantly: Brahma's staff, the legendary artifact wielded by the president. The assassin's body convulsed as his own unstable power consumed him. The fire core, unable to release its energy properly, collapsed inward, devouring him in a burst of flames. As the last embers faded, the staff flew back into the grasp of a hooded figure standing atop a nearby rooftop. With a calm grace, the figure descended toward them. "Relax," the newcomer said, his voice steady. "I'm fine." Tears streamed down Andy's face as she clutched her chest in relief. Qin Kuei, however, was more focused on the mysterious savior. "Who is this mage?" he muttered. His gaze drifted toward the assassin's charred remains, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "I've seen this man before, near the professor's." The vice president stepped forward, a grim expression on his face. "I had no idea an assassin had infiltrated the academy and targeted Lu Fan. This should never have happened." But Lu Fan wasn't satisfied with just an apology. His eyes darkened. Why would this man go so far? What was his goal? The vice president sighed. "We'll investigate. For now, everyone, remain calm. We need to understand the full scope of the situation." By morning, news of the incident had spread. The academy's president stood in her office, still reeling from the revelation. "That man was part of the academy for years," she muttered. "I never suspected there was a traitor among us." She clenched her fists. If I had been even a moment too late? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The consequences would have been unimaginable. But before the weight of responsibility could settle over the room, an amused voice cut through the tension. "Ugh, this place is unbearably dull," Reinhardt scoffed. The towering warrior leaned lazily against the wall, looking unimpressed. The president turned to him, slightly irritated. "You weren't even paying attention, were you?" Reinhardt shrugged. "Not really. But what surprises me is that no one's questioning why I'm here." Realizing her lapse, the president quickly composed herself. "Forgive my oversight. I assume you've completed your mission in the north." He smirked. "Not quite. I came because of the issues you're having here." She frowned. "What do you mean?" Reinhardt's eyes flicked toward Lu Fan's name on a nearby report. "I'm taking the boy north," he declared. The room fell silent. "If people are hunting him here, then he'll be safer with me," Reinhardt continued. "No one would dare kill him under my watch." The president considered his words carefully. "I won't deny that he'd be safer with you. But why does the Duke of the North care about this boy?" Reinhardt's expression softened just a bit. "I've been following his progress from the start," he admitted. "And besides, there's something I can help him with." The president took a deep breath, carefully considering Reinhardt's proposal. "I understand your reasoning," she said, her gaze steady. "But I need to be certain that Lu Fan won't be placed in unnecessary danger." Reinhardt chuckled, waving off her concerns. "Relax. I'll make sure the kid stays in one piece." Meanwhile, outside the academy's entrance, a figure clad in elegant armor stepped through the gates. The moment Jin Chu spotted him, her face lit up with joy. "Brother," she cried, sprinting toward him and wrapping her arms around him. Chang Han chuckled, ruffling her hair. "You're more important than any weapon or treasure." Jin Chu pulled back, her expression darkening. "Will you help me get revenge?" His smile faded, replaced by a determined glint in his eyes. "Anyone who made you suffer, I'll make sure they regret it." At that moment, Lu Fan sat in his room, examining a map that had just been delivered by the Black Rat. The vast, uncharted territory sketched on the parchment filled him with an uneasy feeling. Jian Ying, standing nearby, studied his expression. "Are you traveling far this time?" Lu Fan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "This place, it's huge. And I barely have any information on it." She crossed her arms. "Then at least say goodbye to everyone before you leave." Just as she spoke, the doorbell rang. Lu Fan sighed, assuming it was the vice president, and got up to answer it. Without a second thought, he swung the door open. "Vice President, I was just about to." His words trailed off when he saw Reinhardt standing there instead. Reinhardt smirked. "Relax, kid. I'm not here to report on the investigation yet. No need to be so tense." Lu Fan's grip on his blade tightened as he glanced behind Reinhardt. Several bodyguards lay unconscious outside. His instincts screamed that something was off. Reinhardt raised a hand. "Before you start swinging that thing, let me explain. The guards are only asleep, there was a bit of a misunderstanding." He then motioned toward himself. "Besides, I could use a healer." Before Lu Fan could react, Qin Kuei rushed over and gasped. "Uncle?" She looked around at the unconscious guards. "What did you do?" Seated on the couch, Reinhardt stretched his arms lazily. Good thing Qin Kuei walked in when she did. Otherwise, this kid here might have tried to take my head off. Lu Fan exhaled, lowering his weapon. Sorry. I've been on edge with all these recent attacks. Reinhardt laughed. I heard you took down the national envoy by yourself. Doesn't seem like you need much help. Qin Kuei grinned. The Academy's hero, the one who once stood alone against a beast storm, is right here with us. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. I've heard that story before. The old man smirked. Every generation has its own legends, but right now, my focus is on you. His gaze sharpened. I came to Longdu Academy for one reason, to take you to the far north for training. Lu Fan's brows furrowed. You discussed this with the president? Reinhardt nodded. She agrees it's the best option before the national test. You'll need this kind of training if you want to stand out. The girls exchanged worried glances. Jiang frowned. That region is dangerous. He can't afford to get hurt before such an important event. Reinhardt leaned back. That's why it's perfect. If he can survive there, he'll be more than ready for the test. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. The north wasn't just a training ground, it was rumored to hold great treasures. But one concern lingered. What about everyone else? Jiang gave him a confident smirk. If you want to go, just say the word. Thanks to you, we've all advanced to the second level. We won't go down that easily. That was all Lu Fan needed to hear. He grinned. All right. I'm going. Reinhardt clapped his hands together. That calls for a celebration. Let's drink and feast. Lu Fan laughed. I'll handle the preparations. Just bring the others to dinner. At the city's training academy, Lu Fan arrived, expecting a quiet visit. But sure enough, a familiar presence was waiting for him. She turned, arms crossed. You're here again, she mused. I've been busy, but if you're up for a spar, we can start right now. Lu Fan shook his head. I'm actually here to say goodbye. A flicker of confusion passed over her face. Goodbye. I'm heading to the far north, he explained. I won't be back until the national test. Her eyes narrowed, and before he could react, she reached forward and grabbed his face. In that place, you'll learn far more than you ever would sparring with me, she said, a smirk playing on her lips. Lu Fan coughed, feeling his face heat up. I, still need to say goodbye to others, so I should get going. She suddenly pressed something into his hand. I don't have much to give you, she admitted, her expression uncharacteristically soft. But keep this with you, it'll protect you. Lu Fan glanced down to see a necklace resting in his palm. Before he could respond, she added, and when you come back, bring me a piece of ice that never melts. With that, she turned and walked away, her long hair swaying behind her. Lu Fan stood there, staring at the necklace. Then, without much thought, he slipped it into his pocket. As he walked through the quiet streets, an odd sensation crept over him. Someone was following him. Without breaking stride, he spoke aloud. How long do you plan on tailing me? A chuckle echoed from behind him. Wasn't easy finding you. Lu Fan turned to face the newcomer. The man spread his arms in greeting. I've heard quite a bit about you. He smirked. The name's Jin Chenghan, Jin Chu's brother. At the academy's courtyard, a figure stood tall, exuding an air of authority and arrogance. It was none other than Jin Changhan, the brat princess's older brother. His piercing gaze settled on Lu Fan as he approached, his expression unreadable. I came here personally to thank you, Jin Changhan said, his tone smooth yet laced with something unreadable. For taking care of my dear little sister? Lu Fan arched an eyebrow. From the way the words were spoken, he couldn't tell if this was genuine gratitude or a warning in disguise. His instinct screamed the latter. Before he could respond, he caught a glimpse of Jianing narrowing his eyes at the so-called prince. You're the top newcomer from the Taiki kingdom, aren't you? He asked, suspicion evident in his voice. Lu Fan quickly realized why he was here. This wasn't just a simple visit, it was an attempt to stir up trouble. Without hesitation, he summoned his weapon, the massive black machete materializing in his grip. After all, nothing set the tone for a conversation quite like drawing an oversized blade. He had no doubt that the brat princess was somewhere nearby. And sure enough, as if she had been waiting for the perfect moment, Jin Chu stepped forward with her usual smugness. With a satisfied smirk, she crossed her arms. I can't wait to see how my brother puts you in your place, Dragon Tamer. Her eyes practically sparkled with anticipation, as if she had front-row seats to a long-awaited show. Jin Changhan, every bit as cocky as his sister, gave a casual shrug. Whether I step in or not depends entirely on you, he said smoothly. Then, as if he were proposing the most reasonable solution in the world, he added, if you let my dear sister slap you a few times, we can call it even. Lu Fan scoffed, tilting his head. So, is memory loss a hereditary thing in your family? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Because the last time your sister tried that, she ended up on the receiving end instead. Jean Chu visibly tensed, her fingers clenching into fists. The mention of that humiliating moment clearly struck a nerve, her face turning red with both anger and embarrassment. Brother, there's no point negotiating with him, she snapped, her voice sharp with irritation. Just teach him a lesson already. Obedient as ever to his spoiled sibling, Jean Changhan's expression darkened. If you have no respect for the Jean family, then I have no choice, he declared, stepping forward. I'll be the one to discipline you. Lu Fan let out an unimpressed sigh. Right. Because clearly, in your world, discipline means throwing a tantrum with your fists. Jean Changhan ignored the remark. Raising his hands, he began chanting. The air around them grew heavy, thick with an ominous presence. Lu Fan instantly recognized it, it was a summoning spell. A sinister aura radiated from the prince's hands, mirroring his sister's arrogance. Purple, poisonous gas coiled around him like a living entity. A slow smirk spread across Jean Changhan's lips. I hope you're ready for your funeral, he taunted. From within the swirling mist, a grotesque, oozing creature slithered into existence. Its slimy body pulsed as it spewed toxic sludge in all directions. The moment the first droplets hit the ground, Lu Fan sprang into action, hurling the groceries he had been carrying to the side. The sizzling sound of acid eating through everything it touched filled the air. Well, there goes dinner, he muttered, narrowly dodging another glob of corrosive goo. His immediate priority was clear, he needed to keep his distance from the poisonous sludge while preparing his counterattack. The brat prince and his monstrous pet had made their move. Now, it was his turn. With acid sizzling and hissing around him, Lu Fan remained on high alert. The grotesque creature before him began to twist and contort, its shapeless form shifting in a way that sent a chill down his spine. As he watched, the ooze solidified into something disturbingly familiar, the face of Jean Changhan. Because clearly, one arrogant prince wasn't enough. Now there were two. Both the real Jean Changhan and his monstrous doppelganger advanced, their identical smirks radiating the same overconfidence. The sight was unsettling, but Lu Fan wasn't about to let himself get intimidated. The creature, now fully formed, was something he had only heard rumors about. The abyssal crawler. A fitting name for a monstrosity that looked like it had slithered straight out of a nightmare. Its dark, sludge-like body pulsed as it exuded more of that corrosive poison, the ground beneath it dissolving with every step. Just as the situation seemed to take a turn for the worse, a deafening screech tore through the air. Lu Fan instinctively turned his gaze skyward. A colossal shadow swooped down from above, wings outstretched, its icy blue feathers glistening in the moonlight. The extreme cold Griffin King. A legendary mount, a force of nature in its own right, now descending upon the battlefield like something straight out of an ancient epic. The moment its talons touched the ground, it wasted no time, launching a vicious assault on the abyssal crawler. Jean Changhan froze in sheer disbelief, his eyes wide as he watched his so-called unstoppable summon being shredded apart by the griffin's relentless strikes. He had no idea what was happening, nor did he have time to react. Then, just when things couldn't get any more dramatic, a figure leaped off the Griffin King's back, landing with a practiced grace right in front of Jean Changhan. Duke Reinhardt, staff in hand, his presence alone commanded absolute authority. There was no need for introductions, Jean Changhan recognized him instantly. The prince barely had time to process what was happening before the duke's voice rang out, sharp and direct. What business do you have outside your domain? Jean Changhan swallowed hard, realizing this was not a man he could simply talk his way out of trouble with. The duke wasn't interested in waiting for an answer. His grip tightened on his staff, and with a swift motion, the weapon elongated. The very moment Jean Changhan saw the movement, he knew what was coming. Jean Chu! Get out of the way, he shouted, his usual arrogance replaced with panic. He knew that once the duke made his move, there would be no second chances. But his bratty little sister barely had time to react. She had been too busy watching the spectacle unfold, too used to getting her way. The reality of the situation was hitting her too late. Before she could start her usual whining, the duke struck. His staff pierced through Jean Changhan's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A choked gasp escaped the prince's lips as black blood spilled down his robes. Even with all the layers of magic protecting his body, even with all the supposed power he held, he had been utterly powerless against the duke's attack. The duke barely spared him a glance. He already knew the fight was over before it had even begun. The abyssal crawler, the duke said, his voice as cold as ice, cannot escape the Griffin King's grasp. As if to prove his point, the legendary beast continued to tear apart the monstrous summon, leaving no room for doubt. Jean Chu, meanwhile, was crumbling under the weight of the situation. Tears streamed down her face as she watched everything spiral out of control. It was always the same, whenever things didn't go her way, crying was her first and only response. But tears wouldn't save her brother. Jin Changhan, still impaled on the Duke's staff, struggled to move, to breathe. But before he could even attempt to free himself, the Duke, without hesitation, drove the staff even deeper. The prince's body went rigid. Then, lifeless. Just like that, it was over. When the Duke says he's going to teach someone a lesson, he doesn't mean a polite reprimand, he means delivering a lesson with permanent consequences. The entire crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to process how effortlessly the Duke had taken Jin Changhan's life. Most people would at least hesitate before driving a weapon through someone's chest, but the Duke? Not even a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. But just as quickly as the shock had settled, the Duke casually revealed something that made it clear the fight wasn't over. Jin Changhan wasn't truly dead. The Duke's sharp gaze swept over the battlefield as he spoke. He's an abyssal summoner, he stated, his tone matter-of-fact. He possesses a third-tier skill, abyssal symbiosis. As long as his abyssal beast remains alive, he can be reborn through it. A death-cheating ability, but with one significant flaw. Even before his words had fully registered with the onlookers, an eerie transformation began. Jin Changhan's lifeless body trembled before his flesh started to dissolve. His face, his limbs, every part of him melted away like wax exposed to a raging fire. Within moments, all that remained was a grotesque, oozing puddle. There was no final gasp, no desperate last words. Just the unsettling sight of his existence liquefying and dissipating. Lu Fan stared, struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Watching someone die was one thing, but seeing them dissolve into nothingness? That was another level of disturbing. But the Duke? He remained unfazed, as if this entire sequence of events had played out exactly as he expected. Without a shred of amusement, he directed his next words toward the empty air. Jin Changhan, if you don't reveal yourself now, I'll destroy the abyssal crawler, he warned. And once it's gone, there will be no second chances. His voice carried a deadly certainty. He wasn't bluffing. And he wasn't going to wait. As if sensing its master's impending doom, the abyssal crawler convulsed violently. Its slimy body rippled, shifting, warping, until Jin Changhan re-emerged, gasping as if he had just been dragged out of some hellish abyss. But this time, he looked far from the proud and arrogant prince he had been moments ago. His face was pale, his breathing unsteady, and his eyes darted in desperation. The bratty princess, who had been frozen in terror, let out a horrified gasp. Seeing her brother return from the dead should have been a relief, but instead, it felt like watching him crawl out of his own grave. Jin Changhan, realizing brute force wouldn't save him, made a swift shift in tactics. He adjusted his posture, straightened his expression, and quickly adopted the only strategy he had left, playing the victim. His voice, now lacking its previous arrogance, took on a pleading yet firm tone. Duke, you know that I am a representative of the Taiki kingdom, he declared. Any attack on me before the national trial would be a direct violation of the agreement between the 23 nations. When all else fails, resort to political threats. But the Duke's expression didn't change. His gaze remained as cold and impassive as ever, as if he were merely listening to a child throwing a tantrum. Lu Fan, still processing the sheer insanity of watching someone resurrect before his eyes, barely had time to react to the sudden shift in tone. This entire situation had escalated beyond reason. But the Duke? He was utterly unshaken. With the same composed authority, he countered, when a national trial representative is attacked, retaliation in their defense is sanctioned by the 23 nations. Your argument is meaningless. In other words, his actions were justified, and Jin Changhan had no leverage. Jin Changhan's face twisted, the realization settling in that his last-ditch attempt at diplomacy had failed. For Jin Changhan, the realization hit like a lightning strike, multiple times over. He had finally pieced it all together. Lu Fan wasn't just some random upstart causing trouble. He wasn't a rogue fighter acting on his own whims. He was, in fact, the official representative of the Dragon Kingdom. And that changed everything. Jin Changhan's stomach twisted as he processed the full weight of this revelation. His sister, despite all her arrogance and scheming, had utterly failed in preventing Lu Fan from securing his position in the national trials. Everything she had done, all the attempts to block him, it had all been in vain. And now, here they were, with the situation completely out of their control. Meanwhile, the Duke, who had clearly run out of patience, let out a sigh. He fixed Jin Changhan with a level stare and spoke, his tone cool but edged with warning. Don't misunderstand me, he said. I don't kill without reason. A bold statement, considering he had just impaled someone minutes ago. But his point was clear, this wasn't some mindless act of slaughter. Then, as if to drive home the reality of the situation, he added, the Taiki Kingdom is hosting this year's national trial. It would be in everyone's best interest to avoid unnecessary conflict before then. A thinly veiled warning. Jin Changhan clenched his jaw. He knew he had no way out of this. The Duke's authority, combined with Lan's untouchable status as a national representative, left him completely cornered. There was no move he could make without risking even further consequences. Realizing he had no choice, he forced himself to nod. "Fine," he muttered. But the Duke wasn't finished. His expression darkened ever so slightly as he leaned in, his voice as sharp as the blade he had just driven through Jin Changhan's chest. "I've never liked the Jin family," he stated. "And that hasn't changed?" It was an unnecessary clarification. Jin Changhan had already figured that part out, but hearing it spoken so bluntly made the humiliation sting even more. Then, with a single, effortless motion, the Duke swung his staff toward the abyssal crawler. The creature, already weakened and writhing, let out a final, gurgling screech before being utterly annihilated. The message was crystal clear. Then came the final warning. "Stay away," the Duke said, his tone absolute. "From me. From Lu Fan. From this kingdom?" This wasn't a suggestion. It was an ultimatum. Jin Changhan wasted no time. Grabbing his still sobbing sister by the arm, he spun on his heel and made his exit. There was no grand farewell, no witty retort, just a quiet but urgent retreat. But even in his departure, his arrogance refused to be silenced. Just as he reached the edge of the battlefield, he cast one final glance over his shoulder and locked eyes with Lu Fan. "You might be safe for now," he sneered. "But once the national trial begins, we'll see how long that lasts." With that, he disappeared into the distance, dragging his wailing sister along with him. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.